I am the top-rated geisha in a world of female supremacy and fantasy. Although I clearly stated that I sell my art and not my body, there are always women who want to spend a fortune to buy me for a night of passion. They not only come to my door every few days to feed me seafood but also occasionally try to use drugs to take me by surprise. Fortunately, at these times, other women always appear to help me out of trouble, allowing me to survive steadily in this world. One day, a wealthy merchant managed to obtain the key to my door by spending lavishly. Taking advantage of the moment when there were no lickspittles around me, he forcibly broke into my room. Once the drug took effect, the woman licked her lips and slowly walked towards me, saying, "You little demon who owes women, today let me take good care of you." "Sir, I just said downstairs that I only sell my art and not my body." I looked desperate, hoping for a weak plea. I pushed and shoved with all my might, but for some reason, I found myself becoming weak and feeble. Ever since this woman entered the room, I felt something strange in my body, becoming both hot and powerless. "This is your Shangguan Yue's national policy, but I am not that Shangguan Yue person. Ha ha ha, don't come any closer," I shouted, but my voice was delicate, and this shout had the opposite effect. However, this seemingly weak and vulnerable appearance only increased the woman's desire to violate me. The young men in this brothel are all like this. On the surface, they say they don't want it, but later in bed, they call out louder than each other. "Don't be afraid. Relax. I will be very gentle at first." She stepped closer, and I stepped back. Seeing this, the glimmer of hope in my heart was completely shattered. Tightly pressured by the woman, with no way to retreat, I was finally forced to the foot of the exquisite round bed draped with satin curtains. My foot slipped, my body lightened, and I fell onto the soft bed. On the bed, my clothes were disheveled, revealing one smooth shoulder, and beneath the delicate collarbone was the clearly defined snow-white skin. The woman rubbed her hands together, leering and laughing creepily. "Little fairy, sister is coming. Dear guest, I really only sell my skills, not my body. Let me go." Seeing this seductive scene, the woman didn't care about that much. If she didn't act now, would she still be a woman? "Quickly surrender." "Wait." I pushed against the woman. "The window isn't closed yet." Seeing that the man finally showed signs of softening, the woman simply took a step back, complied with my request, and got up to close the window. "Little fairy, wait here for sister. My ethereal path to immortality." I had heard that in this world, if a man wants to cultivate, he must remain a virgin before establishing his foundation. Does this mean? A fierce look flashed in my eyes, and my hand quietly reached under the soft pillow, feeling a hard wooden box, secretly storing the rewards given to me by guests over the past few days. I wanted to gather enough money to redeem myself, then go outside, and with the remaining silver, see if I could find some opportunities to embark on that ethereal path to immortality. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Before I even start my training, my body is already about to be taken away by someone. I did not come here to be a plaything for women. How exactly does the window of your crane tower close? It's so troublesome. Just as the woman was studying the window, I had already made my move, quietly getting up on tiptoe. "This guest, it was you who first stopped being human." As I just got up, suddenly my body went soft, and I lay back down on the bed, as if the strength inside me had vanished without a trace. My body swayed unsteadily, let alone walking over. Even throwing the wooden box in my hand was a difficult task. I was taken aback. I knew that my constitution was considered very weak in this world, but it shouldn't be weak to this extent, right? The loud noise made the woman turn her head, and she couldn't help but laugh wickedly. "Little beauty, are you that impatient?" I ignored her, and with all my strength, I threw the wooden box towards her. The box arced through the air and landed 5 feet in front of the woman. It cracked open, and the bright silver scattered all over the ground. The woman turned around and, realizing what was happening, she angrily said, "You little demoness, your temper is quite fierce. I'll teach you the 3 obediences and 4 virtues of a man." Don't come over here." With a thud, suddenly the woman's body fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Immediately, a white figure swooped in through the window, roughly closed it, and gasped for breath. Her white clothes were stained with blood, her long hair was disheveled, and beneath her arched brows were enchanting fox-like eyes. Her nose was high and her lips, bright red and moist, opened and closed violently, exhaling a fragrant breath that quickly condensed into visible white mist. But that wasn't the most striking. The high-erected fox ears and the fox tail trailing on the ground drew my attention even more. Outside the window, the soldiers shouted, "Where are the demons? Show yourselves quickly!" The noise from outside quickly reached inside the crane tower. The fox demon, Fox Tone, narrowed her eyes and quickly stepped forward, her delicate hand firmly gripping me as she whispered, "Be honest." I nodded slightly. I had already inhaled a large amount of the intoxicating fragrance and could hardly move, only able to watch helplessly as that woman climbed onto the bed, her slender hand tightly gripping my swan-like neck from behind. I could vaguely sense a tension in her grip. If she loosened it even slightly, I would be done for. Soon, the sound of iron boots creaking on the wooden stairs came from outside the door, as the soldiers knocked on one door after another, and I could even hear them rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Before long, someone was banging on the door, shouting from outside, "By royal decree, we are here to capture thieves. Open the door quickly." I suddenly felt the arm gripping my neck tighten even more, and my small face turned red, whether from the intoxicating fragrance or from suffocation. I couldn't tell. The fox demon behind me had no intention of showing mercy. She coldly said, "Get rid of them." Just as I was about to suffocate, I hurriedly reached back and pinched the woman behind me, saying, "Loosen up a bit. I need to open the door. Do you think I'm stupid? Don't you just want to let them in to catch me? But if I don't open the door, they will eventually break in anyway. There is a hidden door behind the bed. You can easily hide in a small room by gently pushing it." I had actually planned to escape directly from the building, and over the past few days, I had specifically analyzed the structure of the building, and made a movable hidden door in my own room, which leads to a secret chamber that can accommodate one person. The woman in white furrowed her brows and had to let the person go. "If you betray me, I have plenty of ways to drag you along," leaving behind a harsh remark. She immediately pushed open the hidden door and hid inside. I coughed lightly twice, grabbed a few pillows and blankets and threw them on the ground, swaying as I got out of bed, and with great effort, dragged the woman who had fallen to the ground onto the blankets, then immediately pulled open the door latch. Hearing the sound of the latch being removed, the military woman was not hesitant and directly pushed open the door. After opening the door, she saw me, looking charming and blushing, with my bright golden eyes glistening, appearing as if I had been wronged. The military woman who opened the door couldn't help but swallow hard. She had heard that there was a new flower boy in this crane tower, and she had originally planned to come and take a look after receiving her reward silver this month. Upon seeing such a beauty, the rough-voiced military woman's tone noticeably softened. "Are you the new one in the crane tower?" I nodded, making a pitiful expression. The military woman was captivated by my eyes, which seemed to hold autumn dew, and if it weren't for urgent matters at hand, she really wanted to strip off the loose and baggy clothes I was wearing. "I want to go in and take a look. Could you please make way, beautiful lady?" I turned to the side, lifted my delicate chin, and my lips moved. "Sister June, the guest is asleep. Could you be a little gentler?" Sister June paid me no mind and walked into the room. Sure enough, there was a woman drowsily sleeping on the floor, her eyes tightly closed, as if she was utterly exhausted. She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, glancing at the woman on the ground and then at me, who was charming and lovely. What a shame. Such good cabbage is being pushed by a pig. Sister June frowned and spoke. "I remember the beauty is a geisha, right? You are not allowed to serve guests." I quietly moved to Sister June's side, gently tiptoeing so that my moist lips could barely reach her ear. Softly pouting, she forced me, "Woo woo woo." Upon hearing this, Sister June was furious. "How dare someone bully others in my territory? Don't be afraid, beautiful, I will stand up for you." Sister June took the opportunity to pull me over. "Someone, take this woman on the floor back." Two soldiers behind her quickly responded and hurried into the room, taking the woman away, one on the left and one on the right. I raised my head and spoke. "Sister June, aren't you going to continue searching the room?" Only then did Sister June realize that she had come to catch someone and almost missed the matter. She let me go, hastily searched the places in the room where someone could hide, and then hurriedly ran out, leaving the door wide open. Jianghan hurriedly walked forward and closed the door gently, snapping the bolt, which was a relief. He was just about to turn his head back when a pair of slender hands went through his armpits and wrapped him tightly across them. Ah! His body was so light that he went limp in the fox demon's arms. Splendid golden pupils shrunk slightly as Jianghan hurriedly opened his mouth. I saved you." "Oh, so what? You rotten bastard who owes women." Chill hairs stood up, and Jianghan turned his head stiffly with an unbelievable face. What did you call me?" He could never have imagined that she would call herself that after he had driven someone away for her. He also imagined that he, as her benefactor, would at least get a thank you. Seducing customers with love scent is not the rotten thing that owes women? How? Just so want women? Fox eyes coldly gazed at the side face of the man who had turned around. His hand slowly reached out to that soft, and ruthlessly seized it. Shame and anger. Jianghan's face became redder and redder due to this humiliation, and at this moment, it looked like a rosy cherry that was ready to be picked. He had never been so wronged in his life. "No, it's not. So what? Do you really think that I can't smell the fragrance of lust in your room? Humph. On the outside you pretend to be so pitiful and innocent, but in fact you have a belly full of bad water. Q. Take your hand away." Jianghan hastily raked on the slender hands that grabbed her, but no matter how hard she tried it was futile. Those hands didn't move at all, and in turn, she let her pinch again. "Ah, it hurts you asshole." Asterisk 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 you. What did you call loan? Asshole. Asshole. You ungrateful, good-hearted bastard. Ha! Before the words were out of his mouth, the fox demon pushed him away with one hand and collapsed onto the made bed on the floor. Without removing his shoes, he just stepped onto the white chest. Fox's eyes became sharp as she opened her mouth coldly. Rotten bastard, do you really want to die? Chapter 3, an interlude. Rumble. Dark clouds filled the sky. Several dazzling thunder snakes flashed above, and deafening thunder came from the sky. The downpour kept on pouring, and the bean-sized raindrops hit the concrete floor with a not-so-small splash. The gates of the civil hospital are open, and there are a variety of cars parked outside the school gates, and many parents opened the compartments with umbrellas, stuffed their children's luggage, and then drove off in a hurry. A blonde teenager with a folk guitar behind him, holding an umbrella, reflected the steel forest within his brilliant gold pupils. John Han, aren't you going back yet? A female teacher came over and asked thoughtfully. The rain is too heavy. I'll go back when it's lighter. John Han waved his hand. Okay, then you take care on your way. Okay, instructor, you drive slower too. The teacher sighed softly. The guy was still like that. I don't know if it's because of the bad food at the orphanage, but John Han is not very tall, and with his blonde hair and golden pupils he doesn't fit in among his classmates. Always sunny and warm on the surface, but not really many friends, like an autistic kid who's afraid of getting into trouble. I'm worried about how he'll fit in after graduation. The good thing was that he had a decent talent for music, and his looks were superior, so he might actually be able to make a living in a band. Jung Han only felt a little dizzy, because he donated blood once. Fatherless and motherless, he was able to have money to buy guitars, thanks mostly to his strange physique. His blood, it saves lives. As a result, he has helped several dying people on an extremely low profile and has received enough financial support to sustain his hobby. It's hard to say it's selling blood, but it's better than selling your body. He didn't know how many times he'd been swept along with covetous glances. As I was dropping my thoughts, suddenly an out-of-control truck was flashing its headlights high and its horn was blaring to the max. Get out of the way. Anyone who doesn't want to die. Sensei. Seeing that the instructor in the driveway was wearing high heels and had no time to run away, Jiang Han's head was hot and he rushed up. Don't have an accident. My subsidized spot. He scrambled and dove for it, his mind already conjuring up images of him holding his teacher along with him as they lunged outside the truck's path of travel. His white and petite body lunged over, and suddenly the sky thundered, and a shocking thunder pierced through the clouds and struck straight at him. The lightning passed through this body and it was instantly numb. The instructor had been pushed out of the way, and the truck had pulled up. Songyu has rain almost all year round, and the climate is pleasant with green water and mountains everywhere. It seemed that such a soil and water raised men who were more watery, hence the saying that Songyu Nei produced beautiful men in abundance. The forest was being filled with water mist, with bean-sized water droplets hanging above the branches and leaves. It was obviously after a heavy rain. A caravan drove slowly through the forest, and then stopped. In the middle of this road, a disheveled man lay on the ground, soaking wet, as if he had slept on the ground and been rained on all night. An old bod came down from the car, as Songyu was full of beautiful men. The quality of flower men in their crane house was far from enough to keep her crane house based in Songyu. She went down to the countryside and searched everywhere. After all, those phoenixes high up in the sky were just an obscure grass chicken before they became famous. Her beautiful eyes flowed, her gaze fixed on the unconscious man. Blonde hair and snowy skin, soft body like a slender inverted willow. A sudden light went on before her eyes. What a national color! The fragrant, soft and delicate man of the country. She didn't care that it was still drizzling outside, and without an umbrella, she scrambled to carry the man back to the carriage, the delicate man in her arms. She carefully fixed her eyes. The sleeping man tightly closed his moist lips, although his eyes were closed and could not be seen, but the long and good-looking eyebrows still tickled her heart with desire. Very good. That's the kind of person to have. In this way, she ordered people to hurry back to the crane house. Some sweet words, follow the temptation, and finally tricked the sleepy petite male in the deed of sale of the handprints. Since then, Crane House has had a stunning flower girl. Chapter 4, you really haven't been touched, have you? The woman in white had a sulky face on the surface, that fluffy foxtail straight and taut, her eyes wide with anger, a look that she was about to eat someone at the drop of a hat. Angry? Naturally, it's impossible. She, Tushan Yushue, the empress of Daxia, although the first day of sitting in the dragon chair was met with a villainous scheme and escaped in disgrace, she didn't remember how many curses she had carried. In any case, just one asshole naturally couldn't break her defense. She was just on a whim, and she wanted to see what kind of expression this seductive little goblin would show. Yet the teenager lying on the ground didn't move like a log. That's all. I'll spare your life today. She lifted her foot with a lack of interest. Oh, seeing that this woman finally stopped fooling around, Zhang Han's gaze turned to the silver tails scattered on the ground, coughed lightly twice and stood up, reaching out to pick them up. However, the next moment, the silver with the wooden box whoosh was sucked into the hands of the fox demon. She weighed the weight. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, quite heavy. You haven't cheated a lot of women to spend money on you in your day-to-day life, right? The golden eyes shrunk slightly, and the next moment Zhang Han really felt that he was in a hurry. It was hard to save up 500 centavos of silver, and that was what he used to ransom himself. The beauty was aggrieved. Her golden watery eyes shed a crystal tear. Zhang Han grabbed at it with both hands. Her small mouth opened and she droned. You give it back to me. Oh, want it that bad? The fox demon grinned, her fox eyes narrowing to slits as she pressed one hand to the forehead of the rushing beauty, stopping the lunging man dead in his tracks just like that. Report your name to the lone man and come, and I will consider returning it to you. Ginger Han. Rather a name a beauty should have. Tushan Yushua's fox eyes couldn't help but look at Zhang Han's face more. The beauty's face was flushed with red, desperately trying to hold back her tears. Her rippling, watery eyes seemed to be able to drip out a few more little drops of pearls if they were bullied a few more times. Now that's a qualified piece of jade. Told you, give it back. Tushan Yushua suddenly lowered her eyebrows. Then the corners of her mouth gently rose, revealing an evil smile. I have carefully considered this. These silver tails should be kept by loan for you. As the words fell, Zhang Han raised her head incredulously, her delicate body shivering with anger. Her jade-like palms clenched tightly. He then let out a long sigh, and suddenly he ran to the window and pulled it open, sticking his head out. Ah, help, there's a demon. Before the words left his mouth, a huge suction force sucked towards him, and as soon as his body was light, Zhang Han lifted his head dizzily, and realized that he was paralyzed in the fox demon's arms. Want to die? Small mouth was that slender hand dead cover. Tushan have snow-down eyes. That surplus a grip of fine willow waist embrace up has let her quite a few points of love. Woo woo. The blonde YouTuber in her arms has long been crying into tears, the delicate willow body twisted violently, but the water snake waist that is in a handful of hands simply cannot open the clutches of that slender hand. Father, this little goblin. The more Tushan Arisu looked at her, the more she felt that this guy was seducing her. How come it looks so colorful? She bit her tongue hard. What Lone cultivates is the Xianin technique. You can't touch a man until you reach the grand completion. Yu Xue, you're the woman who's going to be the empress of Daxia. How can you be ruined by this demonic? She inwardly cursed herself a few times, but found that the soft touch kept coming from her arms. Zhang Han's struggles were like a desperate budding beast, constantly squirming in her arms, which provoked Tushan Yushue even more. Admittedly, she thought that the Taoist heart is as smooth as a mountain, but for some reason, by the arms of this special thing a few times provoked, she felt that if she did not do this man underneath her, it would be the cultivation of cultivation out of the heart of the devil. His fathers, let me taste what it's like to be a man today. A pair of hands ruthlessly in the embrace of the shoulder strap on the shoulder of Zhang Han. Zhang Han pupils violently plummeted. The writhing willow body came to an abrupt halt, and the brilliant gold pupils were filled with fear. The delicate body in her arms suddenly stopped struggling, couldn't help but make Tushan Yushua slightly stunned. She slowly released those soft lips. No, don't, please. Zhang Han raised her head. Tears could not stop swirling in her eyes and eventually fell in lines, leaving faint watermarks on her white cheeks. The beauty raised her eyes. Tushan Yushua lowered her eyes. She actually felt that she was vaguely compassionate, but she still pinched Zhang Han's cheeks and said coldly, "Humph, others can touch you, but Lone can't? Tell me the truth. How many women have you served?" Zhang Han slowly opened her mouth, her voice as low as a mosquito. "I haven't been touched." Tushan Yushua felt that it was a joke. In this place, this look hasn't been touched. Can anyone believe it? You dare to make fun of me? I'll take care of it right now. The words had not yet fallen, but Tushan Yushua only saw Zhang Han lower her head, and then the tears continued to drip down, hitting her legs and sending a wet and hot touch. Please, please, don't touch me. The blonde beauty's sobs came out of her arms, and with a sense of resignation, she forcibly reached into her dress with one hand and pressed it against the flat, sticky soft belly. Subsequently, Tushan Yushua was slightly stunned, only feeling incredulous. She couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, "I can't imagine that you really haven't been touched." On this continent, men are expected to observe the three virtues. In order to verify a man's chastity, there is a special method of verifying whether a man is still a virgin. River crab filler word. She tested it again incredulously. Logically speaking, this Zhang Han had no aura in his body. It was impossible to make a concealment in this regard. There is only one result. Ginger Han is a real fledgling. It made her want to taste it even more. This guy doesn't even let his body be touched, and he's able to scam so much money out of women. You believe me now. Forgive you for not having the guts to lie to Lone. Fine, then I'll take the loss and pamper and spoil this little petite flower of yours. Do you still want me? Did Lone say to spare you? Jiang Han's body trembled. He had just had a moment where he really thought that this guy could spare himself. The thought that the Miao Mao immortal journey would be destroyed just like this, and in the hands of such a person. Ah no, in the hands of such a fox scum, it simply makes one want to live even more. He could sort of understand why the defiled women before he crossed over had a death wish. Ah, help oh. Covering her slender hand once again, she looked impatient as she tugged the fallen shoulder strap back for Jiang Han. Don't scream, I won't move you. Now will you? Tushan Arisu felt like such a wimp. After working so hard for so many years to seize the throne of Daxia, he was counted and escaped without sitting for a few days. As a result, you now have to think twice about playing with a little petite flower. His father's, what Lone can't play, no other woman can. Chapter 5, Shangguan Yue. Her hand once again explored Ginger Han's soft belly. Jiang Han's posture as if touched by electricity violently shaking. Asked, so hot, what did you do to me? Oh, before the words fell, the fox demon's brightly colored vermilion lips pressed over. Although it is a fox demon, but there is no half a bit of the fox's tart smell, but instead a gentle sniff, full of that plum blossom-light elegant fragrance. She is like a plum, the wind blows and the snow bends, he's like water, and he wants to run away as much as he can. Well, for a long time, Jiang Han felt like she was going to suffocate. Small hands fought to push against the fox demon's shoulders, rippling. Finally, the hand that was tightly wrapped around him loosened, and Jiang Han finally raised her head. A few strands of crystalline sticky silk hanging from her watery lips. Jiang Han exhaled loudly as Tushan Yue stood up and looked at him who was paralyzed on the ground, her fox eyes flowing, not knowing what she was thinking. Jiang Han didn't want to know what the hell she was thinking. All he could feel right now was that his belly was hot as hell, and a spirit tattoo was firmly imprinted on it. The burning sensation on his body had not yet faded, and the love fragrance in his body had been eroding his sanity. If it were not for the immense will to want to cultivate, just now it might have been from. Jiang Han covered her belly and spoke. What the hell did you just do? Lone is just making sure that the future emperor of Lone will not be taken over by another woman. Tushan Yue kept staring at Jiang Han. She just felt as if she couldn't get enough of this guy. That's all. She turned her head ruthlessly and turned around to pick up the silver tails scattered on the ground and put them into the wooden box in an orderly manner. As Jiang Han took a look, his heart finally had a bit of a favorable impression of this fox demon. At least he knows how to pick up the silver for him. Ha! Jiang Han see this fox demon turn his head to go, not have to return the money over the meaning. The heart is anxious, and hastily over her corner, anxiously asked, you put the money back to me. Tushan Yue thought back and said so with a grave expression on her face. Lone is the great Xia Empress Tushan Yue, today by the villainous trapped down to this. Need you this 500 immortal silver to make a few points. When I regain my strength and take back the throne of Daxia, I will marry you as the Daxia Emperor. Jiang Han simply felt like she was going to be angry and confused. After saving this guy, she didn't know how to be thankful. Not to mention that she wanted to force herself on him first. Now she even wanted to rub his intelligence on the floor. It's simply intolerable. He was anxious and angry. Anxious because the money was in the hands of this blah 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 Tushan Yue. Angry because he couldn't snatch it back yet. Aha, so angry. When I get out of this greenhouse one day, I'll cultivate for 100 years and 1,000 years. And I'll make sure to press you, the bad fox, on the ground as a rag. Tushan Yue felt that this guy was really tawdry looking, and was afraid that looking at him again would sway her mind to leave. She forcefully turned her head to the window and said without looking back, Jiang Han, you wait obediently, Lone will come back to marry you. She then swept out the window as a white lightning bolt. Asterisk 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 you. Jiang Han is completely desperate. This ransom silver to save up from scratch again. He'd heard those words no less than 100 times since crossing over here. For example, just a few days ago, a guest swore to hold his hand and said she would ransom him and take him home. Turns out she never came back. LOL. After all, the people who come here are just playing along and want some emotional value. Ginger Han knew this well, and he was quite thoughtful about it. What I can't think about now is why I was kind enough to help that fox scum just now. Should have just handed her over. Jiang Han, it's going to be your turn on stage. I know. Jiang Han answered from within the room, sitting in front of the bright mirror to comb his makeup absent-mindedly. Before crossing over, he had found that if he dressed up in women's clothing first when playing and singing on the courtyard stage, he would reap a good response. So he blended in pretty quickly after crossing over. In the mirror, even with a plain face, he was still an uncompromising beauty. After some elegant light makeup, it looks more like the person in the mirror is a beautiful country. Gorgeous. At least there will be practice in the future. He opened his mouth to the man in the mirror. So comforting. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit scared. After all, at that time, that vixen, It seemed like she really wanted to do him in. His mood gradually calmed, and he looked in the mirror, tilting his head slightly to make a smile. After double-checking the restored state, Jung Han took a deep breath and walked out the door. On the welcoming parlor on the first floor, there were already quite a number of flower players dressed up in floral splendor, selling their zither and dancing skills on the stage. Look, it's Jung Han. I told you we'd have his tunes to listen to tonight. Listen to your sister. Sister, how can you listen to a song when you're so big and thick? You're obviously craving someone else's body. What's wrong with my sister? I just like looking at him. They're geisha. You can't eat them if you look at them. Hey, sis, what do you say if we sneak in and charm him while he's back? Sister, are you crazy? Sister, I won't accompany you to jail. Father, growing so tired but not doing it. I'm going to let off some steam later. Jung Han's ears twitched. His hearing was naturally sensitive, which then caused him to have to endure those filthy words within this crane building. In addition to their daily duties, the flower girls in the greenhouses have to endure visual and verbal rape by their clients. But that was fine for Jung Han. After all, he had crossed over. He didn't find those unbearable. He cleared his throat and walked slowly towards the curtain. In front of the door of the crane tower, a woman hovered and kept pacing outside the door before finally stepping through the threshold. Stepping into the crane tower, she casually found a seat quite far away from the booth and sat down. Placing the sword in her waist on the tea table, a pair of beautiful eyes coldly swept over the booth and frowned. Shangguan Yue had always disliked this kind of wind and moon place. Ah, you're back, sister. A delicate voice came from a small girl who was just at waist level and ran over, saying with an excited face, I missed you so much. Did you study hard, Xiao Yu? Ah, I know so many words. Seriously? Then sister will have to test you. Shangguan Yue took the pen and ink on the table and put up the pen to write. Shangguan Yue signaled for Shangguan Yue to come over. What does this character read? This is the word Miriam. I know this character, sister. It stands for a woman's beauty. Shangguan Yue was slightly stunned. Originally she had come up with the question with the idea of letting her good sister suffer, and purposely wrote a rather remote word to come. Shangguan Lian got you, mister. Literacy? She didn't find me one. She said those men are unreliable. Shangguan Yue was puzzled. Then how do you know this word? It was Brother Jiang who told me about it. He's been telling me stories these days. That story is especially interesting. I haven't heard it anywhere else. What's the story? What, a story about the Cloud Sea Emperor or Hao Tian Emperor or something like that? Shangguan Yue was stunned and confused. There is this book on the market? No. Brother Jiang said that book was somehow lost a long time ago. Don't talk about that, don't talk about that. I'll go tell Amma that sister you're back. She must be very happy. No need. Shangguan Yue hurriedly pulled Shangguan Yu's hand. Sister, I'm just passing through here, taking a break to pick up something and then leaving. She had no desire to stay in this kind of hookah. This time, he also came back because he happened to pass by Shanghai, so he came back to take a look at his own little sister. Don't go yet. Sister, I miss you so much. I miss you so much. Can you hold me and listen to the music with me? Brother Jiang will be on stage in a while. You also listen to it. It's very good. Good. Shangguan Yue doted on Shangguan Yue and hugged her on her lap. Chapter 6. I beg you. I'm not married in my 30s. The waist twisted and the dancers switched their beats. Lit. Dance low in the moonlight on the willow floor. Sing all the songs in the wind under the peach blossom fan. Unbeknownst to me, on the showroom, there was a change of song. The zither is like flowing water in an empty valley, and the strings are like beads falling from a jade plate. The guest heart washes the running water, and the remaining sound goes into the frosty bell. Shangguan Yue raised her head. A pair of ink pupils' sight passed through those dancing geisha who were scratching their heads in front of her, and then, her eyes reflected him who was closing her eyes and hanging her head down to stroke the zither. That head of blonde hair was hanging wildly like a waterfall. He was slightly hanging his head, his eyes drooping away, looking at the strings plucked by his fingertips. The moist lips were gently pursed, and underneath his jaw was a tender snowy neck, and that slightly raised throat knot was like a pink leaf cherry. With the breeze blowing, a few strands of hair in front of her forehead fluttered with the wind, and her white dress was slightly lifted, revealing her lamb's fat like calves. Sister, do you think it sounds good? Shangguan Yu's voice brought her back to her senses, and only then did she realize that the song had ended. A little embarrassed, she nodded softly. Pretty good. Totally not listening just now. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Jiang plays the zither so well. After next month's birthday, I'm going to tell Grandma that I want to marry Brother Jiang. The ginger brother you're talking about. The one with the blonde hair? Yeah, sister. You also think it looks good, right? Shangguan Yue got more and more excited as she spoke, then suddenly stopped again. Oh, I forgot what sister said. Cultivating the sword is like cultivating the heart or something or other. Is not going to marry to appreciate these men. Shangguan Yue was slightly stunned. This was something she did say over and over. She left her home at a very, very early age, and got the chance to worship the green lotus sword immortal. Her master had admonished her more than once that sword cultivation was valuable and refined. It was never wrong to single-mindedly immerse oneself in the way of the sword. After all, a good sword was much sharpened. Shangguan Yue was also very up to speed. Under the enlightenment of her master Yu Mengyin, her comprehension in the sword path was not shallow, but she who was only in her peach and plum years had long since beheaded the demon dragons above and the scaly scaly. She was also quite famous within the Tsan Yu territory. Shangguan Yue originally thought she wouldn't like men, especially a man in a greenhouse. She had always liked cleanliness, and the dustiness of the men in this building was, in her opinion, nothing more than a speck of yellow dust many years in the future. What's more, she thought to herself that she was still very selfish and possessive. I don't know how many times those glorified flower kitchers have been played by other women, right? The tune had been changed to a different one, and the hall gradually began to boil over. Shangguan Yue raised her eyes to look, and it turned out to be that blonde-haired Yukai holding that unnamed zither. Walking to the front, it made her look a little closer. At this time, a pair of ink pupils faintly emitted a light purple fluorescence. This is the sword pupil, which allows her to easily see many things. The eyes gradually descended from those seductive cheeks, first to the delicate collarbone, followed by the folds of the white dress. Finally, it stopped at the waist of the Yukai. The waist was like a slender willow, so it seemed like it could be easily swept over with a firm grip. Skin like snow, but like a lotus, with some just the right amount of pink. Lit. Emerge from the silt and remain untainted. Wash the fresh clouds without evil. Idiom, fig. To keep oneself pure and clean. What a lotus. What a steadfast lotus. What a proudly blooming, magnificent lotus. Shangguan Yue couldn't help but swallow her saliva, as the lotus was actually delicious. The song ends. The once noisy showroom became relatively quiet as the expansive guests left with their arms around one of the male geisha, and those geisha who were not taking on clients stayed to the end to accompany the women workers as they cleaned up. They are of low status if they don't take customers, because they can't make a lot of money. In addition, Ginger Han is the least popular of them all. After all, jealousy's always been a pain in the ass, so he was the last to go in the late-night eating room. Yes, the geisha's dinner is after the song is played. Jiang Han gently pushed open the door, and sure enough, the women workers had already begun to pack up the dishes and clear the table. He was a bit hungry. Logically, every time at this time, that little sister called Shangguan Yue would accompany her over. Jiang Han inwardly muttered, after all, that sister is the daughter of the owner of the building. Usually rely on her, even if it is the latest to come, but also can use the meal. He didn't know why she hadn't sought it out after the breakup of the song today. Moving to the kitchen room in a few gentle steps, he lifted his head and crossed his fingers over his chest, his watery lips opening and closing slightly. Sister, is there anything left to eat? Ah, why are you so late again? The cook was not old, and her eyes were lustful as she surveyed the Yukai in front of her. Is there nothing to eat? Dry biscuits are fine. Jiang Han's voice weakened and he lowered his head. Suddenly, the sound of bolting behind him startled his frame slightly. This sister, what are you doing with the door closed? Don't you want to eat, little beauty? I'm not very hungry yet. I'll go back first. He kept his head down, his feet moving much faster, but the cook's sturdy frame was in his way in 2 or 3 steps. Kang Han realized something. Ever since he came here, he soon learned that his looks would bring him untold mischief. Jiang Han couldn't help but shrink behind her, and as she retreated, she sat down on the table. The woman pulled out a whipcord from somewhere, and the thick, long shadow of the whip was reflected straight above Jiang Han's slightly raised white cheeks, her watery eyes fluctuating. Jiang Han's voice trembled slightly as she asked out loud, what do you want to do, sister? Asterisk 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 you. Of course, little sweeper. He pulled up his voice and was just about to yell up when the cook covered his mouth with one hand. Help! Let go of the oo. Jiang Han struggled violently, using her arms and legs, and the whole cook pressed with great effort. Don't move! Let go oh! The cook's hands pulled at the shoulder straps and kept tearing them. Her face was evil and her mouth was vicious. Please give in to me. I can't marry my husband in my 30s. I beg you. Aha, I can't wait. Dash. Jiang Han, who was struggling desperately, suddenly realized that there was no movement on her body, and the cook's body slightly stiffened, and she fell to the ground with a thud. He looked up, only to see a tall, well-built woman placing the scabbard in her hand and extending her hand towards him. A green dress, eyebrows and eyes as cold as a peak, white skin, beautiful, slender and well-built. I think it must have not practiced a lot in the weekdays. She looked at the cook on the ground, her gaze cold like a sword. A foot kicked. That cook then violently flew out backwards, even heavily smashed on the beams. So strong. Jiang Han couldn't help but murmur so as he looked at the cook lying unconscious on the ground. Shangguan Yue ran quickly and touched on Jiang Han's body with an anxious face. Ah! How are you, brother Jiang? Are you alright? Those little hands were touching everywhere through the white dress, and Jiang Han felt a little uncomfortable. I'm fine. Chapter 7, Here, Your Excellency, open your mouth. In the city of Shanghai, a cleric began to go mad, and every time she passed a woman she would mysteriously pull her over, pulling out a ball of cloth rolled up in confusion. It was stained with ink, so I think something was written inside. Guest, just 51 of grain silver. I'll tell you a heavenly secret story about it. How about it? Find me and buy it? Nuts. The guest walked away, but she didn't tire of it and pulled the next one. Guest, and just like that, it really sold her several copies. The cloth ball was spread out and a line was left on it. 1,000 years have passed. The stars have returned to their places, and the phoenix of the 9 heavens has returned to its old land. Wifey, what are you looking at? The woman crumpled up the ball of cloth and tossed it anywhere, frowning slightly. What's with all the scamming again? His father? At night, the streets of Shanghai City were still bright, because of the blinding lanterns hanging in front of every house. Street vendors rushed their carts to the ground and set up their stalls. The night market is illuminated by thousands of lights, and there are a lot of customers with red sleeves on the high floors. The originally wide rows of streets became a bit crowded. Jiang Han walked in silence as he quietly raised his head, his afterglow glancing at the woman who had brought him out. Shangguan Yue introduced that this was her sister, Shangguan Yue. After Shangguan Yue learned that he hadn't eaten anything yet, she brought him out. Today happened to be a street day, the busiest time in the city. Jiang Han turned his head to look. His golden pupils were filled with a sea of people, and this place was prosperous, no less than the magic city before traveling. It was the first time he had ever been on the street, and to put it more carefully, it was the first time a woman had ever taken him out on the street. So beautiful. The street's glazed colored lamps spun with indescribable wonders within them, and Jiang Han couldn't help but open his mouth. Shangguan Yue was slightly stunned. Following Jiang Han's gaze, it was a brightly colored piece of ring jade red rope. Mr. Jiang, which one do you have your eye on? I'll buy it and send it to you. I met you today and have yet to prepare a gift for you. Sir, although Jiang Han was petite, he was proficient in poetry and qin, and had excellent literary skills. Shangguan Yue naturally honored him by calling him Prince. Jiang Han's heart warmed slightly. This was the first time someone had called him that. No need to break the bank. I've never been a fan of those. Before the words fell, Shangguan Yue had already arrived in front of the vendor. Without allowing the vendor to say anything, a piece of broken silver was left on it and she removed the bracelet. Try it on, my lord. Jiang Han was slightly stunned. In fact, he had just looked at just that colored light, because he was curious as to how the thing actually glowed. The hand rope just happened to be between his sight paths, but there was no time at all to call the man to order, and the hand rope had been handed to him. He doesn't want to wear it. It's weird. Shangguan Yue grabbed the bracelet and shook it, signaling Jiang Han to hurry up and put it on. Really, a great favor. Jiang Han put the hand lanyard on, and when it was all said and done, he could only show a smile that he didn't know how many times he had practiced on weekdays. Thank you, Miss Yu. Shangguan Yue seemed not to be good with words, but just had a torch-like gaze, 2 eyes looking straight at him, and said with her mouth, Gongzi, you look even more beautiful with this piece of jade on. The girl is mistaken. You are overly modest, my lord. The two of them continued walking side by side. Perhaps using side by side wasn't quite appropriate, because the top of Jiang Han's head was just flat enough to reach Shangguan Yu's shoulders. Shangguan Yu's heart was beating a bit more and a bit faster. She had originally thought that she would focus on sword Dao or something for the rest of her life, but this Jiang Han brightened her eyes, and his speech and mannerisms made her feel that he was quite a noble and elegant man. She couldn't help but have a thought. I wonder what kind of expression will be shown when such an elegant and lovely man is pressed underneath him. No, how can you think that? If this were to be known to Lord Zhang, wouldn't he treat himself like one of those vulgar, horny sows? What's wrong with me? Obviously I wouldn't have thought about these things before. She realized that her chest was a little hot. It was the amethyst pendant that was giving off a faint glow. This purple crystal stone was named Purple Abyss. It was obtained by her master from an ancient immortal realm and subsequently bestowed upon her. The stone seemed to contain a spiritual mother within it, which constantly nurtured aura, specifically for calming the mind. You can also wear it on your body to contain the spiritual energy in your body. It's so hot. My head is also hot. Shangguan Yue covered her forehead. She felt tight and rising inside her brain, as if it was like when she had been enlightened by her master earlier. There was a large amount of information that wanted to pour into her mind. Luckily, the bloated feeling did not last long. Shangguan Yu's peach lips slightly opened as she gently gasped for air. Miss Yu. Jiang Han ate the pain and spoke. You're holding it a little too tightly. Only then did Shangguan Yue hastily loosen her hold on Jiang Han's hand. Miss Yu, what's wrong with you? Jiang Han's worried voice came from beside her, and Shangguan Yu's slender hand rubbed her temples. It wasn't the first time for her. It's nothing, probably because I practiced a little too fast these past few days. Shangguan Yue took Zheng Han's hand and chose a restaurant to walk into, asking for a clean elegant room, a table of wine and food. Zheng Han's golden pupils moved. This was the first time he had seen what a rich man should look like. The wine is 100 years of Longquan. The exquisite carved porcelain plate on the table is not cheap at first glance, not to mention the many meals he couldn't even name. The wine and food were served, and he sat in his place not daring to move because Shangguan Yue did not move. His hands were clasped restrainedly between his legs, and his pair of golden eyes lifted towards Shangguan Yue. Then the eyes just locked. Her small face flushed. Zheng Han moved her gaze away in embarrassment. This scene was seen by Shangguan Yue. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as a thought flashed by. She stood up and sat together in the soft seat next to Ginger Han. Zheng Han was slightly taken aback, but it wasn't a good idea to do anything to react. After all, he was the one who followed her in. Why don't you eat, my lord? Is it because you don't have an appetite? I'm a little weak. He was a little embarrassed to say that it was because Shangguan Yue didn't move, so he didn't dare to move. So he opened his mouth like this. No strength. And yes, it's so late, and the gentleman hasn't had a chance to eat yet, so I'm sure he's hungry too. Zheng Han suddenly felt her body lighten and she sat on Shangguan Yue's lap. Afterwards, Shangguan Yue scooped up a spoonful of lotus seed soup. Here, the gentleman opens his mouth. Flustered, Zheng Han hurriedly said, Miss Yu, I can do these myself. Gongzi doesn't need to be polite with me. My little sister is much taken care of by you in normal days. I am, after all, the one who is the older sister. So let me return Gongzi's favor in these ways. How about it? You said so. Ginger Han turned her head back, her delicate, soft body settling down and sitting peacefully on her lap. He thought Miss Yu was so pretty and gentle. Zheng Han heart warmed. After all, after coming here, he usually listened to those women's dirty words. He said in a low voice, sounding like a green sparrow crying softly, then I'll trouble Miss Yu. How does it taste? Sweet. Chapter 8. The meal was eaten and the wine was drunk. This elegant room in this restaurant's best location, looking through the window, can see the bright round of bright moon outside the window. Under the moon on the high mountains, is hazy hovering swaying tree shadow. It is the moonlight that intoxicates faraway guests, and the mountain flowers bloom with desire. Worthy of being the Moonwatch Tower. Such a good view is even more important to be accompanied by a good wine from the Dragon Spring. 2 cups of Dragon Spring were filled by Shangguan Yue, and one of them was handed over. The mellow fragrance of the wine wafted, and Zheng Han frowned slightly. He'd never had a drink before, nor did he ever think he could drink, nor would he drink at all. Zheng Han hesitantly took the glass, only to see Shangguan Yue pick up her glass and gently touch it. Ding! The goblets clinked together with a crisp sound. Zheng Han looked up as Shangguan Yue drank the cup of Dragon Spring in one go. He hesitated inwardly. His small watery mouth still came up to the cup and gently took a sip. Well, hot. When the Dragon Spring entered his throat, it was clearly just such a small mouthful, and Zheng Han felt like he was going to burn up inside of him. An intoxicating blush hung on her white cheeks. Shangguan Yue's eyes gradually became mesmerized. The moonscape matched with a beautiful woman. For the first time she felt that life was beautiful, but just like this. She could tell that Ginger Han couldn't drink, yet she had some vision of the blonde Yukai drunkenly leaning into her arms. She lowered her eyes and said without haste, Can't Mr. Jiang drink? The wine in Zheng Han's hand still had a large cup. There's no need to force yourself. If you can't drink, it's fine to stop there. I'm already happy to have a gentleman to accompany me for a sip today. A few wisps of breeze drifted from the window, and the candle flames in the elegant room swayed, giving this warm-colored space a slightly strange meaning. Perhaps using ambiguous to describe it would be just right. The breeze brushed across the face, the golden tresses of hair fluttered slightly, and the somewhat giddy Zheng Han woke up a little. This wine probably isn't cheap. Wouldn't it be a bit too much of a spoilsport if I didn't drink it? He gripped the glass tightly in his hand, closed his eyes, and brought them over his lips. Gulp! The good wine went down his throat, hot and moisturizing through his throat. But despite this, he couldn't help but move his glass away, which still had that small glass of wine in it. Seeing this, Shangguan Yue smiled faintly and took the cup in Zheng Han's hand, then drank it all in one go. Zheng Han opened his mouth, his voice breathless. Miss Yu, that's my cup. Shangguan Yue couldn't help but laugh. Sir Jiang, this is your first time drinking, right? Zheng Han gently nodded her head. Her body softened, and she just went limp in Shangguan Yue's arms. Although Longquan is a superb brew, the fragrance and softness in the bosom is even more intoxicating. Shangguan Yue felt drunk for the first time. Drunk because of Zheng Han. With the wine and food, Zheng Han feels humiliated. I can't believe he went down with one cup. I wish I could find a hole in the ground. Where is Mr. Jiang from? Why are you here in this crane tower? Ginger Han was dumbfounded and couldn't say it. if he had to say it, it seemed like he could only say it was. It's just a matter of saying it. Saying it will only make people feel like they're pulling a joke. I can't remember. Shangguan Yue wisely didn't pursue the question, turned her eyes away and accompanied Zhang Han as she turned her head, enjoying the bright moon outside the window. The moon was born round, but when you looked closely, you could see some potholes. It is also true that there are not so many perfect things in the world. She didn't care anymore. She didn't care that Zhang Han was a flower girl in the crane house. The moon is over the mountains and the night sky is sporadically dotted with pictures. The evening breeze is so gloomy that pieces of flowers and broken leaves float with the wind. Zhang Han looked and opened his mouth. Miss Yu, shouldn't we go back? Shangguan Yue reached out a hand and grabbed the rope around the table, followed by a copper bell ringing softly, and soon, a shopkeeper knocked open this elegant room. Is there anything you want my daughter to do? Arrange for an upper room to come. We're going to rest. Good. The shopkeeper left in a hurry. Zhang Han raised his head in confusion. Miss Yu, aren't we going back? Are you still able to walk, Gongzi? But if Gongzi still wants to go back, I can hold Jiang Gongzi. Zhang Han was speechless. She really couldn't walk. It's too shameful to be carried back, isn't it? The food was eaten. The wine was drunk. Zhang Han looked at the hand rope in his hand. Jade was also bought. Then, I'll listen to Miss Yu. Zhang Han couldn't remember how he was lying on the bed, but when he realized it in a daze, he had already been washed and cleaned, and his body had been changed into a light and airy sleeping veil. How did it come to this? He turned around and found Shangguan Yue lying beside him, her two eyes looking straight ahead. Though embarrassed, he opened his mouth in a pleading tone. Miss Yu, can you not touch me first? Shangguan Yue was slightly stunned and did not speak. The room was silent. Candle flames rose and burning incense filled the room. This atmosphere was so silent that it made Zhang Han a little scared. He wasn't really unable to give up his body. Miss Yu was quite good to her. What he couldn't let go of was the small and insignificant path to immortality that he had yet to step into. He clenched his fists slightly. He knew and understood very well there's no such thing as a free dinner in this world, and the price has been secretly marked up for a long time. Suddenly, Zhang Han realized that Shangguan Yue had come over and tightly embraced him into her arms, one hand gently patting his back. Gongzi, you're tired. Go to sleep first. Zhang Han raised her head to meet Shangguan Yue's eyes. Her eyes were gentle like water. You, Miss Yu, woo-woo. Shangguan Yue felt the soft willow body in her arms trembling slightly, and a few sobs came faintly. It wasn't really that she didn't want to. She had meant that aspect of having this room prepared, a quarter of an hour ago. After she carried the drunken Zhang Han to his room, she personally bathed and dressed him. She also stopped by to probe Zhang Han's body during the bath, and the results delighted her. So you haven't been touched yet? I'm sorry, my lord, I will marry you. Her slender hand probed, and suddenly, an aura of light burst forth, and a ferocious aura of strength sprang out from the small of Zhang Han's back and pounced towards her. Luckily, she reacted in time. Her head was in pieces, and she dodged. The energy hit the vase on the table, and the vase immediately shattered into pieces. Why is there a ban on Mr. Kong? She pursed her lips in thought. No wonder Ginger Han was still a fledgling. Nerves. Who put such a ban on Mr. Jiang? She was so annoyed that she couldn't nibble on this piece of meat when it was so close to her mouth. Hiss! Cold air escaped from between her teeth. Shangguan Yue had to suppress the evil fire in her belly and force herself to calm down. The spirit power of this prohibition was plentiful, but it wasn't unwearable. As long as it stayed attached, Shangguan Yue had plenty of ways to slowly erase that prohibition. The sobbing gradually stopped, and Zhang Han unconsciously had already entered dreamland. Shangguan Yue looked over. The sleeping Zhang Han was peaceful and quiet. She gently rubbed towards that face, so soft and feels good. Ginger Han's body couldn't help but tremble as he pressed even further towards her. Shangguan Yue held him tighter. Zhang Han in his arms was sleeping deeply, his watery lips slightly opening and closing, like a delicious peach. She watched in fascination and finally kissed. Chapter 9, Miss Yu, I'm making tea. Bang! A loud bang couldn't help but make Shangguan Yue jump. She raised her head and bumped into her sister face to face. This sister's whole face was terribly gloomy after she slammed the door from the owner's room. Shangguan Yue blinked her big innocent eyes and said, Sister, did you fight with Amahar again? White teeth lightly biting her Jew lips. After a while, Shangguan Yue's taut complexion gradually eased. A row of flush teeth marks imprinted on her lips. No matter what, Shangguan Yue would not lose her temper on her own little sister. It's nothing serious. Little sister needn't worry. She took a deep breath. She did have a fight with the owner of the crane tower just now. The AMA in Shangguan Yue's mouth was naturally also Shangguan Yue's AMA. It was just that she had been unwilling to call it that. It's never by name. When she returned to the building this morning, the first thing she did was to push open Shangguan Lian's door and say outright that she wanted to take Zhang Han away. But Shangguan Lotus cannot give up the hands of this money tree. but also said Zhang Han and her this stayed in the spirit of the contract. If it is forced to take away, she cannot guarantee that she will not be slippery with the spirit of the contract directly to the death of Zhang Han press. That woman was still such a snob. How could Shangguan Yue not understand her? How did she end up with such an ama? Obviously when the building was not doing well she took pity on the old man and borrowed a sum of money. Shangguan Yue opened his mouth and out loud then asked, "Sister, are you leaving again?" Shangguan Yue propped her hands on the railing, looked down at the blonde-haired beauty who was sweeping the showroom on the first floor, and slowly opened her mouth. "During this period of time, I'll stay in the building for now." "Ha? Really?" Shangguan Yue's voice couldn't hide her surprise as she hugged on Shangguan Yue's thigh. "Great. Sister, you have to play with me more." Early in the morning, it's time for the geisha and women workers to clean the crane tower. A few gossipy female workers gathered together. Hand chores non-stop, but has been gossiping up. Heard about it? Seems like Missy had a fight with the owner because of that Zhang Han. More than hearing about it, at that time I was upstairs cleaning the lamps. Missy's voice was noisy to my side. If you ask me, no wonder that guy Zhang Han didn't need to pick up the customers. It turns out that secretly he has long been on Missy's side. Ha, this thing is so flamboyant on weekdays. That innocence on weekdays is really pretending. Yeah. Zhang Han, who was helping to pass the tools, was slightly stunned. He kind of hated why his hearing was born so good. If there was a pyramid of discrimination among geisha in this crane house, he was at the bottom of it. Being the new guy he was subjected to the one most favored by the owner. More money per month and fewer chores. The rooms are not the geisha's big bunks, but separate elegant rooms. For example, he doesn't do a lot of heavy chores so as not to damage his tender little hands. That would be very jealous of the other geisha. Not to mention, Shangguan Yue loved to cling to him on weekdays, and every time he got to eat the same standard meals as second misser. People are beautiful, and that's probably true. Shut up, Missy is coming over. All of a sudden, the originally chattering environment became yakking silent as Shangguan Yue walked straight over and picked up Zhang Han's soft and delicate body under the gaze of the crowd. With her ears burning, Zhang Han hurriedly whispered, "Miss Yue, what are you doing? You won't have to do these chores from now on." The female worker in the lead had a worried look on her face and opened her mouth. "But Missy, the owner of the building," she said. Shangguan Yue had a cold face. "If she chides you, just say it was my intention." With that, she led the way up the stairs without looking back. Soon the place was talking again. "It's broad daylight. What's the hurry? What do you know? Missy has been practicing outside for years and hasn't touched a man, so she must be thirsty. If I were Missy, Zhang Han wouldn't be able to get out of bed for the whole day. Damn, why doesn't this seduced sister me? Sister, I can let him rest and not work too." When he went upstairs, Zhang Han felt the flush of eyes, gazes like torches looking straight at him, coupled with the uncountable gossip. He felt his face burning outrageously even more. The watery lips opened slightly and just wanted to speak, but then he saw Shangguan Yue's gloomy side face. At a glance, he was in a bad mood. He retracted the words in his mouth. His small hands gripped Shangguan Yue's shirt tightly, closed his eyes, and shrunk headfirst into his arms. The eye is not seen as pure. Upon arriving at Shangguan Yue's boudoir, the bolt was fastened. Ginger Han was gently put down, and only then did he open his eyes. One case, one chair, one bed, one lamp, 2 stoves and 3 windows. Other than the extra screen, it was no different from his elegant room. "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't ask for the deed of sale of your son. It's fine. This is not something that Miss Yu should have worried about in the first place." Zhang Han revealed her usual moving smile, which made Shangguan Yue look even more uncomfortable in her heart. Yes, Mr. Kong has a nice smile, but she didn't want the ginger male to smile like that at anyone. Originally, she wanted to take Zhang Han away, though it was very sorry for her own little sister. After all, it seems that the little sister first looked at Zhang Han, but the little sister is still young, which knows so much. Can't take it away, I can't take it away. Goddamn Shangguan Lian in the first place, how could he spare the heavenly Daorun deed? I should have known I wouldn't have left this for her at the time. It was as if an arrow had been shot years ago and bent back on itself. It hurts. It hurts like hell. It hurts like hell. It hurts too much. The nice light scent of tea drifted over. She turned her eyes to look. It turned out to be Zhang Han who was knowingly boiling tea. The heat of the teacup was steaming out, and through the steam, it added a bit of hazy beauty to the blonde teenager in front of him. Shangguan Yue's heart warmed up, excitedly stretching out his hands, passing through the teenager's beautiful waist, wrapping the YouTuber in front of him from behind, burying his head deep in that smooth and tender fragrant shoulder, and deeply sniffing a few mouthfuls. An elegant scent that she couldn't get tired of smelling emanated from the teenager, and she really couldn't figure out why a man could give off such a smell. She didn't bother trying to figure it out now, because all she could think about was to river crab filler word. The hands that suddenly reached out overwhelmed Zhang Han. a little afraid that she would then give an inch. River crab filler word. He gently lifted the teapot and pouted back. Miss you, I'm boiling tea. The sudden kiss caused Zhang Han to be slightly stunned, and his cold hair stood on end as he hastily broke away. For some reason, every time Shangguan Yue did this, he always felt his heart beating fast. He didn't hate it, but every time Shangguan Yue came over with a strong kiss, he also felt like his heart was like a deer in headlights. I'm afraid he's going to give it to her before she asks for it. Chapter 10, the Holy Maiden of the Acacia sect also has a hidden agenda. Being scolded by Zhang Han, Shangguan Yue was also slightly stunned. By all accounts, she had long since become sword-centered. However, she couldn't help herself several times and reached out towards Zhang Han. Have some tea, it might make you feel better. Zhang Han's small mouth blew gently towards the teacup, then cupped her hands over it. Shangguan Yue's brows, which were still somewhat furrowed, slowly stretched. Honestly, she'd love to fetch. Even if Zhang Han didn't give it, she still wanted to take it. Sword cultivators always focus on following their heart. He can devote his mind to the sword without distractions, but that damned prohibition and do not know which psychopath made. I think the person who put down the prohibition of the realm is not low. She will not be able to do anything else for a while, except for sticking to Zhang Han, slowly refining it. Zhang Han was slightly surprised to see that Shangguan Yue did not give an inch. On second thought it seemed that he had taken people too badly, and he felt a few pangs of guilt, feeling that the atmosphere was suddenly a bit awkward. Zhang Han raised his head and spoke out. Miss Yu, I will be going on tour with the float at noon. I have to go back and get ready first. Well, there you go. Zhang Han was slightly stunned. He thought Shangguan Yue would have to ask to come along. There was some bitterness inside, so I thought I was still too self-centered. Within the streets of Shanghai City, a woman respectfully followed behind a woman in an elegant black dress, and then opened her mouth to ask, Lord Holy Maiden, Protector Yi has already been rescued, and according to the Patriarch's intention, it's time to go back tonight. Do you think you should pack your luggage first? The person in front of her was named Ji Min, the first Holy Maiden of the Harmony. She had a very high status within the clan, and the woman didn't dare to neglect her easily. Yi Min said without looking back, Protector Wood is a Jindan cultivator no matter what. Is it fishy? What do you mean, Holy Maiden-sama? Yi Min rewarded that sister with a ringing finger. Stupid, you got it? Do you also think that an unarmed greenhouse herdsman can knock Protector Yi to the ground in one go? She spread out a canvas of a soft man with blonde hair and golden pupils. Yi Min took the canvas and looked at it horizontally and vertically. No matter how he looked at it, this guy didn't look like the one that the wood protector had said in his mouth. But Holy Maiden-sama, the day of our clan's grand ceremony is coming up. If you don't go back, what's the hurry? I have my own measure. Yi Min looked impatient and then gave an expulsion order. Go go go. I don't need you on my side. You take Protector Wood back first. Yes. The woman let out a long sigh and walked away from the woman in the black dress. The clan is full of these brainless ones. When will our Acacia sect be able to ascend that Lingyun sword peak? She was a little angry, feeling like there was no one around who was useful. Never mind. It's a rare trip down the mountain. Don't let these little things spoil your mood. Her attention returned to this Shanghai City, picking a tea house to sit in. After casually ordering 2 or 3 plates, she sat down at the table and began to take a look at the shopkeeper who was serving tea and water. The SS. They say that Songyu's men are born handsome, but what's the point of just being handsome? Not a single qualified stove. She was a bit worried. As the first saint daughter of the Acacia sect, she didn't have any pots under her command. Damn it! What's wrong with having a heavenly devil's body? Because of this strange physique of hers, the feats she performed were extremely powerful, but the side effects were also obvious, and her desire was extremely high. The most hateful thing is that this heavenly demon's sacred body, which doesn't come out for 10,000 years, can't touch a man, because the average man's physique was poor. If they were to be tainted with those dregs, the holy body would become impure, and their power would be greatly reduced. His grandfather. Most of the powerful techniques in the Acacia sect still require a cauldron, but if we don't have that kind of powerful man to be the cauldron. Grandpas, is it really possible that we have to make do with a ginseng spirit wood like the last Holy Maiden? That won't work. That thing gets worse the more you use it. As important as the grand ceremony was, the hearth was even more important. Although she was very skeptical if the blonde man had really knocked out the wood protector, she still held a slight chance, just in case that guy is really that strong that he can knock out the wood guardian in one go. That is, this little greenhouse herdsman. In fact, the body is a powerful leakage-free Taoist body. The body contains power. Gently move a hand, so that the wooden protector did not even see the moves, directly fainted on the ground. Ah yes, right the hell. Who's that great of a greenhouse hustler? If you're really that good, how can you be in a greenhouse? Thinking of this, Yi Min disheveled, collapsing on the table like a deflated person, tilting her head and playing with the teacup on the table. Why don't we just go see if there are any spirit beads that can shiver later? As he was thinking this, there was a sudden bustle outside. The percussive drums are mixed and the flutes are blown. Yi Min couldn't help but turn his head to look. And then came another ethereal zither string that sounded like it was resounding in an empty valley. The strings were as gentle as flowing water, and she frowned slightly as she stood up. The guy who played the zither just now played a wrong tone. Although other people couldn't hear it, it couldn't escape her ears. Heck, after all, when she and her sisters had been down the hill for a hookah stroll earlier, all the other sisters were playing with men, and she was the only one alone out there listening to the tunes. Yemin was upset, very upset, had to stand in front of the guy and give him some good pointers. The piano isn't played that way. She passed through the crowd in 3 or 2 steps and stood on top of the pavilion tiles with her feet in the breeze. The demonic eyes looked toward the source of the sound, which turned out to be a float that was on tour. It's no wonder that the floats are bumpy, and it's not unusual for them to occasionally chatter a little bit as a result. But so what? It didn't affect the fact that she, Yi Min Yi Holy Maiden, was about to condescend to that zither player. Eyes emanating a blood-colored shimmer, they cut through the layers of silhouettes, finally locking onto the man playing the zither in the back. She looked straight at the pair of white fingers that kept plucking the strings of the zither. Although the hands were white and tender, the thin calluses on the fingertips confirmed that his master had polished the zither for many years. Her gaze traveled upward, and what caught her eye was the waterfall-like blonde hair and golden eyes of the blossoming boy with his lips coated in vermilion and his face smeared with frost, and his golden eyes drooping at the strings of the zither in his hands under his beautifully chiseled eyebrows. Suddenly, the float trembled. Trembling, the beauty's hair jumped. A loose white shoulder strap was trembling and scattered down, revealing the pink smooth shoulder. The beauty quickly tugged the straps back on and immediately focused on playing again. The party was a little panicked, but Yi Min could not give rise to any blame. With a flick of her fingertips, a wave of energy hit the stone tiles in front of the float. Soon, the float trembled violently, and through the wide sleeves of the trembling air, those blood-colored demonic pupils glimpsed the snowy skin within those sleeves. What a flowery beauty! Those dogs within the Acacia sect go to great lengths to please their masters all day long to apply heavy makeup, but the image they produce is not as good as this beauty's imitation. Hey, why does this look familiar? Yi Min pulled out the scroll and glanced at it, then glanced at the beautiful boy on the float. His grandpa's? That's not a very good drawing. This time, when we go back, we must punish that wooden protector with 100 spirit lashes. Chapter 11, Hand over the keys. The sun was shining brightly. A few strands of warm sunlight shot in from the window slits, and a few inches of light hit Shangguan Yue's face. She loosened her pursed lips and sighed softly, rubbing a key in her hand. She originally wanted to sneak into Shangguan Lian's room when the building was less crowded and quietly take out Jiang Han's deed of sale, but after searching for half a day, he couldn't find anything but a key to Jiang Han's room. She didn't even think about it. She just took it. The big deal is that the old woman found out and had a fight with her. She turned her head and saw that no one was around. The key was inserted into the lock hole in front of her, and gently turned. Accompanied by the click of the crisp mechanism, the wooden door was gently pushed open by Shangguan Yue. "Brother Jiang, you're back." Suddenly, a dainty voice came from behind, and a pair of small hands came from behind to hug tightly. Feeling the wrong touch, the small hands slowly loosened. "Sister?" Shangguan Yue was confused and asked. "Little sister? Why are you here?" I want Brother Jiang to be the first to, after he returns, hug him." "How did you get in here?" Shangguan Yue's face was full of blush, her two small hands wriggling restlessly as she hung her head and slowly opened her mouth. "I secretly matched the key to Brother Jiang's room." She took out an iron key, and Shangguan Yue looked at the key, which was identical to the one she had on her. Shangguan Yue was slightly stunned and dumbfounded. Then her brows furrowed as she admonished under her breath. "Little sister, do you think it's right for you to do this?" Shangguan Yue was so admonished that he didn't even dare to utter a breath, and weakly replied, I was wrong." "What's wrong?" "I was wrong. But I just like Brother Jiang." Shangguan Yue's eyebrows rose slightly, letting her own little sister follow this woman. Shangguan Lian really couldn't learn well. At a young age, he has already sneaked into a young man's room to do something bad. Shangguan Yue extended her hand. "Hand over the key." "I don't." Shangguan Yue tightly covered the key in her hand. "Little sister, do you know that sneaking into a man's room without authorization is, to put it mildly, a matter of getting arrested and eating a board?" Shangguan Yue murmured in a low voice. I know, but Brother Jiang is very gentle and won't sue me." Shangguan Yue's brows knit tighter. "So you rely on this to bully others?" Shangguan Yue's reprimanding voice grew louder and louder. Shangguan Yue was startled and hurriedly said, "I haven't bullied. Not yet." Shangguan Yue stretched out her hand, palm up, and hooked her index finger. "Hand it over, or I'll have to tell Ama." Don't. "Sister, you weren't like this before. You obviously favored me the most." Shangguan Yue looked aggrieved. Her eyes reddened and a crystal tear drop hung in the corner of her eye. She hesitated for a while and finally placed the key in Shangguan Yu's hand. "Don't tell auntie, or she'll spank me again." Shangguan Yu nodded, then said, "Little sister, in the future, if you still have this kind of mind of stealing chickens and dogs and forcing young men, you should hasten to dispel it. Sister, I don't want to personally go to the jail to fish you out." "Yes." Shangguan Yu knocked Shangguan Yu's head fiercely and said, "Go out. You don't even go to the academy for the sake of this whole thing. Be quick on your feet and hurry." "Well." Shangguan Yu covered her head and ran out quickly. Shangguan Yu ran away without looking back. And this quaint elegant room was suddenly left with only Shangguan Yu. Inside the room, the facilities were luxurious, with gold silk veil, flowing cherry-scented candles, and a sandalwood tub behind a screen wrapped in a huge red transparent cloth. The side of the barrel is full of expensive balm. Next to it was a wooden tray that looked like it was used to hold flower petals. It seemed that Shangguan Lian was indeed attracted to Jiang Han, but she was a little uncomfortable. It was set up exactly as the flower girl in the building would be treated. Generally speaking, geishas' rooms are actually as old as the women's laborers, so how could they be so luxurious? She gritted her teeth slightly. That old woman Shangguan Lian was running to get him to take over from the very beginning. When any customer was willing to pay for it one day, Shangguan Lian's character might directly sell Jiang Han as an item. TSK. If others don't understand Shangguan Lian, doesn't she, Shangguan Yu, understand her? She has always regarded men as tools, and that's precisely why my father. It's just that. In any case, Shangguan Yu will not forgive that woman. She shifted her gaze to a side table. On the table were a number of rouge and powder creams prepared by the building. These rouge and powder have not been used much. I think Mr. John usually cannot use these. She skipped the desk and walked slowly to the sandalwood closet, where she pursed her lips tightly and held her hand on the handle, hesitating. Ahem. This is all that Mr. Jiang has on a regular basis, so I guess he doesn't have much of a change of clothes on him. It's autumn first. The autumn wind is constantly blowing, and the days are getting cooler. What if Mr. Kong runs out of clothes and catches a cold? Thinking this way, Shangguan Yu pulled open the cabinet door. The door was pulled open, and what came into view were a few dresses, which were made of a pitifully small amount of fabric. This. It's totally blasphemous, isn't it? It's all a bunch of shameful things. No wonder she's never seen Mr. Kong pick these things to wear. The bodice on him had already revealed the snowy whiteness of his body in a big way, and if he were to change into one of these, Shangguan Yu was instantly a little bloodthirsty, but also a little uncomfortable. Shangguan Lian, I'm sure she doesn't see the prince as a geisha. She couldn't see people looking at Duke Khan wearing these with that dirty look. With that in mind, she removed the exposed ones. Ghostly, she buried her head in the clothing and sniffed gently, scented like a gardenia, just like the flavor of your son. I think he scrubbed it himself. Poor Gongzi, to have only these changes of clothes. Ahem. Your Excellency doesn't have to wear these from now on. Shangguan Yu took out the clothes and hung her head to discover that there were several books folded at the bottom of the closet. She bent down and took a cursory glance at the so-called secret books of martial arts with simple illustrations. She took out a book and skimmed through it for a few moments, and there were even some notes on it, with beautiful handwriting, so it must be Duke Zhang's words. Presumably the little sister gave it to Mr. Kong, who then made up stories for the little sister based on these. After all, how could Lord Jiang believe in such things? Suddenly a voice came from behind. Miss Yu? When Shangguan Yu heard this familiar voice, she suddenly felt her cheeks burning slightly, and turned her head in a raw manner, realizing that Jiang Han had indeed stood in the doorway. You're back, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Han looked and found that the closet those few pieces of clothing that he didn't even dare to touch were hanging on Shangguan Yu's shoulders. His heart was so ashamed that he lowered his head in embarrassment, and suddenly his face was full of blush, and his ears were burning. I'm back. Chapter 12 Customer. I don't know how to dance. Has been River Crab. Review please let it go. Miss Yu, why are you here? It's so humiliating. Don't look at my black history. Ginger Han was so ashamed that she wanted to burrow into the ground. He didn't know any better when he first came here and bought these strange secret books from the floor vendors. These so-called secret books were introduced in a serious manner in the front, but as a result, when it came to the back, they simply took the room art directly to make up the numbers. Just like this one in Shangguan Yu's hand. If one were to flip back further, he rushed up in a hurry, snatched the book from Shangguan Yu's hand with one hand and shoved it back into the distance, red-faced and petulant. These unimpressive books, Miss Yu should not read them. His small hands tugged fast. Suddenly a single thin white silk garment fell to the ground. Jiang Han looked at the silk garment. His small face became more and more red. He hadn't dared to touch a single piece of clothing like this one after washing it. Suddenly, a slender index finger pointed at his chin, lifting his head gently, and the two of them looked at each other in all directions. Miss Yu, ahem. I caught my little sister sneaking into your room. When I came in, I saw this closet in disarray. I didn't want to tire you out, so I tidied it up for you first, and then returned it to you after I had washed all the clothes. Yes, that way. Exactly. Shangguan Yu's face did not change. She just had a calm face. Whoosh. Another piece of cool clothing fell to the floor. The little face underneath that blonde hair was still as red as ever, and suddenly he realized that his feet had left the ground, and as soon as his body was lightened, he was held in Shangguan Yu's arms. As the breeze blew, the strokes of broken hair in front of Shangguan Yu's forehead fluttered with the wind, and the pair of eyes behind her hair gazed over earnestly with a sincere face. What? Your Excellency still has questions? Nope. Nothing. But Miss Yu, what's wrong? Jiang Han turned her head, her crystalline lips slightly opening and closing. I'm not saying I dislike Miss Yu, but the next time you hug me, can you position your hands more peacefully? Shangguan Yu returned to her senses and loosened her hand. Shangguan Yu used force in her hands, gently tossing the delicate soft thing in her arms and recatching and hugging it once more. She opened her mouth and said, I will pay attention. With that throw, scared Jiang Han's heart trembled, so anxious that he rushed his hands to hastily wrap his arms around Shangguan Yu's neck. The loose dress on his body was trembling down a shoulder strap. Shangguan Yu looked downwards. Her smooth white skin was taken in by her eyes, and Kagome in her arms looked at her with a flushed face. The two of them were extremely close to each other. The warm nostrils exhaled by the teenager repeatedly hitting Shangguan Yu's chin, and Shangguan Yu looked at the crystal moist lips that were coated with cream, and inwardly scratched like a cat. She kissed obediently, and suddenly the teenager's long, slender fingers pressed against her lips. Don't push so hard this time. I have to play a song in the building later and I don't have much time to touch up my makeup. Before the words were out of his mouth, the kiss had already fallen. In addition to being covered in fragrant sweat, she could faintly smell a lingering scent of roses. It seems that this morning the male was soaking in a rosebud bath. Her slender hand unconsciously wrapped tighter around her, and the body of the young man in her arms stiffened slightly, then complied with her. Still, Ginger Han pushed her head away as he could barely catch his breath. Shangguan Yu hung her head and looked away, that moist little mouth open and exhaling outwards. The shallow taste of the party did not actually relieve her inner desires much. It's obviously a white, tender piece of spiced meat. Jiang Han struggled to get out, and hurriedly opened his mouth. Miss Yu, I'm covered in sweat. Let me change my clothes first and go down to play the song. Okay? Shangguan Yu pursed her lips. Honestly, she didn't want to let Jiang Han offer his art in front of another woman anymore. She wasn't that generous to show this winks of Jiang Han to another woman. What are you dragging your feet for, Ginger boy? The voice of the building owner came from outside the door, frightening Jiang Han into rushing to answer. I'll be right there. Jiang Han hurriedly pushed Shangguan Yu out of the door and opened the closet. Wait a little longer. Sir, the ginger beauty you want has just returned from a parade, so naturally she needs to spend some time dressing up. Shangguan Lian surrounded a woman and gently fanned her. This black-skirted woman was so generous. How could Shangguan Lian not recognize that the noble and exquisite Chinese dress was made of the finest heavenly cold silk? This woman threw out 300 immortal silver as soon as she entered the door, naming Jiang Han to dance a song. It was the first time in many years that she had seen such a generous guest. The hand on her hand that was fanning the fan exerted more force, and the black-skirted woman frowned and waved her hand. Don't fan it. It's the time when the autumn wind is soughing, and if you fan it again, it'll feel cooler. Yes, guest, you drink tea first. Shangguan Lian served the tea and then fawned. Guest, listening to your accent, you are not from Art Songhai, right? I don't know what your name is. Sir, spare me your last name. Yi, don't ask. I'm not that much in the mood to chat with you. Yes, then, Miss Yi, I'll have someone rush it? Get on with it. Yi Min waved her hand. She didn't come here to chat with this pimp. On the street, she inquired about the blonde man, saying he was the new head geisha here these days, specializing in playing music. Sure enough, this look and this temperament, as well as that imperceptible internal spirit root. This man named Jiang Han is really not simple. Could it be that he really knocked out Protector Wood? Originally, she wanted to attack the float directly on the street and snatch that Jiang Han away. However, those Tsong Yu's military women were like they couldn't walk, surrounding the float all the way around, and she couldn't find a chance to get her hands on it. Also, why not just come to this building? Sure enough, those military women couldn't get in. How many times do they have enough money to come here? Suddenly, the showroom was noisy, and Yimin raised her head to see the delicate blonde young being guided downstairs by the owner of that building. Walking straight to her, the young man timidly bowed and said daintily, Young Shang Jiang Han, I have seen Lord Guest, TSK. Yimin secretly marveled, smacking his lips. A good peach face, water lips, golden strands, snowy muscles, fine willow, pretty girl. She patted the seat beside her. Sit over here. However, Jiang Han opened his mouth. Sir Guest, I am a geisha. I am not allowed to touch Lord Hakan. Yi Min was slightly stunned and said, how come there's still this rule? Shangguan Lian hurriedly came closer. Alas, recently the top has been grasping tightly. That can't be helped. Rules are rules, and within the building, geisha really don't take guests. You can't pick up passengers in the building, can you? Yi Min savored these words, and also, there is no hurry this moment. Then let's go ahead and trouble Beauty Jiang to dance a song. Sir, I come from a poor family. No one to teach me. I don't know how to dance. Those demonic charming pupils couldn't help but stare. Why can't you dance? Chapter 13. Should students be punished for doing something wrong? Shangguan Lian was exasperated. Han boy, why can't you dance? For the sake of that 300 centavos of silver, you have to know how to do it. People come specifically to see this. Oh no, I can't dance even if you force me to. That's just it. Don't make it difficult for Beauty Jiang. Yi Min atmospherically waved his hand around, and then you really saw the color of gratitude in Zhang Han's eyes. Let Beauty Jiang pick the most skillful one to come. Yi Min had long known that Zhang Han was not a dancer, and now, with just a little trickery, she was able to make this little goblin drop some of her guard. I've followed so many sisters around, and although I haven't done it myself, I've never seen a pig run before, have I? She had naturally heard of tricks like this one to hook fresh meat in a few words, and now she finally had a chance to use it. So it seems that this holy maiden, even in the fishing this aspect of the talent, is also considered to be talented. Jia. Guest, then allow me to go up to the stage and make a fool of myself. Zhang Han walked onto the stage, and this time he didn't play the guitar he brought with him when he traveled across the world, but instead stroked the 7-string zither. He was a quick learner, with an excellent sense of tone, and he took to the 7-string zither early on. The song plays and the dance starts. The sound was like flowing water in an empty valley, but Yi Min did not come over to listen to the song. She raised her head, a pair of demonic pupils looking straight at the small hand that plucked the strings, looking all the way up, the back of the hand, the small arm, the jade shoulder. Yi Min suddenly shivered, and for some reason, a chill rose from the bottom of her heart. She turned her head in panic to the upper level, which was empty between the pine railings, though only the wind was blowing through the windows, and a few of the flowers in the porcelain vase were being whipped askew by the wind. But it's only September. Why does it seem like the wind is blowing from the north? Is it hard to believe that a north wind is blowing in September within the month of Tsunzhou? At some point several tunes had been played, and Yi Min's mind was not on the tunes. It was because she had been urging the aura in her body to protect her from the cold. Sir guest, are you happy to hear it today? A delicate voice came from Yi Min, and Yi Min raised her head to find that Zhang Han had already arrived in front of her and bowed deeply to her. Sounds good. It is. Hearing the tone in front of this customer is not right. Zhang Han hastily opened his mouth. Customer does not have to worry about me. If it is where the wrong play, please speak frankly. The young student will be changed. Must let the customer satisfaction. Yi Min smiled and said, no wonder Beauty Jiang's playing is so moving. I'm sure she hasn't been asking for advice in her spare time. Zhang Han nodded lightly. Yes, there's no rush. Come, have a cup of tea first to moisturize your throat. Yi Min personally took the teapot and poured a cup and handed it over. Zhang Han rushed back after. Indeed all hot. The party water cannot even drink before being led down. Indeed some dry mouth. He gratefully took the cup a drink. Well, humph, these Sanyu people really don't have some sense of caution. Drinking tea that has been passed through someone else's hands like this? It's a shame that she had just thought of a lot of things to say. In their acacia sect, in this aspect of the drug, there is a special move, folding plum hand. As the name suggests, the technique is fast, even if it is only a few moments, but also can take advantage of people not ready to fold down the plum. Just now, in the instant she handed it over, that cup of tea had been under the Great Desire Harmony pill that their Harmony sect used exclusively in their stoves. One goes down, and when the seizure occurs, even a cow has to go to the top somewhere. Yi Min was satisfied to see Zhang Han gulp down the tea, then opened his mouth. Just now, Beauty Jiang did have a few sound tremors, but I don't want to point out such insider secrets in front of everyone. This building owner might as well prepare a room for us? Guest, it's not that we doubt you, it's mainly because of this national rule. Suddenly a heavy bag stuffed in the bag quietly stuffed in the Shangguan Lotus sleeve. Shangguan Lotus, slightly stunned, to her old experience, immediately weighed out that at least there are immortal silver 3,000. Sir, look at my memory. Jiang kid, you put on the body ring and guide the guest up to the room at the corner of the 3rd floor. Ha! Zhang Han's small mouth slightly opened, looking incredulous. Go. Don't you see this guest kindly trying to instruct you? Ah, good. Zhang Han still guided that guest into that room. It was a visiting room. Usually Shangguan Lian would invite some of the Qin masters from the upper city to come and instruct the geisha in the art of Qin. But since Zhang Han's arrival, the visiting room hadn't been opened for a long time. because Jiang Han is good enough at the piano to guide those boys. Only now, he had gone from teacher to student, and dutifully sat where the students sat. He bowed in a formal manner and spoke. I would also like to ask for your guidance. Hey, there's no need to be formal. Beauty Jiang, I informed your building master of my family name earlier, so I'm sure she didn't have time to inform you. My surname is Yi, Jiang Han politely uttered. Oh, good day Master Yi. Yi Min's eyes glanced at the ring of bodyguarding on Jiang Han's right hand. Ha, in her eyes, that guard ring was as good as nothing. The guardian ring is still primarily activated by the wearer's initiative to give a warning sound, but after taking her great desire harmony pill, how could there be enough strength left to push it? Now, it's time to take that pill and hook it up. Come, that song of the party, the second string of the fourth playing should be like this. After saying that, she demonstrated a hand and then asked Jiang Han to go over and try it out. Jiang Han listened, feeling that it was not much different from what he had played, but sat down at the piano and strummed anyway. As he played, a hand pressed toward his palm, palm against palm back, startling Jiang Han with a jolt. No, it should be. Is that so? No, it should be. Is that the bullet? Ah, you're very on the ball, but you almost comprehended it. Here, this way bullet. How the hell do you play it? Isn't that the same sound? Ginger Han could only let the hand touch her small hand. This feeling, so strange. It's hot. How come? His consciousness was a little fuzzy, but again, he had to keep up with the teachings of the guest officer behind him. Nah, the fourth cadenza of the third song should be. Well, good. Jiang Han was a little dizzy. For some reason, he felt his body getting hotter and hotter, his strength rapidly draining away with this rolling heat. The hand that had been plucking the strings also finally went limp, and at some point, he found two soft masses pressed up behind him. He turned his head to look back, only to realize how close the guest officer was to him. Yi, Master Yi, Anum, for the sound of a bird, an empty stomach etc. Ginger Han gulped as he gradually developed some embarrassing reactions to being touched so constantly. What? You can't keep up after just a little while? Ha, I'm trying to teach you, and you're just slacking off? You're just trying to play me off? Jiang Han wanted to shake his head, but realized that he didn't have the strength to do so, and he did his best to raise his head to meet the reprimanding gaze of the guest officer. He weakly said, Master Yi, I don't mean that. Yi Min frowned in front of him. Since you call me master, then I treat you as a student. You say, if a student does wrong, should the master punish the student? You say, should I be punished? Jiang Han lowered her head and pursed her lips gently. The punishment. Chapter 14, I'm willing to do anything. Yi Min lowered her head, her demonic pupils faintly emitting a light pink aura. Her lips slowly came over, slightly opening and closing at Jiang Han's ear. Then what do you say? What should I punish you for? The warm breath exhaled along with the words hit the root of his ear, and Jiang Han felt that his belly felt like it was on fire. I don't know. He didn't realize that the four short words came out so sheepishly. No? Is this the attitude of a ginger beauty asking for advice? Jiang Han's eyes were mesmerized. The fragrant breath exhaled from his hydrated lips formed a white mist visible to the naked eye, and he was so distracted that his eyes couldn't help but sweep downward. Ginger beauty? Where are you looking? I didn't want to see it. The brilliant gold pupils were no longer clear and gradually became disoriented, and in order to wake up a bit, Kang Han pinched towards himself. Beneath the dress, the snow-white leg was snapped hard with a red mark. Gradually, Jiang Han gasped out more and more sharply. Oh, you bad student, do you like looking at your Master Yi that much? Yi Min's tone suddenly changed. From the teacher's palm training, Jiang Han was in pain. River crab supplementary words. Despite biting her lips tightly, Jiang Han could not help but let out a soft muffled grunt. He raised his head, his golden pupils as if they contained autumn dew, and kept his voice as calm as possible after the pain in his body had mostly subsided. Guest, you're hurting me. If I didn't punish you like that, you'd be thinking east again. Come, I'll go on teaching you. Jiang Han almost endured to the limit, his vision blurring. Guest, I'm a little uncomfortable today, so I'll ask you to teach me again in the coming day. Good. I never thought that the original Jiang Beauty would have such an attitude when asking for advice. What? You don't even want to listen, so you're kicking me out? In vain. I kindly borrowed this room from the owner of your building to teach you, and this is how you perfume me? I didn't. Ginger Han really wanted to say that out loud. Still, he forced himself to move his gaze to the piano. Yi Min took a look and was slightly stunned. Sheesh, this guy can really take it. But she couldn't take the initiative, or she'd have to trigger that bodyguard ring. Humph, I don't believe that you, a greenhouse hustler without the slightest cultivation, can carry our clan's great lust harmony pill? Come on, let's keep playing. Ginger Han struggled to bounce, and the back of his hand was met with the slippery touch of that delicate hand. This guest's hand is so warm. How did you play it wrong again? I'm sorry. You bad student. Turn your head around. Look me in the eye. Jiang Han turned his head away, but in front of him was the upright and proudly gorgeous figure of the guest officer. This guest's aura was so terrifying that it was suffocating. I told you to look me in the eye. You bad student. Do you like to think about all that stuff so much? I didn't. Ginger Han was a bit vain and tensed her body. No? Then why are you afraid to look me in the eye? Jiang Han strained to raise his head, straight into the pair of pupils that were glowing with a light pink aura. Beautiful. So beautiful. You. Suddenly, he felt a raw pain in his wrist, and the guest officer in front of him spluttered angrily at him. Is that how you are as a student? It was then that Jiang Han realized that his wrist was now being tightly grasped by the woman in front of him. The guard ring was removed in one smooth motion, and his body lost its strength, collapsing heavily to the ground. I teach you with good intentions, but you do these unseemly things over and over again. I am practicing the Xianin Sutra, and if I am provoked by a man, I can't stop my in fire. Is it possible that Beauty Jiang has already seen through my cultivation method and is deliberately pandering to me twice and thrice, wanting to break my heart? Guest, I don't want this. Ginger Han was getting aggravated. River crab filler, river crab filler, river crab filler. River crab filler, 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 river crab filler. I can't, but the fire has started because of you. Ginger Beauty, what do you think should be done? It's all my fault. Yi Min gritted her teeth, not giving Jiang Han time to think, straightly grabbed that small hand, and said sternly, just admit your mistake? Or is it that you've long been looking at me with displeasure, and are deliberately trying to make me suffer from fire? Little Shang did not. Jiang Han blushed and anxiously voiced out, Little Shang is willing to do anything, as long as he can help Master Yi. Good. In that case, I won't blame you too much. So help me. Is that what it means? Guessed Coco. Jiang Han anxious tears. He has not yet built the foundation. In order to guard his immortal path, he guard himself to guard so long, but today it's because of him again. How did you end up like this? Yi Min's eyes were ice cold like fronts as she snorted coldly. Humph, didn't you say that you're willing to do anything? What? Going to back out? I do. Then why don't you quickly fade away? He clenched his teeth, his small hands already on his shoulder straps. He doesn't care anymore. He can't care anymore. He doesn't want to care. Let it be as it should be. Kanghan thinks he's tired. Ever since he came to this world where women were superior to men, he felt that the world seemed to be targeting him all the time. Can't eat hot food. Can't get enough sleep. All ears are full of foul language. All eyes are full of the world's malice. He didn't want to start. Really doesn't want to start. But he's too weak. No rights at all. Not even the right to get stronger. Was I born wrong? He murmured in a low voice, his eyes already brimming with hot tears. His consciousness gradually became blurred and he could see and hear nothing. Vaguely, he heard a cry. My lord. Boom. After a popping sound, Yi Min covered her belly and raised her head with an unbelievable face. Shangguan Yue, are you going to spoil my good deed again? The longsword shone brightly in Shangguan Yue's hand, and a faint aura was wrapped around the sword. Shangguan Yue said in a cold voice, last time, I missed and didn't behead you on Taihua South Mountain, so I really did leave a scourge behind. Yi Min was furious with anger. How is it that every time she comes close, this woman has to come out and intervene? The last time she wanted to take the Yao Qi immortal fruit was robbed by her first, and this time she was the one who killed this man halfway through his body. How could that little thing be so resistant to temptation? She had launched that charm technique with all her might, and had long since lost much of her aura to wrestle with. Chapter 15. Would you rather bite someone else's hook than let me help you? Suddenly, Yi Min remembered the complicated look Shangguan Yue gave to that Jiang Han just now. Suddenly, Yi Min came to a realization. What's the body of no leakage? It's the world's first stovepipe holy body. Grandpa, how come she gets everything good? Yi Min laughed back in anger and mocked. Well, Shangguan Yue, you usually pride yourself on wielding the sword of justice, but you're also doing this kind of work with a furnace? A bunch of nonsense. Demonis, I'm giving you the chance to leave now. Don't force me to back out. Humph, you think I can't see that you're just afraid of hurting your little lover? What? You're afraid that he won't be able to stop you from squeezing him in the future? I can't imagine that our superficially dignified fairy Lingyun is such a behind her back. Clank. Suddenly, the harsh sword chi flew. Yi Min dodged sideways, and then, sharp marks were left on the beams behind him. Seeing this, Yi Min looked even more pleased with himself and lightly hummed. What? You don't make your Lingyun 18 swords anymore? Can't use it against your scum. It's true that Jiang Han is your stove for Shangguan Yue. Yi Min once again swept towards the delicate yukai that was trembling ever so lightly on the ground with a reluctant heart. But so what? Yi Min said with an evil smile, looking coldly at Shangguan Yue. Fairy Ling Yun, from now on, I advise you to guard him more. Shangguan Yue's heart was impatient, but it was true that as Yi Min had said, her sword skill was wide open and not as free as her master Yu Mingyan's, so if she were to perform it in such a small room, I'm afraid that it would indeed injure Duke Jiang. Shangguan Yue frowned and said, what foul language are you trying to say again? Ha ha ha. Yi Min laughed strangely. Your little lover has been hit by my great lust harmony pill. If not for my harmony sex special furnace refining method, from now on he will only be burnt with lust, and he will, river crab filler word, if he is slightly provoked. Yi Min turned around and left, only using his voice transmission to send the last sentence. I'm curious, Fairy Ling Yun, will you be able to control your little lover in the future? Her delicate hands clenched into fists. Shangguan Yue actually felt that her Dao heart was actually a little turbulent. She hurriedly turned around and turned back, but Jiang Han didn't show that expected look. Instead, she pursed her lips tightly and remained silent. Gongzi. Before the words fell, the man on the ground suddenly became violent and gave a heavy push. Shangguan Yue was not mentally prepared and slipped behind her feet. Miss Yu, Shangguan Yue looked at her, those eyes full of desire but constantly shedding hot tears. That painful look couldn't stop her heartache. In fact, at the very beginning Shangguan Yue had long recognized Yi Min, the demoness, in the building. As a woman herself, how could she not know what this holy maiden of the Acacia sect had in mind? Mr. Kang politely rejected her over and over again. She wants him to understand that this she truly loves him. She purposely wanted to wait until later to strike, just to let Jiang Han know that all the women out there were bad people. She hadn't planned for this. She also knows a little about the effects of the Great Lust Pill. When exactly did the demoness of the Acacia sect place the Great Lust Acacia Pill? Miss Yu, I want to. No, don't I don't want to. Woo woo. The blonde Yukai in her arms had a pained look on her face and had long since cried into tears. Shangguan Yue felt so guilty inside that she hurriedly sat up and carried Jiang Han into her arms. Ginger Han, river crab, mouth no. No, 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 no. With a wave of Shangguan Yue's hand, the door to the visitor's room was closed and bolted tightly. Jiang Han raised his head, fear in his heart, and hugged straight away. Although Shangguan Yue didn't resist, that is, Shangguan Yue lifted her head. She was also made to feel uneasy. Once again looking at this Yukai in her arms, she opened her mouth as if she had made up her mind. Gongzi, give it to me, I can make you feel better. As soon as the words were spoken, Shangguan Yue felt her ears burning hotly. Oh. Ginger Han cried, crying harder. My lord Yu. Shangguan Yue had some mixed feelings. After all, just now he had made a sound in front of that demoness, saying that he was willing to do anything for that demoness, although it was forced, but treating them so differently made Shangguan Yue feel so bad in her heart. Shangguan Yue sighed softly. Sir Jiang, would you rather bite the hook of that bad woman than let me help you? That's not what I meant. Shangguan Yue looked straight into those brilliant gold eyes and said bluntly, Gongzi, you don't like me? Jiang Han bit her lips tightly, closed her eyes tightly, and clenched her two small hands into fists. No, and why is that? Jiang Han finally trade out. I want to cultivate. Whoa, Shangguan Yue froze slightly after hearing this. What does this have to do with practicing? Jiang Han commiserated. I heard others say that if you let a woman take yourself before foundation building, you will never be able to cultivate again. Aggrieved, Jiang Han felt that she was really aggrieved. He wasn't the kind of guy who didn't know the world. Shangguan Yue's affection for him was so obvious. Could he not feel it? The goodness she had done to him. He wanted to save it for after he built his own foundation, and then make it up to her. But that would require building a foundation first. Where did you hear that rumor? Sister Rain, that asshole. Shangguan Yue's brows furrowed as she explained. That's because she was afraid that you'd be touched by someone in advance, and she intentionally tugged and hollered at you. Jiang Han was slightly stunned and bewildered. Then her body tightened and she was hugged tightly into her arms. We'll talk about all this later. I want to save Gongzi's life first, Shangguan Yue anxiously said. Let me consume some of the medicinal power for Gongzi first. Shangguan Yue reached out and probed, but then provoked the restraints within that Jiang Han's body. The stern aura shot again. Shangguan Yue dodged it, clenching her silver teeth, quite helpless. Seeing this, Jiang Han was confused. How could? Gongzi, can't you control the restraints in your body? I don't know about that thing. Shangguan Yue saw Jiang Han pursing her lips. It did seem like she knew nothing about that forbidden system. What kind of psychopath did that? What up? Miss Yu, I'm so sick. Am I going to die? No way. I'm here. Shangguan Yue's brows tightened, her slender finger pointing on his lips. A spiritual force from striking into Jiang Han's body. As such, the ban really did not respond. She probably understood why that prohibition was triggered. That ban is specifically designed to protect against women. Her complexion was a bit complicated, but looking at Zhang Han's pained look. Chapter 16, Interlude. The Towering Kang. Inside the finely carved Guanghan Palace, on top of the dragon chair, the Yu Heavenly Father sat on it. Yu is the God-blessed country. Yu's empress by the people's respect, bearing the power of incense. In the territory of Yu has long broken through the highest realm of immortalization, straight into the half-step of the divine union. Therefore, also to the heavenly dignity self-proclaimed. The divine conjunction greatness was as terrifying as it was, and with just a single movement of her heart, she would be able to make all those impure things about nothingness, and they would not be allowed to be released for all eternity. Shi Ruyan, was that Yu Tianzuan, whose reputation shook the four seas. Even a descending heavenly deity far to the west would have to respectfully call her Emperor Ruyan in front of her. As a generation of female emperors, not only the strength of the superb, in the great, on the body appearance is superior. The only shortcoming is that the skin is light purple. This was not surprising, as the Yu royal lineage were all moon leopards, and she's still the panther of panthers. Legend had it that the more moon tattoos that Moon Panther had on its body, the stronger its divine power would be, and that Ruyan Emperor had cultivated a full 6 moon stripes on that pale purple skin. She sat lazily on the dragon chair, crossing her legs, underneath the gorgeous imperial robes. Through the ice silk snow stockings strung at the roots of her legs, one could vaguely see the hidden moon pattern. Her leisurely fastidiousness didn't last long, and soon, a man ran into the hall in a panic, bowing his head respectfully. Your Majesty, I have something big to report. Oh, what is it that Iching wants to bother me with my purification again? Ruyan slowly opened a pair of beautiful eyes, her face somewhat impatient. According to the minister's nightly observation of the stars, he has discovered something of great importance. Say, the stars return to their places, and the heavenly guides fall in. Ruyan brow slightly knit. I do not have time to listen to you nagging. Secretary of Love, you straight say what exactly counted out the trigrams. Your Majesty, that 9 heavenly divine phoenix from 10,000 years ago is most likely reincarnated within our Yu territory. The glint of anticipation in Ruyan's eyes suddenly disappeared, and she once again crossed her legs, paralyzed in the dragon chair, and closed her eyes. She coldly said, "And, Your Majesty, no more, nothing?" Exactly. Ruyan's brows knitted deeper. She had long looked at this godly state master who was very unhappy all day long. Like this kind of legend circulating among the people, put in this golden palace to speak for fear that there is no problem. You came in here in a panic because of this? But even if she was dissatisfied again, Ruyan couldn't show it. She waved her hand. I know, Iching, go back. Your Majesty, won't you give orders to Immortal Dowling to search out the 9 heavenly phoenixes? Ruyan looked impatient, her eyes glancing at Immortal Monarch Dowling who was waiting at the side. Then, Liavana, I'll trouble you to make a trip for me. Dowling Immortal Monarch Liavana was slightly stunned and arched his hands. Your Majesty, do you really want to go? Go! Didn't you hear State Master Chen say there's a 9 heavenly divine phoenix or something or other? Here. Liavana took the order and went out of the palace. And soon this Guanghan palace became clean again. Legend has it that in the ancient catastrophe, the world of jealousy of the destruction of the witch almost destroyed the entire world. But just as the world is dying, the 9 heavenly phoenix stepped forward to seal the witch in the void outside the sky. But the earth is already full of holes, plague all over the place. Immortal phoenix compassion, the phoenix body into a divine spring, purification and nourishment of the whole world. Finally let the world back to life. When the immortal phoenix died, all the phoenixes mourned, and their grudges filled heaven and earth, causing the world's aura to be skewed in favor of Een, and all male creatures were unable to cultivate properly. This is also the source of female superiority and male inferiority in this world. Legend has it that, in the morning, since Jiang Han no longer has to go and clean the crane tower like the other geisha, he is pestered by Shangguan Yue for a story. He felt his head get a little big because this little ninny had always liked to cling to him. By virtue of those mythological stories memorized in his brain before crossing over had long been told, which also made the whole thing so that he had to buy another book from the outside, called something like Phoenix Sun Records of the World. He spoke seriously, but today Shangguan Yue was not listening carefully. She absent-mindedly played with Jiang Han's hair with her fingers and suddenly opened her mouth. Brother Jiang Han. Ginger Han paused. What's wrong? Why did you walk out of your sister's room this morning? Jiang Han's small face reddened as she wanted to say something, but the words seemed to be stuck in her throat. Why don't you say something? Brother Jiang Han? I accidentally wet the bed yesterday. When your sister saw it, she was afraid I'd catch a cold in my sleep, so she let me go over and sleep. Shangguan Yu's eyes rolled over and said, so you got into your sister's bed? Hey, how do you talk? You little ninny? Ginger Han really wanted to retort something, but it seemed like the guy was right. Seeing Jiang Han's silence, Shangguan Yue felt that she understood something. Her eyes suddenly became red and her voice aggravated. So brother Jiang, you got sis, Ed? Oh wah 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 wah. Obviously I was the one who looked at brother Jiang first. Oh wah wah wah. Jiang Han saw this niece suddenly cry, her back running in cold sweat, and said somewhat sheepishly, there's no such thing. Really? Really not yet. Suddenly, Shangguan Yu's small hand was about to touch Jiang Han's belly, to perform that spell of checking virginity. When Jiang Han saw it, he was afraid that the strange prohibition in his belly would hurt her, and he was so shocked that he hastily shrunk back. Brother Jiang, why are you hiding? You were really taken over by your sister, and now you don't dare to let Xiao Yu take a test? Jiang Han hurriedly said, you can't touch there. Why can't you touch again? Sister can touch it, but I can't touch it again. Oh wah 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 wah. I'm doing this for your own good. Good for me, good for me. How come brother Kong has become just like Ama and sister, saying such nasty things? Oh dash, said. Shangguan Yue actually suddenly reached over. Jiang Han could not dodge in time, that small hand steadily towards that small abdomen to touch. Don't! The words had just left his mouth, but Jiang Han saw that the band on his belly was actually motionless. He was confused and let Shangguan Yue rub as much as she could, and only then did that crying face ease up a bit. Shangguan Yu's ugly face suddenly improved, and she was all smiles as she hugged towards Jiang Han. Ha ha ha, I was wrong about brother Jiang. Is it really okay to laugh so loud when you're apologizing? Jiang Han was disheveled. It was just a matter of not bothering with her about it. Shangguan Yue plopped down on Jiang Han's lap, her two big watery eyes looking over. Brother Jiang, I want to keep listening to your story. Ah, good. Jiang Han hurriedly flipped through the pages of the book, trying to find the chapter he had read earlier. The breeze blew. The slightly swaying blonde hair and that flustered flipbook face looked at Shangguan Yue with two infatuated eyes. Good what? It's not good that you're going to the academy. Little sister. A familiar voice came from behind her. Jiang Han turned back. It was Shangguan Yue walking over. Oh, I know. Shangguan Yue suddenly felt that it wasn't like she wanted her sister back so much. Chapter 17, Transiting the Light of the Fetus, River Crabbed. The visitor's room had been rearranged, and all the seats that had been placed there had been removed, leaving a spacious floor. Shangguan Yue changed into a white dress, which she often wore at the Lingyun Sword Peak, gifted by her master, Yu Mengyin. The Northern Phoenix has 3 swords, which happen to aid in cultivation with each of the 3 lights, fetal light, spiritual light, and essence light. The first sword was the Lingyun 18 swords created by Yu Mengyin, which consumed quite a bit of tire light to cultivate. What is fetal light? That is since born from the mother's womb to have the soul light. In other words, to cultivate Lingyun 18 intervals, it is very eat fetal light a thing. In other words, it very much depends on the strength of the cultivator's soul. After all, if the cultivator's soul is not strong enough, I'm afraid that a careless move during the cultivation will cause damage to his soul, and it's also very likely that he will become a walking corpse from now on. Therefore, there weren't many senior disciples under Rain Dream Smoke, having the honor of becoming a senior disciple under her, and becoming the Lingyun fairy in everyone's mouth. Shangguan Yue did not dare to slack off on her cultivation. After all, she hadn't practiced for several days, and she admitted that she had been slacking off a bit these past few days. After all this time she had no intention of practicing her sword, and her focus was on that blonde beauty. The sword came out of its sheath and she swung it. Sword light like electricity but also sound convergence. Edge over the place. The space was actually torn apart a little. She was using the first sword, and the further the sword style went, the more consuming it would be and the more powerful it would be. So it's not a good place to practice either. The sword dance, the body moving with the sword, the clothes moving with the heart, seems to be simple and unadorned, but practicing the sword has never been practiced as a fancy sword cultivator when the heart is like water, feet on the ground, no distractions. I don't know what your son looks like in that body, Shangguan Yu's mouth muttered. Her mind couldn't help but conjure up Jiang Han in a sliver of blasphemy, standing in front of her with a blushing face, squirming and pinching her body, her blonde hair swaying, her skirt fluttering, and her mouth daintily uttering a sound. Miss Yu, is it good, my lord? She looked at the saucy model and drifted off a little lost in thought. Miss Yu? Ha, eunuch, you're here. Shangguan Yu's thoughts returned to reality and realized that Jiang Han was already standing at the doorway, shouting at her. I knocked outside a few times and didn't see you answer, so I pushed myself in. Ah, just now I had some realization in the sword path. I didn't notice His Excellency's movements. Miss Yu really is diligent in her cultivation. Your Excellency flatters me. Looking at Jiang Han casting adoring gazes, normally Shangguan Yue would not react to other people's comments, but now she felt a sweetness in her heart. Ahem, business is business, my lord. Let's start. Yesterday, before he went to bed, Jiang Han mentioned his request to be able to teach him cultivation to Shangguan Yue. At the time when it was first proposed, he thought he was being overly offensive. After all, he also learned that Shangguan Yu's skill must be from a famous teacher. His own gift is not sent. The head is not kowtowed so raised. Does not appear to be quite shameless. Shangguan Yue was indeed stunned at that time. And Jiang Han was so frightened that she bluntly said, "It's fine if it's inconvenient for Miss Yu. I'll go and figure it out on my own." Do you really think that other women would be willing to pour their hearts out to you, my lord? I'm just worried that you're weak. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand that. I can. Please, Miss Yu, teach me. Really? Seriously? Alright then from tomorrow onwards I will bring you along to cultivate together. But while practicing, you must listen to me, my lord. Do you understand? Jiang Han nodded excitedly. Aha! All at the behest of Miss Yu. Miss Yu was so nice. Jiang Han only felt that she was almost moved to tears. Jiang Han excitedly kowtowed a few times in front of Shangguan Yue, startling Shangguan Yue to rush over and help her up. My lord, we can't have all this nonsense between us. Let's just get started, shall we? Ginger Han nodded her head obediently. Good, my lord. Remove your armor. Jiang Han froze slightly and raised his head to cast it, but saw that Shangguan Yue did not seem to be joking. After a slight hesitation, Jiang Han pursed her lips. With a few thin, crunching sounds, river crab filler word. Shangguan Yue sat down on her knees and opened her mouth with open arms. Come here, come closer. Jiang Han couldn't help but open his mouth. Miss Yu, when you were cultivating before, did your master treat you the same way? Naturally not. Then why should I? Your excellency does not know. The Lingyun 18 swords that I cultivate have extremely high requirements for the fetal light in the body. Your excellency has a weak male body. The fetal light in your body is far from enough to support your cultivation. That's why I would like to transfer the fetal light for you first. Jiang Han had heard this word before. He didn't question it too much and moved over, then was embraced by Shangguan Yue into his arms. Shangguan Yue naturally felt Jiang Han's body stiffen when she was just embraced into it, and she opened her mouth to ask, "What? Are you afraid to be shy, my lord? I'm just a little curious as to why the transmutation of the tire light is like this. Your excellency can rest assured. Previously when I was practicing with my master, I once went off the deep end, and she personally crossed the fetal light for me once. I do know how to do it. In that case, thanks to Miss Yu." Feeling the yukai in her arms relaxing her body, Shangguan Yue couldn't help but smile happily and look straight at him. "I'm going to start then. It might hurt a bit at first, but you have to hold on, Gongzi, okay? Whatever happens later, listen to me." "Well, I'll listen to Miss Yu all the way. Okay, Mr. Kong, close your eyes." Jiang Han closed his eyes. River crab replacement characters, and then gradually his body felt a little hot. "My lord, open your mouth." Aha! Shangguan Yue took a deep breath and pressed against those lips. Although she had gone through deliberate cultivation and had also taken many heavenly materials and treasures, her tire light was already very strong and plentiful. But even so, if one were to cross the fetal light, one would still have to choose the way with the least amount of loss. Jiang Han's face was normal at first, and then began to gradually distort. Despite being the gentlest way possible, his tire vessel, which he had never specifically cultivated, was still too small, which could withstand such a huge amount of tire light. The pain gradually came from all his limbs. He was sweating fragrantly from the pain, and his soft blonde hair was sticky and greasy. The soft, delicate body shook more and more, and it was a good thing those hands came to hold him so tightly that he didn't collapse on his own. Shangguan Yue did not let go of him, and he could only continue to endure. It really hurts, like Miss Yu said. The incoming fetal light had been as gentle and watery as it could be, but it still went straight into the fetal vessel that held it inside him without a second thought. The good thing is that gradually, there is a slow tendency for the tire vessel to expand as it rises to fullness. How much longer do I have to endure? It's so hard to bear. Chapter 18, Wishful Thinking. Ginger Han exhaled fiercely and slowly opened her eyes. Shangguan Yue took a soft towel and carefully wiped away the sweat from his body. She was a little disappointed inside. She had expected to hear some nice sounds. Ahem. No, she was satisfied. With such a heart, I'm sure it's only a matter of time before you get your hands on the 18 swords of Lingyun. She stroked Ginger Han's head painfully. Her blonde hair was smooth and fell into her hands. Sir, does it still hurt? It's not very painful anymore. Miss Yu, you're not in the way, are you? I see you look a little pale. It doesn't matter. This amount, when it comes to tomorrow, naturally all of it will be made up, but the tire light in your body is not yours. You have to grab it before it disappears and practice more. Do you understand? In the future, when practicing the sword every day, I will retransmit the fetal light for you once more. Jiang Han was slightly stunned, her small mouth slightly open, her voice slightly trembling. And like today? What? Is the prince still afraid of pain? Not really. Ginger Han squirmed a little. It doesn't matter if it hurts. He somehow felt something strange, but couldn't tell what. Quite a bit of shame is all. Gonzi, you practice your sword first. Just now I also enlightened you on the first sword of the Lingyun 18 swords. You try it yourself. Shangguan Yue wiped away the sweat on her own forehead and sat down. Jiang Han looked at her slightly pale face and felt quite guilty because of what he had just thought in his mind. His heart warmed, and in order not to waste Miss Yu's good intentions, he rushed to grab the long sword. So heavy. Just lifting it up is quite a bit of work. Seeing that Jiang Han couldn't raise his sword, Shangguan Yue couldn't help but poof a smile. It was as if she saw herself when she first worshipped her master. Gonzi, you'd better start practicing by holding the sword first. After I've slowed down, I'll teach you hand to hand. Ginger Han nodded in embarrassment and did as she said. Shangguan Yue allowed herself to lean against the wall, her eyes looking over, only to see Jiang Han holding a sword, beads of sweat hanging on that white skin. After a while, she stood up and gently moved behind Jiang Han, reaching towards his hand holding the sword. It's been a while since I've danced with a pair of swords, my lord. I'll take you through the practice next, so you can keep it in mind. Well, inside the Acacia sect, a man waited anxiously in front of that holy maiden's bedchamber. He paced back and forth, his mind so restless. He is Morong Fong. When he was on the street, he was hit by a glance from the holy girl of the Acacia sect. He followed him. The holy maiden could be considered a proud daughter of heaven, not to mention her terrifying cultivation, but just the sultry face that could easily capture thousands of young men, all of which made him unable to resist offering himself up. He was dressed up today, and every half-quarter of an hour he pulled out a bronze mirror, constantly confirming the likeness of his face. He was really a little anxious inside. Holy maiden, just please pick on me ruthlessly. As he was thinking this, he really saw a phantom flying from the sky. Yi Min landed on the ground, and with great joy on his face, he rushed over. Miss Yi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Min traveled hurriedly and looked over with some impatience. Morong Fong, didn't I tell you to go down the mountain and go home before? Morong Fong adjusted his demeanor. By the Holy Maiden Lord's gracious invitation, by your clan's hospitality for many days, without having repaid the Holy Maiden's kindness, how can I bear to go alone by myself? I heard from the Sovereign Lord that the Holy Maiden seems to have not yet had a cauldron. Didn't I tell you to hurry back? Yi Min was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. She was still anxious to go back to figure out the method. The next time if she bumped into that Jiang Han how to fish over it. But what? If I tell you to go, you go. It's not like I'm asking you for food money. Yi Min saw that Morong Fong was still squirming, and felt even more annoyed in her heart. What kind of people did she have around her? But some trash who couldn't be put to any use. This one was even more of a waste, because other wastes at least listened to her. This one didn't even listen to her. She turned her head and was about to go back, but Morong Fong stopped her with a quick step. He was still chattering. But Miss Yi, I am a heavenly wind Dao body. I can definitely help you. Are you deaf? Yiming desperately tried to hold back to prevent herself from huffing the man to death with a slap. Said you can't. She had seen an unknown number of heavenly wind Dao bodies outside the district. How did he misrecognize the Dao body in the first place, mistaking this guy for something powerful to bring him up the mountain? If it wasn't for the fact that the Morong family was rich and coaxed the patriarch to a standstill, she would have kicked him out a long time ago. How come there isn't a book like this, 3 minutes to learn to live peacefully with a nervous person? Seeing Yi Min insisting on leaving, Morong Fong hurriedly opened his mouth loudly. But I just want to help Miss Yi. Yi Min gave him a cold look. Did you want to help me then? You silver thing, do you want to be taken so badly? Tell you what, you go to that stone platform in the cave behind the clan and wait blindfolded. Understand? I understand. Morong Fong was overjoyed and hurriedly retired. Yamin whistled. Then a white pigeon flew towards her. She was just about to make some moves. Then she noticed a big, burly woman walking towards her. Yamin called out at her, Sister. The stout woman turned her head at the shout and pointed one finger at herself. Is it you who is calling me, Lord Holy Maiden? Exactly. You're just in time. I was just about to look for you. Come, you lean over. Yimin suddenly smiled evilly and hooked his hook towards her. You've worked hard to protect the clan during this period of time, and I have a top quality item to reward you. Huang Ju was overjoyed and couldn't help but grin at the corners of his mouth, revealing a mouthful of buck-toothed yellow teeth, and came over. Or is it the Holy Maiden who is thinking of my mouth teeth? You go to that stone cave at the back of the clan. I've arranged a good stove for you. After you go, don't make too much noise, or it won't be good if others know that I'm favoring you. My sister understands that I would be quiet and not make much noise. Well then, go on. You can use it as much as you want. No need to be polite to my sister. Ooh, you're so good to me. Holy Maiden-sama. Bang bang bang. Huang Ju kowtowed to her 3 times. Miss Yi, I will definitely satisfy you. Morong Fong touched out a power pill that he brought from Chioshui Hall and took it. The pills went down. A dry heat in his body, and then he felt alive and quite anxious. Holding back his restless heart, he blindfolded his eyes with a black cloth and lay quietly on top of the stone platform. It's cold. It's September and this fall wind is blowing. Rumble. The mechanism of the stone door was heard to be activated and slowly moved. Morong Fong forced himself to stop shaking, and peacefully lay flat on it. Huang Ju walked in carrying the wolfsbane of her usual yard guard. Jia. What she cultivated was the cultivator body, and the way of harvesting was very different from others. The other female disciples in the clan would take it upon themselves to ensure that they acquired pure dinginess. Her Shura body, on the other hand, pursues not the physical body, but the agonizingly evil thoughts emanating from the hearth. Chapter 19, How can a kiss on the forehead count? Today's float is still the same, only there is a petite figure on the float. Shangguan Yue secretly skipped the academy and ran out. It's almost time for your birthday. When you turn 12, let Amma help. She was lying on the ground, her two little feet bent and shaking, raising her head and looking from the side at Zhang Han, who was practicing her smile constantly in the bronze mirror. Viewed from the side. From this angle, Brother Zhang's nose is high, his eyes are winking, and his face is pink and tender. Shangguan Yue couldn't help but look down. The wind blew, slightly lifting the corners of her white skirt. The nails on the small white feet were also golden color. When Mr. Kong marries, hey. Zhang Han inclined her head and asked, Sister Rain, what are you doing lying down? It's nothing. I'm just feeling too hot to lie down and cool off Like this? Ginger Han didn't pay too much attention and simply let her be. The parade float was large, with a special room for his grooming. He was more of a cleaner person and had just mopped the floor here. It wasn't so bad that Shangguan Yue would get her clothes dirty. It is that he inexplicably has a feeling. Is it weekdays he too spoiled her? This period of time this little one always liked to stick over. The child is still young and uninformed, so it's not good to get on her bad side. Children of this age are sensitive in their hearts, and he, as an outsider, can't stand in her parents' shoes to lecture her. Zhang Han suddenly felt a tightness around his waist and realized that it was Shangguan Yue holding him tightly from behind. He frowned slightly and whispered, Sister Rain? Fong just lay down for a long time feeling so cold. Brother Jiang is still warm. Zhang Han's frown deepened. He does not matter, but this little guy is always so uncontrolled. Go out to other men so hands and feet. That is the package to be arrested to eat the board. He rushed out. Sister Rain, let go of me. You're making people uncomfortable. Shangguan Yue gave an inch, burying her face in his back and rubbing it continuously, saying, don't. Brother Jiang, you let me hold you for a while. You fellow, didn't your pedagogue tell you that to slight a man like that is to go to the slammer? That wouldn't be. Zhang Han was dumbfounded, and said somewhat hopelessly, alright, then you can only hold me for a while. I have to go up after the dance in front of me. You lighten up. Rubbing sweat all over my body will make it hard for me to go on stage. Rubbing it in doesn't even give it away. Brother Jiang is so petty. Do not give. You can't be honest. You say you later marry Longfu. Your little Langjun every day subjected to you so tortured, will not run back to grandpa's house. Then I'll just marry Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang doesn't have a grandpa's house to run back to. Hey, you little ninny. Zhang Han was exasperated and hurriedly slapped away the hand that was hugging on his waist, pouting. Sister you'd better bully your brother Zhang less. There will be a day when he will be exasperated by you. How come? Brother Jiang favors Xiao Yu the most. You guys. Zhang Han's heart is too bitter to speak. Zhang Han, after this song, is your song. A voice came from outside the door, and after Zhang Han answered, he hurriedly said to Shangguan Yue, did you hear that? Your brother Jiang is going out. Shangguan Yue shook her head. Don't. Be good. Don't make a scene. Go back and Brother Jiang will tell you a story. Okay? Well, it's better not to. Shangguan Yue sat on Zhang Han's lap, her four eyes facing each other. She grinned an innocent smile. No leaving unless you give me a kiss first. Brother Jiang. Stop it. Give me a kiss. Just one. It won't hurt. Shangguan Yue raised her head, closed her eyes, and pouted her little mouth. Zhang Han hung his head to look and said with a helpless face, just a kiss then oh. Aha! Boo dash. Ginger Han removed his mouth from her forehead and put her down as quickly as he could and ran out of the dressing room, leaving Shangguan Yue in the room. Confused, he reacted after a while. Brother Zhang Yu, how can kissing the forehead count? In these 10 years or so, Sanhai City has become so prosperous. Liavana walked aimlessly through the streets of Sanhai City, feeling that he had been a real loser as the Dowling Star Lord, not to mention, as the Dowling Star Sovereign, who was specialized in helping His Majesty with political matters, was completely useless, because Tsang Yu's Sikon was too powerful, and after half a year, there was nothing of importance flowing to His Majesty's side of the political affairs in a frozen manner. She wasn't even qualified to massage His Majesty's back because she couldn't press it as well as those palace maids who had been specially trained. Was the point of her life to come out and act crazy for that laboring goddamn? What? What do you mean? Acting crazy? Pulling someone to ask, do you know where the 9 heavenly phoenixes are is not pretending to be crazy. What is it? His grandfather. Who doesn't know that the 9 heavenly phoenixes are the stuff of little people? It's hard for His Majesty to keep such a national master. 2 strings of sugar plums for a total of 6 lines. Here, keep it. Thank you, sir, take it. Leavanna took the sugar gourd, thinking in her mind that this sugar gourd was the godly one, and then took a vicious bite. Ah no, how can you compare that goddamn thing to a sugar plum? How aggrieved this sugar plum, this sugar plum at least can still eat. What else can that godly man do but go crazy all day long with his sermonizing and eating? Suddenly, an ethereal voice came out, like an orchid in an empty valley, tranquil and elegant. Remembrance. The smoke from the cooker goes around the top of the building, and the gray snow talks about sleeplessness at night. Leavanna's eyes lit up, her tense brows couldn't help but loosen, and she said cheerfully, good, the grass and flowers have not yet withered on the land of joy, and the rippling gauze and the wind have frightened the fields. Great good, good in the good, good in the extreme. I don't know which male sang the words, but Leavanna only felt as if she was in a good place. She was born in a family of poets, and unlike other officials, she was recruited into the palace by His Majesty, specializing in secretarial work on weekdays. People stayed in the palaces decades, the green silk white a few strands, but the words can no longer do a few songs. The palace hasn't changed for decades, so how could she be interested in poetry? But that doesn't stop her from enjoying poetry on a regular basis. Ah, great poem, great words. She looked up, only to see a float swimming by, on which dancers were vigorously scratching their heads, and a white-skirted man holding a 6-string zither he had never seen before, which looked, rather, like a lute. Vermilion lips and white teeth gently open, elegant poetry rolls, the slender jade hand slowly dials, the empty valley left sound diffuse transmission. How did that young prostitute in the youth center get such a pretty face? Hiss. Your Majesty hasn't taken in an emperor yet, right? Chapter 20. You don't want your little sister to be retired, do you? It was fall time and a rain fell. There had always been a lot of water within Sonyu, so Zhang Han was not surprised, but today's float had to return earlier. After all, these little herdsmen on the car are not able to withstand the cold. After all, if you catch a cold and weakened, then how to affect the owner's money now? But while the float ended early, some people were not happy. Shangguan Yue bitterly lost her face and tugged hard on one of Zhang Han's hands, begging bitterly, brother Zhang, you stay with me outside. She had snuck out of the schoolhouse. How dare she go home at this hour? Zhang Han had a helpless face. After all, he was a flower trainer in the building, and was not allowed to stay outside without the owner's permission. But he couldn't persuade Shangguan Yue to go back. All this little sister could think of was to walk in the rain with him. Shangguan Yue was, after all, the building owner's daughter, Miss Yu's own sister. How could he let her linger outside alone? In the end, each side took a step back, and Zhang Han agreed to accompany her. But Shangguan Yue had to go back to the academy to attend classes. Zhang Han was still slightly taller than Shangguan Yue, so he was the one holding the umbrella. A white umbrella with 100 phoenixes embroidered on it. The rain keeps dripping down, hitting the umbrella with a loud pa-pa-pa-pa. The umbrella was not too big or too small, and if the two of them were close together, no one could get wet. Zhang Han led Shangguan Yue with an umbrella in one hand. Waist-length blonde hair was slightly brushed up, and a few drops of the flying rain hit it. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and Zhang Han felt more and more unable to see the road a little. Dark clouds and stormy weather. The whole Shanghai city is like a hazy rain fog. Precisely. The sky birds twittered back to their nests. It is the twilight rain and river grass chi. 6 dynasties like a dream bird empty cry. Sister Rain, where exactly is that schoolhouse of yours? Zhang Han was a little puzzled, feeling that he followed Shangguan Yue's guidance to the left and right and froze. Almost there. Shangguan Yue thought it was fine now. Don't want to go to the academy. It's almost as if the book was written with a beautiful image of a generation of heroines holding timid, moving males as they stroll under umbrellas in the rain. Well, it seems to be the other way around now though, but that didn't stop her from guiding Zhang Han to turn left and right. Zhang Han felt like he sort of understood this little ninny's mind. This guy totally just didn't want to listen to the lesson, so deliberately take her for a ride. His brows furrowed slightly and he had to go to a small food store to ask someone about the location of the Tengue Academy. After walking for a while, we finally reached that schoolhouse. It was more like a mansion of a large family when it was said to be a schoolhouse. Zhang Han led Shangguan Yue to the front door of the mansion. The sturdy girl who was watching the house was originally going to stop, but after seeing Shangguan Yue, she let the person in. I'm sure Shangguan Lian didn't come over to make connections. Zhang Han led Shangguan Yue inside, and sure enough, it really didn't look like an ordinary schoolhouse. There was a statue, and what was carved at the base of the statue was Sonyu scholar Mother Yi Qing Xian, Following the sound of chanting, Zhang Han walked over to a lavish elegant hall. From the outside, the schoolhouse where this teaching takes place seems a little too regal. Zhang Han walked to the door, only to see the inside of the desk system to incense sandalwood. Inkstone is that 7 stars jadeite jade. It's not the teaching man who teaches in there either. It's the teaching girl. A flying fairy bun was adorned with gilt ornaments, and she turned her head, cool and elegant without losing the majesty that came with being a nurturing teacher. Yi Qingxian looked over, her eyebrows slightly knitted as she said in a cold voice, Shangguan Yue, why did you sneak out again? Quickly come back and mime poems with them. Shangguan Yue lowered her head in aggravation and unwillingly let go of Zhang Han's hand. Yes, sensei. She entered the yard and returned to her seat. It was the time of silent reading. Yi Qingxian had nothing to do. Seeing a blonde hair and white dress of a pretty young man standing outside the academy, she left the seat. This young man in a white dress had to be said to be quite a bit cooler. As a man, how dare he dress like this and show his tender shoulders? Is he trying to seduce someone's wife? Yi Qingxian thought to herself that unlike her sister, Yi Min, she had always been conservative in her outlook. In spite of the disgust of the heart, superficial courtesy is still required. She handed over a gold silk handkerchief and asked towards the young blonde man, were you the one who sent Shangguan Yue here? Who are you, and how come I've never seen you before? She doesn't hang out in pleasure spots, so she doesn't know Zhang Han. Junior Zhang Han, sort of Shangguan Yue's brother. Oh, I see. She took a closer look at the man. White teeth and red lips like snow, blonde hair and long eyelashes with autumn eyes, with a gorgeous look. His speech was not as impolite as that of other men. Yi Qingxuan's opinion of Zhang Han slightly changed and moved 2 stools. Today's lesson has been taught. It is the time for the children to digest, and she happens to have some thoughts to chat with this Zhang Han. Sir Kong? Is it okay if I call you that? Your Excellency wouldn't dare to do so. Scholar Yi just called me by my real name. Well then, I'm not going to make any false courtesies with you. We're not that far apart in years, so you can call me by my real name as well. Okay, MS. Qingxian. Yi Qingxian slightly felt that talking to this guy was actually somewhat comfortable. She couldn't help but swipe at the watery lips, but quickly withdrew her gaze. None of that mattered. She was going to get back to business. This brother Jiang, do you know how many times your family's Shangguan Yue has skipped class? I don't know. Ha, as expected. All of you family members don't care about her. No wonder that girl is in this unruly state in the academy. Zhang Han's heart fluttered as he wondered, what's wrong with her? She learned kung fu from somewhere and has bullied other students several times, before she was told to ask her own ama to come, and to my surprise, it was you who ended up coming. I'm sorry for only realizing this now. Zhang Han lowered his head. Even though he wasn't technically considered Shangguan Yue's family, the beauty hung her head, and as Yi Qingxian looked away, she actually felt her heart itching like a cat scratching. TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't imagine that the impetuous and unintelligent Shangguan Yue has such a well-behaved and playful brother with white skin and snow. Alas, Yi Qingxian deliberately let out a long sigh. I can't teach your family's Shangguan Yue anymore. After today you will take her away and not come back. Ha! Zhang Han was slightly stunned. This matter could also let him bump into it? Shangguan Yue being dissuaded from the academy actually had nothing to do with him. But if he had sent Shangguan Yue to the academy and then Shangguan Yue was dissuaded, then it would be hard to get involved. I don't know how the owner is going to fix himself by then. Zhang Han was a bit aggravated and hurriedly pulled over Yi Qingxuan's hand. Please don't give up on my family's Xiao Yu. She's actually very talented. Looking at Zhang Han's anxious appearance, Yi Qingxian couldn't help but take some pleasure, her mouth still coldly saying, so what if she has talent? Punish her I don't know how many times. Does she listen? Zhang Han was dumbfounded. Seeing that Zhang Han had nothing to say, Yi Qingxian could sort of see that this guy was a good brother who loved his own sister. Oh, but this good brother of yours must not be loved at home, right? Outside, he is even dressed like this hooker. Heck, it looks like it owes an education. Yi Qingxian pretended to hesitate, then looked at her with cold eyes and muttered, it's not impossible not to dismiss her, but it's useless to punish her. And shouldn't you, as a brother's family member, be punished as well? Zhang Han was slightly stunned, pursing her moist lips lightly, a pair of hands twisting uneasily. As Yi Qingxian watched, there was even more of an urge in her heart to personally get her hands on him and educate him. What? This brother Zhang Han? You also don't want your little sister to be expelled from this academy by me. Chapter 21, Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Crabbed. What? Could it be that your little sister is so unruly in this academy? And you, as a brother, don't think you're at fault? Ginger Han's hand clutched the white dress in her lap. There was a mistake. Knowing one's mistakes and being able to change them is a good thing. In order to ensure that in the future, your little sister will no longer be so unruly in the academy, I'll punish you as a brother. You don't have any problem with that, do you? Zhang Han pursed his lips tightly and didn't say anything. He honestly felt aggrieved. Clearing out is fine, but why is he the one who has to clear out when he sends someone? Is he that unlucky? He hung his head helplessly, not knowing what to do. Suddenly a finger lifted his chin and lifted his head whole. What? You have a problem with that? No, but I see you just have a problem with it. That's just it. I won't let you. You take your little sister back. Ah, don't. Zhang Han hastily uttered. I don't have a problem with it. I see that you don't have the attitude to be punished, and I don't have the heart to punish you. In this case, if you have a proper attitude, I will consider it. Get your attitude right. Zhang Han raised his head, hesitated for a while, a bit helplessly. The moist lips opened. It's my fault as a brother. It's not sincere enough. Didn't anyone teach you how to apologize to people? Do you sit there and apologize like that? Zhang Han stood up aggressively and opened his mouth. It's my fault as a brother. And then what? Ginger Han was puzzled and queried. And then? I don't have the heart to punish you right now. Beg me. That way I'll even consider moving my ruler. Zhang Han stood. The cool wind blew the broken hair on his forehead, and the corners of his eyes were already wet. I don't know if it was the flying raindrops or the tears that flowed from his eyes. Still he uttered. Please. Beg me for what? Please. Punish me. Yi Qingxian laughed, smugly. Seeing this Shangguan Yu's brother take this stance, her heart was simply refreshed. Stand still. She took out the ruler, and Zhang Han stood taut. Then the ruler fell, and Zhang Han's slender willow body winced in pain. In just 1 foot, Zhang Han had some tendency to want to go limp. What? On weekdays your little sister can take 10 feet, but you can't take even 1? I can take it. The ruler fell again. Ginger Han staggered. Having taught for so many years, Yi Qingxian had her own means of falling the ruler. She could superficially hit with a great deal of noise, but hit with no pain on her body. Or she could look like she was just casually swinging her hand, but she could slap people's blood and flesh. On weekdays to those students, naturally, they would not fall that heavy ruler. And today, she would like to see how long this brother could carry on for his little sister. She once again raised the ruler high and was just about to swing it down, when suddenly, a strong force struck straight at her, and she couldn't help but be sent flying backwards, falling to the ground and spitting blood from her mouth. She struggled to raise her head low enough to realize that there was a white-clad figure inside the mansion at some point. The person in the rain was dressed in a fluttering white dress, a fairy-like appearance. She looked over cross-eyed, and the next moment appeared as suddenly as she could. You, how did you get in here? How did her houseguest let someone in like that without even a hint of movement? The visitor didn't have the slightest intention of trying to answer her, and the fairy snatched the ruler, with a morose killing intent coming out of her face, and commanded under her breath, if you don't want to die, you'll stand up straight for me. Yi Qingxian had to stand up straight. Fairy Lingyun waved her hand and the ruler fell. She was hit so hard that she immediately slumped back down. She was furious and gritted her teeth. How dare you do this to me? Do you know who I am? Yi Qingxian, I don't care if you're the scholar mother of this Tsang Yu. Even if you're Tsang Yu's 9 heavens Sifu, I'll beat you up and you'll see if your majesty dares to touch me. Yi Qingxian came back to her senses and wiped away the rainwater before she could see what was coming. His body trembled and his words immediately softened. Lingyun? The white-robed fairy's anger still didn't subside halfway. She bent down and said in a cold voice, What? Scholar Yi has studied for so many years. Is it hard to believe that he hasn't made a mistake before? Can't stand up after eating 1 foot? Fairy Lingyun. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Yi Qingxian froze, thinking, how the hell do I know which misunderstanding? I'm educating that bratty girl's brother. Why are you Lingyun's sword immortal here? But even if she thought that, she didn't dare say so. Everyone knows that Fairy Lingyun beheads demon dragons for Tsang Yue, and even if a heavenly father comes in person, he will have to respectfully shout Fairy Lingyun when he meets this guy. Stand up. I'm going to punish you another foot. The fairy snapped, and Yi Qingxian couldn't help but show some despair on her face. What kind of cultivation was Lingyun at that time? At the peak of the realm of transformation immortal, she was already lucky to be alive from that foot just now. Yi Qingxian knelt down and exclaimed, Misunderstanding? What a misunderstanding! Why did the fairy punish me? The thick and long ring ruler was raised over the fairy's hand, reflecting on her face. Shouldn't you be punished for not teaching your students well? I dare not say in other areas, but in teaching and educating people, I am absolutely devoted to my heart and soul, and I am all about educating people. Really? Then how come I've seen your ruler slapped but not your students? This. Stand up. Just now you struck 2 feet at the outsider. I'll return 2 feet for him. It's not too much. Excessive. Of course it's too much. Yi Qingxian didn't dare to utter a single breath, but she still stood up shakily. The feet fall again. Pain. Skin opening pain. Both eyes closed and fainted. Inside the crane tower, Shangguan Yue opened her mouth. Little sister. From now on you don't have to go to that Tiangui Academy. Really? Shangguan Yue was confused, but then happy. It's a good thing that today is such a net. The first thing was that for some reason, the Tiangui Academy had released people back early. He even let brother Jiang accompany him for a while to stroll around. The last thing is that, surprisingly, you don't even have to go to the academy anymore. Wow, life is beautiful just the way it is. Shangguan Yue knocked her head and said in a deep voice, in the future, you will learn in the building. I have found an old gentleman for you, and in the future, you will learn from the beginning of the hour to the end of the hour. Ha, wouldn't that be learning? 4, 5, 6 hours? You can rest at lunchtime. That's still 5 hours of learning. Shangguan Yue felt that the sky was about to collapse. She was just about to open her mouth, but she realized that her sister's face looked very bad today, obviously pissed off. She swallowed back the words, okay, but she kinda hates her sister. Chapter 22, Doing It and Not Being Able to Do It. Inside the visiting room, the beauty holds a sword, and the sword dances with golden hair floating. 18 Swords of Lingyun, the first sword. After practicing for a while, Jiang Han danced without moving, her white wrist reddened a bit. Shangguan Yue saw this, and painfully reached out and rubbed her hand. After returning this time, Duke Jiang swung his sword a little harder. Ginger Han's small mouth opened and closed slightly, panting slightly. What Shangguan Yue had told him, as long as the tire light was exhausted, he must stop and practice again tomorrow. He didn't want to wait until tomorrow, and he was still following the dance. Well, after a few more swings, he suddenly felt his body was weak and staggering, and his head ached terribly. The sword in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. When Shangguan Yue saw that Jiang Han was so weak that she was still thinking of bending down to pick up the sword, she huffed and grabbed the hand that was going for the sword. Duke Jiang, I told you, you're not allowed to practice anymore after exhausting the tire light. She was both huffy and heartbroken, but she saw that Jiang Han kept his head down and couldn't see his expression. With a wince in her heart, she crouched down, only to find the brilliant gold pupils slightly narrowed, tears only bubbling out. Was I too harsh? Shangguan Yue didn't say anything, just silently wiped away the teardrops from the corners of his eyes. A soft and feeble voice came out, and listening carefully, one could actually hear a bit of despair. Miss you, how can I be so weak? You're already very good at this, my lord. Shangguan Yue's words were sincere. Generally speaking, if one wanted to get their hands on the first sword of Lingyun, they would have to spend at least half a year before they could feel their way through. Although she was there to ferry Jiang Han through the fetal light, but he, being a male, was able to touch the threshold in just 2 days. It was already considered a demonic talent. That being said, Kong Han still recognizes his weakness, because he realized that he had cultivated for so long, but he didn't have any spiritual energy at all. He wanted to become stronger, and he had fantasized about walking the world with a sword, but the spirit root in his dantian seemed fake. Although Shangguan Yue told him over and over again that in this world, a man's body is just like this, it's very difficult to cultivate spiritual energy. She also repeatedly said that he was already considered to be one of the most gifted among men when he was able to gather spiritual roots. But so what? He's still inside this crane building, looking at other people's faces all day long. The more he thought about it, the more paranoid and agonized he became. He's obviously not this fragile. When Shangguan Yue saw this, how could she not know what was going on? Previously, she had been in a hurry, wanting to fully master the 9th sword of the 18 swords of Lingyun, and at that time, despite the scarcity of tire light in her body, she had still immersed herself in it. It's gone off the deep end. A person with a shortage of fetal light will only become more and more paranoid, because the fetal light corresponds to the soul energy in the body. If you lose the fetal light, you will become a walking corpse without a soul, only following your inner desires. Sir Jiang, put down your sword. I still want to practice. I told you that you have to listen to me when practicing your sword. Do you not even listen to me? Pa dash. The slender hand slapped on his hand, slapping away the sword that Jiang Han had just picked up. A hand clamped down on Jiang Han's chin and twisted it alive and square. Those brilliant gold pupils were dumbfounded, and she also ignored Jiang Han's straight cries of pain. Firmly holding the yukai in front of her tightly in her arms, she hurriedly dispatched the tire light to cross over again. This time, after a long time, even Shangguan Yue hadn't realized that this tire light had crossed over in one go, to the time when the sun was setting. Gradually, she became obsessed with the idea of possessing him in her arms, but she suffered from the forbidden. Begging for it, she became more and more a little cranky. Just as she shook herself, there were more tattered strips of cloth on the floor, and she immediately said something bad. Only Ginger Han was good and kept her lips tightly bitten, saying and doing nothing. She was a little afraid because just now, she actually had an impulse, the urge to forcibly erase the restraints in Jiang Han's body. It wasn't that she couldn't erase that prohibition right away, but to do that would surely injure Jiang Han's physical body. At that time, He was full of thoughts that he wanted to eat him dry and wipe him clean. At that time, if he really wiped away the restraints and forcibly took his body, I'm afraid that Jiang Han will only be an invalid lying in bed from now on. Slightly guilty, she released Jiang Han and snapped, Mr. Jiang, why don't you cry out in pain? I'll listen to Miss Yu. I'm sure Miss Yu was also doing it for my own good just now. Jiang Han slightly tilted her head, revealing that confiding smile. Shangguan Yue lowered her eyebrows and slowly stroked that blonde hair. That's what makes people want to bully you more and more. Gongzi, Miss Yu, can I ask you something? What is it? Jiang Han squirmed a bit. Her small face had long been red like an apple. He did not directly utter a voice, but instead came to Shangguan Yu's ear and gently whispered, Miss Yu, take me. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Han felt her ears burning with shame. The golden pupils became mesmerized, and the small mouth gasped out fragrant breath. Generally speaking, if the beauty in one's arms begged so much, and one could hold back from doing him in place, one was not considered a woman. TSK. This great lust acacia pill's medicinal power is really vicious. She could feel the body of the Yukai in her arms getting hotter and hotter, just ridiculously hot. His grandfather, do and can not do, but also can only watch Jiang Gongzi lust. It was so urgent that she cursed, pressing down the itching in her heart. Shangguan Yue let out a long breath. My lord Yuan, lie down. I'll go up and drain the poisonous power of that great desire harmony pill for you. Ginger Han answered softly. This crane tower looks luxurious from the outside. Liavana lightly shook the folding fan in her hand and stepped into the threshold. On top of the stand, there was a flower kabuki dancing, and the eye-catching silk ribbons fluttered in the wind. But they still couldn't attract Liavana's attention. With her sharp eyes and keen ears, she instantly found the geisha who had been stroking her zither at the float at lunchtime, obviously just sitting there quietly strumming the strings. That light elegance seems to be transformed into a fragrant aroma to the face. At this time, however, he was very different from what he was at lunchtime. For some reason, that little face winks a lot when you look at it at this point. The original white and pink cheeks are now hanging flushed, deep pursed lips, seemingly sick. Sitting on a high stool, he kept his feet off the ground, his calves swaying gently in the air. Hey, did you see that? That ginger beauty is looking more and more attractive today. Sister, it's not that I'm talking about you. You visited so many greenhouses and you can't even tell what kind of condition this is? Oh, what's the situation? That's natural. Ginger beauty wants to be moisturized by Sister Miyajia. You'd better save your breath. I'll tell you again. Sister, if you want to eat jail food, don't drag my sister with you. Chapter 23, If you lose, please have a drink with me. The song ended and the piano was put away. Jiang Han walked back to the back of the stage and took the flower tea that had been brewed for him long ago. Tea into the stomach. Fangju body heat dissipated some. His face gradually became normal, and he let out a long breath, placing the teacup back on the table. This close-up looks like Beauty Jiang is a national beauty. A voice came, and Jiang Han looked back, only to see the gorgeous woman looking him up and down. Jiang Han lightly nodded his head. Thank you for your appreciation, guest. Hey, there's no need to be so formal. I just don't know if I'll have the honor of winning the beauty's poetry and music competition in front of the hall today. Ginger Han lagged. Poetry fights and music fights have always been an essential part of the greenhouse geisha's presence in the building, and generally speaking, as long as the guest has paid the money and made the request, the geisha can't just turn it down. If one refuses such literary battles, one is likely to be challenged for not having real talent and be labeled as a plagiarist of other poems and songs. Jiang Han was so famous that few people came to him to fight in poetry and music anymore, and this time it's a woman. He didn't really want to fight, but ever since Fang came on stage he felt so weak that his mind couldn't turn. Let's put it this way, Beauty Jiang, I will place a bet of 20 immortal silver per fight. If I lose, all the immortal silver will go to Beauty. If the beauty loses, she only needs to accompany a glass of wine. How about it? 20 cents of silver per bucket. Jiang Han wanted to politely refuse, but when he thought about how little money he had left to redeem himself after the fox demon took it away long ago, again, he had to think carefully. Lightly pursing her glossy, soft lips, Jiang Han nodded at the woman's expectant gaze. Then allow me to make an offering. This crane house is much more lively tonight. Under the booth was full. Visitors exchanged pleasantries and chattered about who was better in today's literary fight. There was no need to talk about Beauty Jiang's reputation within Sunhai City, but that gorgeous woman holding a folding fan was not an idle person at first glance. Liavana was on the stage, slightly fanning her folding fan and looking straight ahead with both eyes. Wonderful, just wonderful. The last poetry fight, and he fought with him or the palace literature and music, but how can not fight the interest? Today, let him and so a greenhouse herdsman poetry fight. Vaguely feel that it is a different flavor. She arched her hand and opened her mouth. Beauty Jiang, let me throw a brick to attract jade, and invite you to take up the battle of poems? Jiang Han owed a slight bow and returned the salute. Then the guest will be the first to please. Ivana shook her head and saw a decorative sword hanging from a beam inside the building, then opened her mouth. The 3-foot blue blade sounds at night, and dares to invite the stars and moon to test the frosty brightness. If you hide a dragon and elephant under your brush, please chop the first sound of Kunlun. She raised her glass. She wanted to see if this ginger beauty wanted to pair poems or drink. Jiang Han was slightly stunned, looking at the bottle of wine, and blurted out. Before chopping, the Kunlun first folded the front, laughs to change the poem debt for the pine wind. The peach blossom snow suddenly fell from my palm, originally letting a cup in the Jianghu. Wah dash. The hall was abuzz with the fast and neat pairing, a truly wondrous man. Before Ivana could think of the next poem to raise her head, Jiang Han was right to come, and she was actually a bit at a loss for words. It's only a few short breaths, though. Jiang Han left her for a few minutes, and when she didn't make a sound, he reached for the 20 centavos of silver on the case table in the showroom. Guest, allow me to smile. Hiss, Jiang beauty, just fighting poetry is not interesting enough. Why don't we change the method of fighting? Make a chain of images. I will throw 3 groups of images first. You choose any one group to receive the move. How about it? Jiang Han didn't refuse and lightly nodded her head. Ivana fought for a moment and made her move. The first elephant, the beacon flint burns out 1,000 years of snow. The bow and sword rust, and only a bright moon remains. Second bishop, pine needles threaded through a cloud of robes. The game is not yet over, and the Jin and Wei have been forgotten beyond the mountains. The third elephant, the Jianghu, the broken sword sinks into the pool and startles the white heron. At the slanting of the wine flag, someone sings lowly Rainlin bells. Jiang Han pondered for a moment, not thinking for long, and made a sound. Allow me to use these 3 blades to break the title of the guest tube. If it is not neat and tidy, please correct the guest. Please. The first blade refers directly to the phenomenon of the border. The beacon flint burns out 1,000 years of snow. The bow and knife rusted words half extinguished. Suddenly heard the winds of the royal palace come. A round of the moon smashed Qilian missing. After the rain, it was cool outside. Yi Qingxian kept her face cold, and the servant beside her was too scared to utter a single breath, only silently holding the umbrella for her. SS. How can you be so unlucky? It was so hard to see a man that was to his liking, but that Ling Yun had to come over and stick his nose in. Fortunately, as a Song Yu scholar mother, eating those 2 feet did not hurt the foundation. A blood-melting Dan down, cross-legged refining the medicinal power. The body will be better. The body is better, but the mood is bad. Every now and then the blonde figure in a white dress popped into her head. Are you really obsessed by that guy? A thought rose in her mind, a thought she had never had before. Ahem, she's going on a trip to a greenhouse. She seems to have discovered that she doesn't dislike a bit more of the sultry stuff. Just a hooker goblin. I'll go to that greenhouse to fish. I think I'll get a big one. Unconsciously, she stopped in front of a greenhouse. She looked up. The plaque above her was engraved with 2 big characters, Crane House. It was a little noisy inside, but it didn't stop her from stepping over the threshold. Put your umbrella away. Don't wet the red carpet at someone else's house. Yes, master of the house. She walked straight inside. The building was lavishly decorated yet light. But the most eye-catching thing is not the elegant scenery inside the building, nor is it the small herdsman in the store. She looked up and saw 2 men standing on the showroom in the middle of the room. As her eyes swept over the geisha on her left, Yi Qingxian was slightly stunned. Is that Shangguan Yue's Jiang Han brother? Good lord, so it's not the real brother. On the right is. Suddenly, her pupils shrunk. The figure of the woman holding a folding fan and frowning looked quite familiar to her. She rubbed her eyes and looked again, and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. This is Dowling Star Sovereign, Lord Li Ivana Li? In fact, it was thanks to Li Ivana's secret guidance that she was able to get to where she is today. It looks like they're having a poetry contest, with Lord Li's true talent. Why does he seem to be losing the battle? At this moment, Li Ivana on the stage only felt that she had lost a lot of face, but fortunately, no one in this greenhouse recognized her. Otherwise, if word got out that Sangyu Dowling Star Sovereign had lost dozens of fights to Greenhouse Geisha within Sunhai City, and had lost 700 to 800 immortal silver. It's a small matter to lose immortal silver, but it's a big matter to lose face. His father's. She originally just wanted to take the opportunity to get drunk this ginger beauty, take advantage of its drunkenness when he spit out the truth to find out where he came from. Lord Li. Hearing this voice, Li Ivana was startled and hurriedly turned her head over. His father's, who was calling her that outside. Turning her head, she saw that Song Yu's scholar mother was waving her hand down below. Beauty Jiang, an old friend called out to me. Wait a moment. I'll wait for the guest. She hurriedly walked down quickly, frightening Yi Qingxian so much that she hastily shrank back. Yi Qingxian, can't you keep your voice down? Yi Qingxian was so frightened that she did not dare to utter a single breath, and could only whisper, Li, Lord Li? Anyway, no calling me that now. Do you hear me? Yes, daddies. It's a good thing no one else recognized themselves, but despite this, Ivana was still shaking with anger. She glanced back at that Zhang Han with some resentment. Suddenly, a plan came to her mind and she demanded to that Yi Qingxian, later on, I have to fight with that Jiang Mei humanity, so you just flip through the books down there and secretly send a message over to me. You hear me? Ha? Yi Qingxian was slightly stunned. This isn't good, right? Besides, with Lord Li's strength, do you hear me? Hear that? Ivana glanced coldly at Yi Qingxian, then hesitated for a moment and extended her hand. Lend me some immortal silver. Ha? I didn't bring enough immortal silver. Chapter 24, If you lose, please have a drink with me too. Shangguan Lian arrived at the booth early in the morning, carrying heavy silver in his hands. His heart was overjoyed. After all, the bounty that Hakuto rewards the geisha is split 50/50ths. When I weighed it, I found out that it was about 300 cents of silver. Hiss. Almost as much as half a month's revenue. Ah, the ginger kid is like a tree of wealth that can't be shaken. Zhang Han felt a little dizzy. Unsteady steps, holding the table. His small face hung a few pale. Guest, today the wind is strong. I have suffered some wind and cold. I'm afraid that. Seeing this, Shangguan Lian immediately jumped onto the stand and helped Zhang Han up, scolding him. Hey, what are you babbling about, Zhang kid? It's rare that you have a chance to fight humanity. Why do you keep thinking of spoiling other people's fun? But Master Shangguan Lian didn't pay any attention to him, but just turned his head and fawned over the guest. Guest don't mind. Usually it's this Zhang kid who is used to being laid back and can't afford to be tired, so you allow him to take a break. That's not true. This guest came all the way here to look for your Crane House poetry fight. That's to give you face. People have not yet rested. Your little herdsman. You have the nerve to sit down first? A dainty cry suddenly came from the stage, and all eyes turned toward her. Ah, it's Scholar Yi. Scholar Yi would also come to a place like this. It's also too insensitive. Beauty Zhang's legs are shaking and she can barely stand up. There was a lot of talk below, and Zhang Han pursed her lips, still hardening her heart to take the next poem fight. Perhaps it was the earlier guest who had intended to let the water down, but the response now exhibited was much more rapid. Zhang Han was originally able to keep up a bit faster, but as the dizziness got worse, his finally lost the battle. Ivana saw that she had finally regained some face and was overjoyed. Zhang Han also pursed his lips in full view of everyone, took the bottle of wine on the desk that was filled with Xingchuan's fine wine, and drank it down. Ginger Han has never been able to hold his liquor, and the spiced wine went down his throat. The beauty is slightly intoxicated and her cheeks are blushing. Many people in this building see to go. At this time Zhang Han that half-open eyebrows more and more charming. Gasping for breath she run small lips I do not know how soft it will be touched. The talk on stage suddenly changed direction again. Visitors come to the greenhouse, mainly for pleasure. All they wanted to see now was that ginger beauty drinking that cup after cup of clear spring wine. Guest please pick up the right one. Ginger beauty. Well, he lost again. Zhang Han really couldn't figure out how anyone could be in such good shape. It was the first song he couldn't think of, and at some point he'd lost track of the rhythm across the room. The guest official handed over with a cup of wine in hand. Beauty Jiang, you owe another cup. With a desperate face, he tried to tell the owner that he was going to his room to rest, but the owner of the building, at some point, had gone back to his room with the silver. Miss Yu has taken Sister Rain to hire a new housemaster. Looking around, there was no one to rely on in this huge exhibition hall. Zhang Han was powerless to receive the bottle of wine, but the glass had been handed to his mouth and slowly poured, one glass after another. He couldn't remember exactly how many cups. There is a rule in the greenhouse that if a geisha fights with a human being and gets drunk, she can be paid by the client to take her away. This rule is not strange to say the least. After all, in a way, it inspires some people to study. Zhang Han was dazed and realized that his shoulder had been taken by someone. He raised his eyes and it was the face of the guest officer. The silver hair is caught in the green silk, but still maintained so that no wrinkles can be seen on the face. If you look at it from the perspective of beauty, it definitely qualifies as a sassy. Ginger Han is scared, really a little scared. Before the crossing, it was summed up this way. Women are like wolves at 30, tigers at 40, and can suck up dirt when they sit on the ground at 50. I'm afraid this guest is. I'm afraid he's half his age. Guest, let me go. Ivana heart happy, a hand over that slender willow waist, opened his mouth. Jiang beauty drunk. Why not change a place to rest? I'm not drunk. Zhang Han reached out to break free, and Ivana went along with him, loosening her hand. Ginger Han lost his leverage and his feet slipped, falling to the ground. The ground is cool, but slightly drive away some of the body heat. Small hands propped up on the ground. A soft head of blonde hair like a waterfall hanging scattered on the ground, glittering under the candlelight, as if a pool of gold. One of the loose shoulder straps slipped off. and the clog she stepped on flew off to who knows where, exposing her white paws. I really don't know what the flavor is. Sister, what kind of spring dream are you having again? It's not like you're the one who intoxicated the ginger beauty. Is it too late for me to study hard? Sister, you studied just to go to a greenhouse? No, you can, in the future, rely on your sister to go and abduct the ginger beauty home. Consciousness blurred, and countless obscenities kept coming. A pair of hands reached out. Konghan hit the outstretched hands carelessly, but the hands seemed to become more and more excited. Beauty Kong, aren't you drunk? I'm not drunk. Not drunk? Not drunk, then get up and walk a couple steps. Ahem. The aftertaste of the wine used to make him feel hot and spicy in his throat, and he couldn't help but cough a few times. The hand felt for it, finally touching the legs of the desk. He rose slowly, both small hands propped up on the case table. Blonde hair miscellaneous drooping half cover the face, pink lips light gasping, coughing, still saying you're not drunk. Ginger beauty? I'm not drunk, ahem, coughing louder and louder, his throat raw and spicy. A teacup was handed to him by one of the geisha, and he scrambled to take it and drink it. A cup of tea goes down the drain, but it's the wine that goes down your throat. Jianghan was spicy enough. This wine I do not know which is not known as a good wine, specifically made this kind of light look. He also knew that wine was never meant to be mixed, or it would get muddier and muddier. Qing Xian, Beauty Jiang is running out of strength. Come and give her a hand. Good. Ginger Han was anxious and uttered, I'm really not drunk? Not drunk? If you're not drunk you'll take 2 steps. Well, Jiang Han propped up on the desk, wanting to raise his feet, but his calves seemed to be filled with lead. Lift cannot lift. He naturally knew the rule. If you get drunk, you will be taken away. But there is another rule, also a national rule of Kang, that is specifically designed to protect geisha. If a geisha suffers an injury or illness while in the building, the owner must house him or her until fully healed. Puff dash. Jiang Han's entire body fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Ivana was so happy that she hurriedly went to embrace it, and reached out, only to find that she had dipped her hand in wet heat. When I looked down, it was bright red blood. Chapter 25, Puppet in the Pong. The silk veil is draped down, and the beauty is lying quietly on the bed. Her blonde hair was down and she had changed into a loose, brand new robe. This September day was getting cooler and cooler. Shangguan Yue specially bought several new sets of clothes. That night, she had specially bought it when she was holding Shangguan Yue's hand and rushing back. The new clothes are made of warm silk, and the satin on the warm silk is not fancy or monotonous. I'm sure you'll look great in that. Is so beautiful thought? Back to the crane building. But how the mood cannot be beautiful. The blonde beauty was lying on the floor, and the person who had intoxicated him had no idea who his name was or where he had run off to. Those and some put aside. Good thing she has quite a lot of tempering mild medicinal powder. Today, as in the previous days, she helped the unconscious Jiang Han to sit up straight. Her delicate hand reached out and gently pried open that tightly closed little mouth. She took the medicine and attached the spirit to it, then held it to her mouth and sent it down. Jiang Han's slender eyelashes moved, and her eyes slowly opened. The mouth is hot, bitter, flavorful, soft. Ow! His body stiffened and his eyes widened. Shangguan Yue raised her head and softly said, You're awake, Gongzi? Ginger Han nodded her head lightly. How long have I been asleep? It's been 3 days. I originally estimated that Gongzi would still need to recover for at least half a month before he could wake up. Shangguan Yue's words were spoken plainly, but Jiang Han saw her reach out and wipe away the tears on the corners of her eyes. These days, I bothered Miss Yu to take care of it, he muttered under his breath, suddenly realizing that he was only sleeping on one half of the bed, the other half empty and similarly furnished with pillows. There were a few stray strands of hair on the pillow, both blonde and black. Gongzi, you are now saying all the stupid things that I don't like to hear. Shangguan Yue gently knocked Jiang Han's brain. Also, don't do stupid things, don't scratch yourself again, do you hear me? Jiang Han lightly nodded his head and wanted to get up, but realized that he couldn't lift his hands or feet, and his entire body was powerless. He was slightly stunned and asked out loud, Why can't I move? Your Excellency has lost a lot of blood, and mixing it with that kind of wine. You've been in Shanghai City for so long, but don't you know that clear spring wine should never be mixed with bitter tea brew? I can't even name the wine. Jiang Han was a bit aggravated. Besides, the wine wasn't something he wanted to drink himself. He only vaguely remembered that when the wine in the teacup was handed to him, he just drank it as if it were tea. What happens when you mix those two drinks? People without cultivation will burn out their brains if they drink that much. What's going on? Seeing Shangguan Yue's serious face, not seeming to be joking, Jiang Han lowered her head and bit her lip. It's no wonder you sleep for 3 days at a time. Ah, so I just slept for 3 days? I thought I'd lost my mind. Wouldn't that mean? He turned his thoughts to surprise. Miss Yu, in that case, I have spiritual power in my body? No, I can't figure out why you recovered so quickly. Sir Jian. So, Ginger Han hung his head again. It's just a matter of thinking about it. An aroma wafted in, whetting his appetite, and he turned his head to the bedside table, where a bowl of porridge was being filled. The porridge smelled good. He couldn't name the porridge. In any case it smelled good. Noticing Jiang Han's gaze, Shangguan Yue softly asked, "Are you hungry, Mr. Jiang?" "I'm hungry, but I have no strength in my hands." "No harm done. I'll feed you." Jiang Han nodded gratefully, but realized that there was only the bowl, but no spoon. He looked suspicious in his heart and asked, "Miss Yu, are you the one feeding me these days?" "Yeah." Ginger Han's small mouth opened slightly, stunned, without a spoon. How did Shangguan Yue feed her? As he was wondering, suddenly Shangguan Yue lifted the bowl of porridge and took a mouthful, then came over and pinched his chin open. Well, the congee was very sweet. I'm afraid I didn't put too much sugar in it. The porridge went into his stomach, but when he saw Shangguan Yue going to contain the porridge again, he was so anxious that he hastened to open his mouth. "Miss Yu, it's better if I do it myself." Shangguan Yue looked confused. "Jiang Gongzi, can you hold a steady bowl like this now? Can I use a spoon? There are no more spoons in the cafeteria." "There's more to this? How can you not even have a single spoon in a big crane building?" Ginger Han was a bit dumbfounded and asked, Why are there no more spoons? Since we dismissed the last cook, there's a new klutzy one who fell on her first day and broke those china spoons." "Miss Ku Yu, I remember that the porcelain spoon and the porcelain bowl were put together, right?" Shangguan Yue furrowed her brows and suddenly said in a deep voice, "What? Do you not believe me, Mr. Jiang?" "Ah, how?" Jiang Han shook his head in panic. "Nah, then I'll proceed to feed you. Put it aside first, I'm not very hungry now." Jiang Han said so with his mouth, but his stomach grumbled indisputably. "Your Excellency should listen to me better. I've gained some insight on the sword path now, so hurry up and finish eating so I can go to enlightenment." "Well," Ginger Han closed her eyes and opened her mouth. In the meantime, inside Yi Qingxuan's mansion, Liavana opened her eyes, only to see Yi Qingxian sitting at the head of the bed. When Yi Qingxian saw her wake up, she hurriedly said, "Lord Li, are you better?" Ivana wanted to say she was better, but felt a terrible headache. In her memory, she had wanted to force the Jiang Han to pick her up, when suddenly a harsh aura came out from his body and hit her straight on the head. If the protective pendant on his neck had not worked, I'm afraid that his brain would not be as smooth as it is now, but a bloody hole. She's really opened her eyes to how people can't be taken away when they're drunk. There's no protective artifacts or cultivation either. Weird. It's ing weird. Gar, she's hungry. Liavana spoke. "Scholar Yi, do you have any food in your residence?" "That's natural. The mansion has boiled up a fine lotus seed soup, specially used to replenish Lord Li's body." Liavana's tightly knit brows loosened, and her gaze toward Yi Qingxian softened a bit. "Good. I didn't take care of you for nothing all these years." "Scholar Yi." Lotus seed kanji was brought over. The hungry Liavana just wanted to reach out, but found that she couldn't move. She was doubtful in her mind and exclaimed, "How come I can't move?" Yi Qingxuan's eyes inexplicably dodged over, and with a light cough, she explained, "After Lord Li was hit by that light that day, he became like this." "How is that possible?" Liavana clearly remembered that her protective spell knots had blocked that light only. Is it possible that she's in a hurry? But if he really didn't block it, with the intensity of that light, would he really still be alive? Oddly enough, she sighed softly and could only voice out, "I can't move, so I'm still bothering Scholar Yi to feed me." Yi Qingxian picked up the bowl of porridge and suddenly smiled evilly. "Lord Li, you see, that Sikong sentenced me to this. There are still also 4 or 5 years. Liavana was slightly stunned. Her back was cold, and when she turned her head to look, she only saw that Yi Qingxian was looking over unkindly. Chapter 26, Brother Jiang. "You're biased, Your Majesty. The great Xiaosu clan has sent a messenger." Shi Ruiyan raised her eyes slightly and said lazily, "Then let her come in." Reporting back, "The visitor arrived in front of our palace, already dying, but still delivered the epistle. Before she fainted, she had repeatedly instructed my humble servant to present the epistle to His Majesty for his eyes." After saying that palace maid lowered her head and held the tray with both hands. On the tray was a silk scroll bound with gold silk. Shi Ruiyan didn't pick it up, just opened her mouth. "So I will not read it, but I will ask you to work hard and laboriously to give the conviction to all the beloved ministers." Here, the courtesan opened the silk scroll and read, "Daxia suffering from the demon fox scourge for a long time. The national strength is declining day by day, is at the critical juncture of life and death survival. Tushan remaining attempts to resist, active in my Hanhai palace. My emperor was victimized, suffered serious injuries. I hope that your honor will not forget the friendship between the two countries in the past." Suddenly, the palace maid stopped reading. Shi Ruiyan said in a cold voice, "Why did you stop?" "Read na." The courtesan hesitated for a moment, but read it out loud. I hope that your honor will not forget the friendship between the two countries in the past, and will send your prince to heal my emperor's body. After this incident, Daxia is willing to be a vassal state of Tsangyu, and offer annual gifts. Suddenly, inside the Guanghan palace, the ministers looked at each other, but no one dared to squeak. When Shi Ruyan assumed the throne, the 100 officials had been advising her to establish an emperor early and give birth to the new blood of the Tsangyu royal family. But for some reason this one of their country's leaders reacted violently to this, and whoever mentioned it was going to get the board. Now no one dares to mention such words as royal daughter and prince. Why have the secretaries not said a word? Since all of you have nothing to say, then this matter will be left to my arbitration. Lord Sikong, for me to that Su Yujue back to a letter. The content to have, the prince at any time to send to that old woman up, but let them first offer 50 years of age gift to your majesty. A microcosmic doubt? What questions does Lord Sikyong have? Sangyu Sikong's forehead was in a cold sweat as he said tentatively, your majesty is overworked on weekdays. Perhaps you have forgotten that we, Sangyu, do not yet have a crown prince. Oh, Ai-chan has a point. And is the letter still being sent? Shi Ruyan crossed her legs, one hand supporting her half-slanted head, and ordered, send. I-ching go back and immediately pen and write and send someone to send over. What? Your majesty, when did we have a crown prince? In addition, the 50-year ritual. I'm afraid that with Daxia's current national strength, it will take a long time to put it together. Crown prince in this regard is not your turn to worry about. There is no prince. I give birth to one is. Your majesty's might. Shi Ruyan then urged, go write it quickly, and make it clear in the letter. The crown prince will not go over until the yearly gift is paid. Here. The court was dispersed and the people retired from the palace. The pair of beautiful meat legs strung with light translucent ice silk finally stopped buckling. Shi Ruyan got up, and a palace maid beside her hurriedly draped her in the young Wo emperor's clothes. Near, change into something else and come. I'm going out of the palace. With a puzzled look on her face, Near hurriedly said, Your Majesty, is this something that really doesn't need to be discussed and deliberated upon with Lord Sifu? I'm just tired of staying in the palace. Want to change the line out of the palace to ease the mood. How? This little thing still have to bother my love secretary? That's naturally not necessary. But your majesty is the Tsangyu heavenly father, if you casually left the palace without a reason. Shut up. When is it your turn to point fingers at the decisions I make? Shi Ruyan reprimanded under her breath. But in her heart, she did feel a bit weak. Didn't you just hear that I'm going to have a crown prince? But we have those 3,000 harem within our palace. Those crooked dates not long ago let you all send back? Shi Ruyan expressed more and more jealous of this. The crooked and cracked date is the next best thing. Most of the retainers and the harem are still the first line of the palace. Not that she is afraid of those first family. Just her leopard in the leopard's physique is also extremely special. Is that 100 years rare to see the Yunling Xian ice body? Unusual touch is subject to Xian cold erosion. I am afraid of those men to accompany her to cross the night. On the life of a man, those useless men just live an easy life in the harem, taking the monthly yearly money for nothing. If not for the heirs of some meritorious courtiers, she would have bloodied them herself. Near understands. I'll go back and take out the lines for palace use for His Majesty. Nell sighed softly. This is not going out to the palace to give birth to a prince. It's just trying to find an excuse to go out and have fun. Shangguan Yue walked somewhat inside the building, his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. It's still much better to be able to learn words without leaving your home in the building. After the lesson, she was able to go straight to Kong Han's room. At this time today, my sister herself went out to get a new batch of dishes. Beautiful. Finally another chance to share a room with Brother Jiang. The two of them. Hey. Brother Jiang is weak and can't move. It's a good time. Ah no, it's the right time to take care of him. She pushed open the door with gusto and really saw Jiang Han leaning on the bed alone and looking at a book. Brother Jiang, Xiao Yu, the sister who teaches went back, didn't she? Aha, she's still pretty interesting when she talks about stuff. She responded casually, hastily removing her shoes and jumping onto the bed. On top of the bed, Jiang Han's body was covered with a golden silk quilt. On top of the gold silk quilt, Shangguan Yue sat down on his butt. She looked with big watery eyes. Brother Jiang, why is your face red? Ginger Han was slightly stunned, and the small hand that was turning the pages of the book lifted up and stroked her cheek. Yes, there sure is. How come I don't feel? Xiao Yu, what are you doing? You see, doesn't this make Brother Jiang's face red? Shangguan Yu removed those mischievous hands from the armpits of the blonde beauty in front of her and giggled. Jiang Han's small face reddened as she pouted. Xiao Yu, you don't listen to your lessons properly on weekdays. Do you learn these bad tricks all day long just to poke fun at your brother Jiang? Humph. Brother Jiang just knows how to lecture me. Shangguan Yu pouted, her fingers circling Jiang Han's silky blonde hair. And I don't see you disciplining my sister. What am I doing lecturing your sister? I clearly saw that sister also teased brother Jiang's face red and red, but brother Jiang didn't say anything. Sister teased brother Jiang. Can I tease brother Jiang? Jiang Han was dumbfounded, and for a moment he was speechless. Shangguan Yue looked with a sad face, sitting on his lap and not giving him a chance to move. He could only harden his heart. Sister Rain, you're still young. I'm not little anymore. In a few days, I'm going to have my birthday. Your brother Jiang is remembering it. Seeing the opportunity, Jiang Han hurriedly coaxed. I've prepared a birthday gift for you. You can see it when you uncover the nightstand. Chapter 27 Brother Jiang. You're biased. 2. Shangguan Yue pulled open the nightstand and really saw a pair of jade bracelets made of warm jade lying there quietly. She put the bracelet on and it fit just right. That day let brother Jiang accompanied her to that Mrs. schoolhouse. Mentioned in passing, I cannot imagine that brother Jiang remembered in the heart. It's true that brother Khan loves me the most. Jiang Han inclined his head and saw that the corners of her mouth were smiling so much that he could hardly suppress it. He took a breath and smiled. How was it? Do you like it? No. That's good. Then what does sister you want? When your brother Jiang is in better health, he will choose it for you again. You don't tease your brother Jiang. It's itchy. It's true that a trembling ginger brother looks the best. Ginger Han froze slightly, cold sweat running down his forehead. What did you say just now? Sister Rain? Shangguan Yu's head came over. His mouth grinned up, and he said with a bad smile, I say, brother Jiang is still the most appealing when he's trembling. Will you stop poking fun at your brother Kong? It's clearly brother Jiang who was at fault first. How dare he be so perfunctory with my birthright? Ginger Han was speechless. When you wore that bracelet just now, sister, you couldn't keep the corners of your mouth down, okay? I don't care. I still want brother Jiang's birth gift. Then what does Sha you want? You don't want to come to your brother Jiang for a wish. Brother Jiang is talking too seriously. What I want brother Jiang already had. Brother Jiang stingy. Not give me that thing. Is that what I have here? Jiang Han racked his brain and couldn't really think of anything good he could have. It can't be those bluffing secret books in the cabinet. Suddenly, Shangguan Yue moved over, her ears burning slightly and her nose breathing in. Brother Jiang, I want you. What are you babbling about at your young age? It won't be small by the day of the birth. Jiang Han was stunned, his pupils shrinking slightly. Shangguan Yue really wasn't wrong. In Kang, this is the time to nerf. A rich man's daughter has 3 or 4 men serving her at that age. It's a normal thing in this world. Sister, you don't make a scene. Brother Jiang comes from a lowly background. How can he climb a high branch? You're still young. You don't know the importance of the right family. Anyway, your AMA will definitely not agree, right? So what? I forced my brother Kong to take him. What can she say about Ama? Think about it. If brother Jiang and I have a child, then even if Ama doesn't agree with it, she will have to nod her head. Don't worry brother Jiang. I have it all planned out. Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Han's back. You're so young to be talking about kids. I think you're a kid. No, you are a child. That's even more wrong. Brother Jiang, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. It's not too late. Let's hurry up and have a baby first. Hey, seeing that Shangguan Yue had already started to remove her clothes, Jiang Han hurriedly grabbed her wrist. I have to say that this niece is very mobile. How come you can't put it on your studies? Jiang Han hurriedly said. Let's not talk about whether your AMA agreed or not. Your brother Jiang hasn't agreed yet. Shangguan Yue hummed lightly. Did you get something wrong, brother Jiang? What did I get wrong? This matter doesn't need brother Jiang's nod either. Don't worry, brother Jiang. I've read all those books in your locker. I definitely won't hurt you. Brother Jiang, when did you go through my books? When did you ninny go through my books? Jiang Han was quite guilty. It was hard not to mess up half of the day or his own brought down Shangguan Yue. You slow down. I can't slow down, brother Jiang. Now I have to fetch my own birth gift. What did you say you were going to take? Little sister? I said I would marry brother Kong. Sister, didn't you go out to buy cutlery? Little sister, I've told you that if you trespass on a young man's room, you're going to be arrested and eat the board, right? It's not like brother Jiang will report it to the police. It hurts. Shangguan Yue covered her head, her eyes dripping a tear from the pain. You come down. I don't know who dash. Shangguan Yue hugged Jiang Han tightly, tears flowing straight out. Normally Shangguan Lian is just too spoiled for you. Shangguan Yue clenched her teeth in anger. She specially laid a protective aura on Jiang Han's body, and she was picking a spoon outside, but suddenly she found that aura stupidly moving, so shocked that she didn't buy the dishes, and hurried to the building. She had her sword drawn and thought that it was the demoness of the Harmony sect that had come to her door. I ended up seeing this little ninny as soon as I got back. Shangguan Yue still found for the first time that this niece was so bold. Raising her palms in the air, she waved them around in a cold voice. Down or not, don't go down. I won't go down even if you beat me to death. Brother Jiang. Sister, she bullied me. Oh, obviously you're the one who's bullying me, aren't you? Ginger Han's head was about to explode. By all accounts, this was their family matter. Sister Rainu today, indeed a bit excessive. These past few nights my sister has been lying directly on top of you and moving her hands. Why can't I? Obviously I was the one who looked at Brother Jiang first. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yu's ears burned and she quickly reprimanded. You're making up all kinds of nonsense here. It's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I see it with my own eyes every night. I don't even have a chance. Oh. Aha sister, you're carrying me around like that. I'll tell AMA. Boo. Shangguan Yu was thrown outside and the door closed solidly. Shangguan Yu hurried back to Jiang Han's bed, her ears burning, but she calmed down and said calmly, Gongzi, you know me, I've never been that kind. Anyway, you also think that little sister is talking nonsense. Jiang Han looked at Shangguan Yu's hair, which still had a few strands of brilliant gold hair caught in it, and shifted his eyes away. The small hand twisted and the moist lips pursed up slightly. These past few days have been a labor of love for Miss Yu to take care of. Actually, it's fine. After all, thanks to the fact that Miss Yu was on night duty for me these past few days, I was able to get better so quickly. My lord, listen to me. Miss Yu, you come closer. Actually, watery lips took the initiative to come over, and the beauty's nostrils were warm and fragrant. The blonde hair hit the nape of her neck, tickling her slightly, tickling her to the core. Shangguan Yu closed her eyes and reached out to wrap her hand around the back of Jiang Han's head. The two foreheads were pressed together, and Jiang Han whispered, Miss Yu actually doesn't have to explain so much. The sound is like spring rain, light and soft. Shangguan Yu reached out for a hug. In the hallway of the building, Shangguan Yu gritted her teeth in anger. Eccentricity, eccentricity, eccentricity. Brother Jiang, you're just being partial to sister. Grandma doesn't favor my sister. It's me that Amma favors. Then Brother Jiang's talismanic deed. She can know where to put it. Just as he was thinking that, he had already arrived at Shangguan Lian's room. Chapter 28, Empress. Nun, Geisha. Sister, what you mean is that the palace master of that cold water palace is no other than Shangguan Lian of that crane tower? Seeing that Yi Min, who was sitting across from her, was full of seriousness, Yi Qingxian lowered her head and pondered for a moment. If that's really the case, where did she get the guts to open a greenhouse to Sunhai City? The cold water, which had always had a bad reputation in Songyu for thousands of years. I don't know how many young boys from good families have been abducted by them. It is said that after the cold water palace was broken up, hundreds of young men and women who had already been made into human swine were found inside the palace, most of them with dull eyes, and none of them had a face of despair. These witches have always been good at squeezing the value out of men, literally more so than the Acacia sect. At least the Acacia sect hadn't been so sinful that it had been approached by a combination of the world's major powers. Yi Qingxian felt that the Acacia sect was already annoying enough, and for that reason, she even once split up with her own sister, with whom she had lived together since childhood. This is all a long way off. Now that Songyu's Dowling Starlord was in her hands, she was thinking of relying on this opportunity to re-enter the palace. Today, just as she was pondering how to get the best out of that guy, she ended up with Yamin, whom she hadn't seen in years, knocking on her door. Up came the sentence. Sister, do you want to be given a piece of heavenly merit? It then talked about the present. How did you learn of this news? Sister, originally I didn't know about it either. It just so happens that we have a Morong phone within our clan. Their Morong family is a separate family from the Cold Water Palace. Here, Morong Gongzi, you come in. Yes, allow me to annoy you too. A man walked in holding a folding fan. Although Morong Fong didn't have much ink in his belly, he had heard that Holy Maiden Yi liked this kind of literary and flirtatious type, so he purposely dressed up like this. I can't imagine that this Holy Maiden Yi's sister's family is well off. He smacked his lips darkly and rushed to think of something to say to bring things closer together. There are quite a few poems and books in Sister Green Turns Home, and I actually feel at home when I take a look at it. Allow me to correct this gentleman. The words on that statue are Yi Qing Xian, not Yi Qing Trans. When I saw that my sister's house was so similar to mine, I lost my eyes for a moment. Yi Qingxian had a black line on her face. Really? Exactly. I've got a lot of books at home too, like that scripture and poetry book or something. Yi Qingxian corrected again. Gongzi, you're reading in the wrong direction. That's the poetry scriptures. Oh, exactly, the Psalms. I always cuddle up and read them. Yi Qingxian helplessly inclined her head and confirmed to Yi Min in a low voice. Are you sure this guy's news is trustworthy? It's probably not a problem. Okay. What the hell? Not at all. If you can misrecognize words, it's not unusual to misrecognize people, right? She was so happy that she couldn't help but report it to the top. Good job on stopping the handoff. Yi Min made herself a cup of tea and took a light sip. Good sister, you don't believe in him, And you still don't believe in your sister? I didn't believe you years ago. Yi Qingxian took the teapot and refilled the cup of tea that Yi Min had drunk until it was full. Yi Min shrugged her shoulders, so she stood up. Fine. Bye you. When the time comes, don't blame my sister for not having given you a chance to be promoted. Yi Qingxian pulled Yi Min back to her seat. That's fine. I'll believe you for now. But you didn't come here this time with the sole intention of getting your sister me promoted and rich, did you? Sister, you are as smart as ever. It is the middle of September. The usual autumn wind and rain is nowhere to be seen. Today it is sunny. Ginger Han held up a flower umbrella and sighed softly. In fact, he had several extra pieces of clothing in his closet that Shangguan Yue had purchased for him, but all of them were specially purchased to be warm silk, seeing that it was going to be cold. It was so hot today that he had to put on this little white dress from the building again. Luckily, he was thick-skinned enough to ignore all the rumors and gossips he heard when he walked down the street dressed like this. That's not true. Alas, it's a sin to be born with very good hearing. Sister, have you seen that little man with his shoulder exposed? What a daddies. Sister, do you know there is a saying that a man is a man's man? Screw this and that. Think of him tonight. John Han didn't dare to think about what he really looked like in that guy's head at the time, and could only move his feet a few points faster. The owner is so inhuman. I heard that he had just been able to get out of bed and urged him to go to the temple to deliver and sell out incense, though it's something that the female laborers who do the odd jobs can also do. But do the nuns who usually stay at the temple want to see the women they've seen so many times before? Having stayed inside the temple, it was only natural to want to see young and energetic, good-looking and pretty little Harold's Na. Ever since the building had Jiang Han, it had always been Jiang Han who went to deliver the incense from the temple. Luckily, the abbot there was a bit more strict, and he hadn't been manhandled yet. Shangguan Yue had wanted to follow him along, but today she had already mentioned that Jiang Han had crossed the fetal light, and seeing her pale face, Jiang Han really couldn't bear it. Shangguan Yue also could not withstand Jiang Han's exhortation, and no longer insisted on requesting to follow him, but only left a protective aura on him. Soon after leaving the city, Jiang Han only felt a lightness in her body, and the gazes watching her were suddenly much less. Crossing the brook, fording the bridge, and following the pebble-paved path, he came again to this cold mountain temple. The temple was ringing a bell, so Jiang Han followed the sound of the bell and entered the temple. Why is no one chanting today? And the scripture room is closed to death? He gently struck the bell of the visitor's messenger and shouted as loudly as he could. I am Jiang Han of the Crane Tower. The incense from your temple has arrived. Crunch! As the old wooden door was pushed open, only two women walked out, sizing up Jiang Han with a hesitant look on their faces. Jiang Han was stunned, as the duo in front of him was something he had never seen before when he delivered incense. This monk, today our abbot is sick and not convenient to receive. You'd better please return. Ha! Jiang Han froze. This was the first time this had happened. Even if you're sick, you can still collect the incense you ordered, right? He's just going to carry the incense back like that. That bag will be a reason for the owner to find a reason to deduct the monthly money. Sisters, please just buy the incense. This monk, on what grounds do I have to buy your incense? But, this is what you ordered. Jiang Han was anxious in her heart and hurriedly said. Suddenly, a few sharp footsteps came, and within moments, he noticed a few shadows mapping from his back, and he turned back to find a few burly women surrounding him behind him. There are some raw faces. Yikes! With a lightness behind her, Jiang Han realized that the basket of incense she was carrying behind her was grabbed by the woman behind her. Jiang Han's body flinched in shock and anxiously said, Don't, or I'll talk to your abbot. Dang! The courtyard door suddenly closed, and the dull slamming sound came straight from Chapter 29, Empress, Nun, Geisha 2. He. I've been drooling over the ginger beauty for a long time in that crane building before. The burly woman who closed the door fisted her hands, licked her lips as gold shone within her eyes. Seeing the door shut, one of the nuns shook her head and sighed softly. Second sister. Big sister said no extraneous matters. It doesn't matter. Sisters, you've all spent too much time in the mountains to see the world. The female Han slowly walked to Jiang Han's front. One hand reached towards that moving face. Jiang Han was so scared that she slightly shrank back, but that hand still touched over with a quick eye. This ginger beauty is a treasure under that old woman. Your second sister, I can covet it a lot. Jia. Since being driven out of the cold water palace, this female man has not tasted a decent stove for a long time. Just into the cold water palace then. That old woman obviously also said what vowed to share the blessings and difficulties with you. What? Just the old woman gets the pot of gold all to herself? She's just borrowing that old man's husband. Why go that far? Just as well. Now it was her turn to taste this ginger beauty under that old woman. The female Han anxiously removed her outer clothing. Jiang Han saw this and hurriedly voiced out. Guest. Whoring geisha is punishable by imprisonment. Jiang Han's body was light, and with a fluttering sound, he fell heavily to the ground, which made him a little dizzy, and his two small, powerless hands were pressed down with a deadening. You little goblin, did I say I wanted to buy your body? Then what is the guest? I'm not paying, so naturally it's not whoring. The female Hanyu wiped away the drool that flowed from the corner of her mouth, only to realize that several sisters beside her looked on with envious faces. Ah, I almost forgot to take care of these wonderful sisters who had been separated along with her. She was the woman who was going to become the Cold Water Palace's palace master, and with her, that was truly sharing the same blessings and difficulties. There's no need to rush. Sisters, we'll all get to eat later. The envy in the eyes of those sisters faded a bit at those words, and they came over to look in fascination at the blonde beauty who was pinned to the ground. Guest you. Let go of me. Help, leprechaun. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Above the tiled roof of the slice of house, Shangguan Yue leaned against the chimney early in the morning. Looking down, a man's got to rely on a woman. She had worked so hard to do so much, just to condition Duke Jiang so that from now on, no matter what she encountered, she would immediately think of her. What she wanted was always the ginger male who depended on her and needed her at all times. Duke Jiang dared to refuse her to come with him today. This made her quite angry. Gongzi, now you can understand how dangerous the women outside are. Shangguan Yu's lips opened and closed slightly. The sword in her hand was slowly gripped tightly. The spiritual energy in her body flowed, and her eyes flickered with a light purple light. Aha! My hand! Suddenly, a miserable scream came from the female Han, who covered her hand that was pierced through a bloody hole and kept wailing. His father's, this little goblin's body is fraudulent. Don't be afraid. Second sister. Third sister. I'll help you. My hand. Don't be afraid. Third sister. Fourth sister. I'll come to your aid. Shangguan Yue watched a burst of dumbfounded. These horny tampers actually she actually do not have to take action. Not a moment actually all cover the hand pain to the ground. Drawing her sword and looking around with a bewildered mind, Shangguan Yue withdrew her sword, one hand holding her forehead. Don't panic sisters. I didn't stay in that palace for so long. I didn't bring it with me for nothing. I have a way with the restraints on that little hedgehog. Saying that, the female man pulled out a bag and took out a shiny black obsidian dagger, shaking it in triumph. Voila! What's this? Shangguan Yue looked over curiously, and her pupils plummeted. Those nasty tampers actually managed to pull out such an immortal product. She had traveled with her master for many years, so she naturally recognized the obsidian dagger. 18 Martial arts. If you want to dance with high strength, it is also important to have a weapon in hand, and for a weapon, the materials used to make it are also important. That obsidian dagger was made of heavenly obsidian metaphysical iron. A weapon made of that rare material was able to easily break a person's body protection ban even though it could not be attached to spiritual power. She had seen the power of this kind of weapon, as her master, Yu Mengyan, had that obsidian sword. The female Hanyu shook the obsidian dagger in her hand and was about to pounce again. Little beauty, I'm coming again. Lying on the ground, Jiang Han looked at the dagger, which looked very dangerous, and was frightened, covering his chest with both hands and shaking his head frantically. Don't. Jia. Sis, I'll be gentle and hurt you. My other hand. Wow. After a sword-like slash through, the female Hanyu completely lost one of her hands, and the obsidian dagger flew out. Shangguan Yue received the flying dagger and examined it carefully. The dagger was small, but it weighed quite a bit. The sun was setting and it was time for the people of Zemin to start fires and cook. A passable light purple woman sat elegantly inside the tea house, drinking tea, listening to the song, and looking at the setting sun on the mountains in the distance. It's nice to live outside the palace. Shi Ruyan sipped her tea, feeling the fragrant tea flowing between her lips and teeth. She felt that this was life. She was sipping tea on her mouth, and those beautiful eyes were savoring individual beauties, only to see a blonde man in a white dress sitting there on a side tea table. Shi Ruyan, being a moon panther, habitually looked towards the delicate neck. The beauty had a snow-white neck with a small pink throat knot that resembled a moist pink peach. She couldn't even begin to think how good it would taste when she bit down that throat. Ahem. I am the king of a country and I don't eat human flesh anymore. She raised her eyes slightly, only to see the blonde yokai's small hand propped up on her cheek with a sad look on her face, her watery lips sighing softly outward, brows tightened, eyes lowered, mouth sighing softly. Just when the beauty is pining, she ghosted over and moved her butt to sit in front of the beauty. Ginger Han's face really didn't look good. He had obviously sensed Miss Yu's aura a long time ago, yet she was still slow to strike. He was a bit angry and even wanted to have a fight with Shangguan Yue over this, but still, he held back, and he ran to a nearby tea house while sulking alone. Does she want to look so pathetic? Jiang Han's small hands were clenched, but she couldn't question Shangguan Yue to her face. After all, It was Shangguan Yu's freedom to save herself or not. Even if Shangguan Yue didn't make a move, what could he do? He finds himself becoming weak and becoming dependent on others. He raised his teacup sadly and was just about to drink when he noticed a pale purple woman sitting over. This gentleman, that bit over there is windy. Can I come and sit on your side? Zhang Han immediately collected his emotions and nodded in response. Please make yourself at home. Girl. Chapter 30. Shangguan Yue was angry. As the distance drew closer, Shiruyan felt more and more that the small peach between the neck of the young man in front of her became more and more tantalizing. This guy, I think he's the ginger beauty I heard on the way. It's really a soft body with a thin willow waist. If I were to bite into it, I really don't know how sharp this little demon would shout. She couldn't help but moisten her lips. Even though you are the king of a country, you can't always eat men, but it's probably okay to lick it. This sister, what's wrong? Ginger Han gave her an early warning. I'm a geisha. I don't sell my body. It was only then that Shiruyan realized that she was overly obsessed when she stared at the person. And only then did she move her gaze away in some embarrassment. Zhang Han somewhat regretted agreeing to let this man spell over. Just now when he was being stared at, he was actually stared at with chills and creepiness in his heart. He had been visually raped so many times by other guests in the building on weekdays, but he had never reacted so strongly. But if you want to change to another tea seat, you have to pay extra. It would seem rather petty to kick people out now. It was annoying. He'd never liked the lack of distance, but since coming to this crane house, I've been surrounded by people who have no distance. This Jiang beauty, are you still accustomed to living within that crane building? This was not the first time Zhang Han had been asked this question, and he gently raised his eyes to look at the woman in front of him, recognizing her as the owner of a greenhouse elsewhere based on the words, I'm living very well, thank you for hanging on, sister. Shiruyan was suddenly speechless. Just now when she said that, naturally she wanted to recruit this guy into her harem. It's a showy wildflower and it's not a shame to use it up. After this guy enters the palace, maybe if he makes more effort, Song Yu will have a crown prince, probably several more, because as a moon leopard, she can carry more than one species at a time. But before this invitation was uttered, the beauty choked on her words. One plan did not work. She boldly called the shopkeeper and ordered all the most expensive food and wine in the store. Ha ha ha. What teenager isn't pregnant? As long as you show off your big, golden side, beautiful men will naturally throw themselves at you. Zhang Han looked over faintly, but did not squeak, only gently blowing on his bowl of congee food that was steaming hot, then scooped up a spoonful and sent it into his lips. Beauty is not intended, but the beholder is. Looking at the watery lips gently blowing the porridge food, Shiruyan actually felt her heart beating so hard, as if what was being blown was not the porridge, but her Taoist heart. Sheesh, it's really strange. Is it really true that I'm short of men? Shiruyan had always had no feelings for the male sex, or else it wouldn't have been so long that she didn't even have a prince. Although there were also a few reasons stemming from her special physique. Why does this little blonde smell so delicious? The moon leopard was naturally very sensitive to flesh and blood, and had an excellent sense of smell, so what meat was good or not was only a matter of a gentle sniff. Zhang Han looked at the woman in front of him whose nose was sniffing continuously, salivation hanging above the corners of her mouth. He couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly, and spoke out, if this sister is starving and in a hurry, there is still a pancake here. Fortunately, the ordered food and wine was presented in the next moment. Shiruyan did not have much embarrassment, and then kindly invited, I wonder if Beauty Jian could honor me with a drink. I have to go up to the exhibition hall in the evening, so young Shang won't be a chaperone, so I'll go back first. Hey, good you bold little greenhouse herdsman, I have never been rejected so many times. Slow down. Shiruyan was furious and stood up only to find that Xiao Er had already stopped her. 2 guests, if you want to leave, please settle the bill first. Zhang Han handed over the 3 texts of immortal silver and was just about to leave, but was pulled back by the store assistant. Zhang Han gently raised an eyebrow, thinking that he saw them as a group. He had to speak up again. This sister, please also settle the bill. Shiruyan had an unhappy face. What a look down on the little greenhouse herdsman. How dare he pay for his own kanji in front of me? I'm the one who's short on money? She pulled out. A sudden tremor ran through her body. Weekdays out of the palace are let near accompanied by the body. Silver this kind of mundane things, she herself always will not bring, but today she was trying to steal a clean slate on her own, and came out without shouting at Nell. After all, if it's just a few cups of tea, it's usually on credit before Nell comes over to fill the bill, making her suddenly unable to pay out at this time. She frowned slightly and took off her wrist gold ring and handed it over. Just check out with this. Guest, the tea house only accepts cash silver. This is our Song Yu country rules. Shiruyan was already vaguely huffing. Is there such a rule? Listen to me. You don't have to follow that rule in the future. Zhang Han couldn't help but feel soft in his heart as he looked at the store assistant who was admonished to the point where he didn't dare to utter a word. With tears in the corners of his eyes, he pulled out his purse and handed over a few more pieces of immortal silver, then hurriedly left. After collecting the immortal silver, the store assistant's face was much better, turning his head away, his mouth murmuring, "What a soft-eating wicked girl, bullying even Beauty Jiang. Aha! Excessive. It's outrageous. Good you Zhang Han, you rejected me 3 times not to mention, but also dare to humiliate me so." Jade fists clenched. Shi Ruiyan's eyes seemed to be on fire. A mere little herdsman. A mere little herdsman. Interesting. I haven't been so humiliated in a long time. Man, you arch the fire first. If I can't do it the easy way, can't I do it the hard way? In fact, the crane house does not play music today. Fang Jianhan was just making an excuse, because he always felt creepy in his heart sitting next to that woman. Away from the woman, he then felt less oppressive in the air. He returned to Crane House and found Shangguan Yue with her arms crossed over her chest, leaning against the door of his room early in the morning. At this time, the atmosphere between the two is also quite a bit strange. Zhang Han is really fed up, only to feel as if it is guilty of water reversal. Everything is not good. He bypassed Shangguan Yue, pushed open the door of the room, and walked straight in. Without taking a few steps, her waist was embraced by Shangguan Yue, and with the likeness of her body, she was thrown onto the bed by Shangguan Yue. Zhang Han was just about to get up, but both of his hands were firmly bound. With a stroke of Shangguan Yu's slender hand, a spirit rope was firmly bound to Zhang Han's delicate wrist. Zhang Han was angry. "What are you doing, Miss Yu?" Shangguan Yu bent down and coldly responded. "What, Mr. Khan couldn't get used to the meal I prepared for you and ran off to steal it elsewhere?" Ginger Han was angry at his head and didn't want to talk about it. When Shangguan Yu saw this, she laughed in anger. "Gonzi, you are pure on the surface, but behind your back, you like to hook up with other sisters. How come I didn't realize that you're such a nasty person before? What did I do to me? You're still pretending. Do you really think I can't smell another woman on you?" Zhang Han was slightly stunned, and suddenly realized that the woman sitting across from him just now did have some nice-smelling burning incense on her. Zhang Han's tone weakened slightly. "I didn't." "No?" Shangguan Yu sneered, cupped Zhang Han's chin, and kissed towards those watery lips, with her teeth pried open. Ginger Han is aggravated but can't make a sound. Ooh-hoo. Shangguan Yu was different this time, and Suo's was rather rough. Finally, Shangguan Yu raised her head, and Zhang Han's lips were kissed with a watery shine. What mountain lump of trash is that sister you hooked up with? Gonzi, to treat you to a bowl of porridge? I didn't." The lips pressed down again. Chapter 31, Undercurrents. The moon, the sea, the wind and the rain. The air is full of broken leaves and flowers. It is the September day on Earth. The air carries a chill that makes the military woman on the city gates can't help but shiver. She shakes the ground and takes out the gourd in her arms. There is no touching of alcohol while on duty, but no one was watching her. So what was wrong with a few sips? A few cups down, the body's chill was slightly dispersed. She braced herself against the wall and looked up. The cold wind in her face. The night no longer so dark. The coldest night is before that most beautiful morning. It was cold, and dew had formed on the military woman's wine gourd. After today's work and the monthly payment, she won't join the army. Not a lot of pay, a lot of work. Over the years, she clearly felt that her original green ambition had long since been worn away. Looking for a different job. Thinking this way, a little song and an image rang in my head. The blonde beauty sat on top of the high stool, plucking the zither in her arms, her white feet swaying. Vermilion lips were only gently opened, but it was as if they were directly kissing her heart. Damn it, as a nobody who doesn't even have a Koro husband, I really can't resist that little. His father's. What's the point of a job if it keeps her from earning money and marrying her husband? Asterisk. Him. Take the rates today and go. Pooh dash. Before the words were finished, suddenly her throat became sweet and a sharp pain came out of her chest. The brightly shining long sword stabbed straight into her chest. The hand reached out feebly, and the last insistence was only, pull the bell. She closed her eyes forever. A pile of silver piled up into a small mountain was stacked in front of Li Guan, and she looked at this with shock and anger. In this Tsan Yu territory, there are even bugbears who withhold military pay. She couldn't wait to eat the person in front of her alive. Lord Li, as long as you lend me the military talisman, I will return all this immortal silver to you afterwards. Feng Sikai's 2 eyes shone brightly. Looking straight at him, she was born to be an extreme lover of money. She relied on a large amount of money to secretly buy the lord of the city, if not to make more oil water how to do. Unfortunately, this Sunhai city is still too small. Even after receiving so many dirty silver and silk from the land of wind and snow, and coveting so much Sunhai Moon's vibrant wealth, it can't fill back the hole it once had. She's going to move on to a higher position. then seek wealth. Nay, there had never been a suitable time to do so, but a few days ago, Yi Qingxian pried open her city lord's residence and brought her a piece of news. The remnants of the Cold Water Witch's old party were within that crane tower, and that Shangguan Lian was even the palace master of that cold water palace. Hurrah! What a godsend! However, they couldn't even shout at those lazy and slow military ladies. Fortunately, Yi Qingxian also mentioned that Liavana was in her residence. Liavana, as the star sovereign of Daoling, held the Tsangyu small heavenly seal, and if she was outside, lighting up that seal would be equal to the presence of the heavenly sovereign himself. Therefore, she came over with these silvers. Liavana looked at this rate of silver frowned, because the silver block under the clearly engraved with the word rate, clearly from the palace allocated out, not even recast, handed over to bribe her. What's this? The purpose of that is also clear when the matter of stealing chickens and dogs is brought to the stage. They were trying to force her, the Daoling Star Sovereign, to get on their thieving ship. Ugh, what a shameless Fengqiu Kai. Ugh, what a despicable Yi Qingxian. She was so angry that she cursed at Yi Qingxian. I valued Scholar Yi so much before, and you ended up repaying me like this. Yi Qingxuan's face did not change. Her face was light and she took a sip of tea. And what, pray tell, did I do, Lord Li? Liavana was so angry that she could not tear her eyes apart, and said angrily, you teamed up with this Fengqiu to jointly victimize me, and you still dare to say that you didn't do anything? When Yi Qingxian heard this, she wasn't in a hurry and just guffawed, a smile that was contemptuous. She once upon a time, why not hold a cloud of ambition into the career? At the Wanshur Examination Center, she was the flower that stood out and eventually won the top spot. It's only logical that it's been flat on its back ever since. It's just a pity. Mixing with the officialdom is not as simple as mixing with the examination hall. But after she realized that the official position she had tried her best to obtain was not as good as the official tail that was bought in with money, she came to her senses, a complete and utter great realization. The high ground is not a place for her, and she prides herself on standing far away from the high ground, so that no culverts can flow around her. Without connections, without strength, without merit, how long can she stand? Soon she was set up and relegated to this Tsunhai, and she put her hopes on Liavana in the palace, only that Liavana's excuses always kept coming. Yi Qingxuan's smile grew more and more chilling. To her, it was clearly this Liavana who had turned a blind eye to that filthy official style that had led to today's scene. Yi Qingxian spoke up, Lord Li, you've been in Shanghai for a long time and not cared about your family. I'm afraid your father and mother are all pining. Why don't I go and invite them for you? Yi Qingxian Yu. Liavana was furious and couldn't stop the dirty words coming out of her mouth. However, the dirty words weakened after bubbling up. What kind of person was Yi Qingxian? How could she not see it by now? Those words just now were by no means a joke in front of her. Is Lord Li tired of cursing? Come, this is good fragrant tea. First slow down your breath, and then continue cursing after you've slowed down. Yi Qingxian handed over the tea. The tea was served in front of Ivana, steaming hot and hitting her straight in the face. The tea was clear, and she could look at her haggard eyes through the green tea. Kang is already getting more and more wrong. Going out of the palace because you're looking for that folklore phoenix has been completely wrong since then. Although His Majesty is so powerful that he can raise his hand to open up the sky and split the earth, externally he is more powerful than thousands of troops and horses. But internally, although on the surface everyone is respectful, the collusion of those parties makes it more and more difficult for her to see how deep the water in the palace is. Harem 3000 are all the official family. The temple is also full of only hook and corner, really encountered when the matter of a word are afraid to say the waste. Moreover, these days, a number of old ministers like her in the palace have been transferred out of the palace one by one. With this in mind, Ivana's pupils shrank, rustling in the wind. The cold wind blows the teacups askew hot. Liavana suddenly fell into tears as she realized that Tsangyu had long rotted to the roots at some point and wanted to change but could do nothing about it. Yi Qingxian wiped the sweat off her forehead and softly said, Lord Li, how are you thinking? Or do you want to continue cursing? Anyone who falsely issues a holy decree is guilty of killing his head. If you don't say it, if I don't say it, and if Lord Fengcheng doesn't say it, who can know? Lesson from the late emperor, no mobilization of military guards unless it's a war. Yi Qingxian then followed the good advice. Lord Li, please also rest assured that mobilizing the Tsunhai army is only for the sake of the people to get rid of the evils. After all, Lord Li doesn't want to see those witches go on to poison one side of Tsongyu's people, right? Come on, let's go to that crane building together. Chapter 32, Your Excellency, marry me. The small white hand touched the zither, and the strings were plucked lightly. The unkempt blonde hair was not dirty, but rather had a bit of a messy beauty to it. Eyelids, half-lidded lips pursed lightly. The original white tender little face is not like before that there is redness. On the contrary, more than a few points of pallor. Last night, he couldn't sleep. Clang! A trill played from the lyre. The strings broke, and the little hand broke some skin and oozed blood. Ouch! Ginger Han's eyelids jumped. It's not just the fingers that hurt, it hurts all over. Last night the whole night, Shangguan Yue did not let him sleep. Suddenly, Shangguan Yue grabbed his broken index finger and gently took it into her mouth. With a burst of wetness and heat in his hand, Jiang Han hung his head to avoid Shangguan Yu's gaze, but still let out a soft muffled sound. Shangguan Yue loosened her mouth and reached out to run her hand through the broken hair on his forehead, her fingers pointing at the side of his face, tracing it. Sir, does it still hurt? Jiang Han sucked in a mouthful of cold air and looked down on the pain. He inclined his head, beating away the slender hand that was touching his face, and complained, Miss Yu, you also bullied me. The beauty's voice was soft and trembling, sounding as if she were sobbing. Shangguan Yu's heart twitched as she reached over and indeed felt a few drops of tears. Her heart softened, and she softly said, Your Excellency, I did go a bit overboard yesterday. Last night, she seemed to be seemingly possessed again, as Jiang Han was pressed underneath her and she kept kneading over. But despite the increasing force of the pinch, he bit his lip tightly and didn't say a word. At the time, she was anxious and angry. She was angry that this Jiang Gonzi was stealing food outside, and she was anxious that this Jiang Gonzi was disobeying her more and more. Why can't you understand? Mr. Kong, everyone out there is bad. I'm the only one who's good to you. You belong to me. She became more and more paranoid, and the force on her hands became heavier and heavier. But despite this, the white petite body was already red, and Jiang Han let out some muffled soft noises at best. Not enough, not enough. It wasn't the voice she wanted. What she wanted to hear was him pleading in submission. Yes sir, you depend on me, begging me. Is that bad? Anyway, I'll do anything for you. I'll be there for you. I like you. Thinking more and more paranoid, and wanting to do more and more paranoid, she decided that no matter what, she was going to possess him. The delicate hand pressed on top of Jiang Han's chest, and the Yukai was trembling unceasingly. Miss Yu, I'm in pain. Ouch. Finally, there was nothing but muffled sounds, as if begging for mercy. After wailing a few times, it was completely silent. Her eyes, which emanated a light purple aura, suddenly cleared, and a warm current flowed into her hands. It's blood. When he lost his concentration, in order to break that prohibition, the obsidian dagger stabbed straight at Jiang Han. She was so shocked that she hastily pulled out the dagger, used her energy to stop the bleeding, and kept feeding him several life-saving elixirs. Mr. Jiang is only a soft young man body. How can he resist the power of the Big Dipper? It's going to die. Luckily, it wasn't just the pills that worked, or the timing of her rescue was just right. As Jiang Han's breath smoothed out and she fainted, it was just that the dantian was severely damaged, and if he wanted to continue cultivating, then he could only wait a few more years and see what happened. In order to break that prohibition, the beauty suffered. See her heart lust retreat a few points. Shangguan Yue gently lifted Jiang Han up, who stiffened and softened in her arms without saying a word. The slender willow waist trembled slightly, with some blood oozing from it. Shangguan Yue softly said, Sir Jiang, not practicing, you can also suffer less, so I deserve to have my dantian broken. Is that it? My lord, you don't have to comfort me, Miss Yu. It's just that I'm too stupid myself. Jiang Han let out a bitter smile and said in a trembling voice, born with this male body, I can't do anything. What else can I do besides playing the zither? I still have to thank Miss Yu for letting me dream of cultivating immortality for a few days. My lord, I don't mean to blame you. If it wasn't for you, I might have fallen into someone else's hands long ago. In fact, I can understand what Miss Yu was thinking. It must be that you have been thinking that in the future. It would be enough to let me rely only on you. Shangguan Yue was dumbfounded by what was said. Jiang Han's mind was sensitive, so sensitive that she had long since detected her thoughts. It's not like I have to cultivate. In fact, I just want to be able to help Miss Yu. That's all. It's just that I can't do anything without cultivation. Ginger Han's words took on more flavor. It seemed like more of a compromise, more of a relief. Shangguan Yu's heart was messed up again. Before it was messed up because of his beauty. This time it was messed up, but it originated from the guilt in her heart. She cultivates the sword. I think the most taboo thing is to mess up the Tao. My lord, marry me. Jiang Han was slightly stunned and slowly raised his head. I'm just a small herdsman in a greenhouse. If Miss Yu marries me, I won't be laughed at. Aha! Shangguan Yue kissed him roughly, and the already weak Jiang Han was unable to resist, and could only allow Shangguan Yue to pry open his teeth. Ha! The lips parted, and Jiang Han gasped slightly, crystal drooling hanging from her moist lips. If the male says those words again in the future, I'll gag you like this. Jiang Han's pale face finally gained some redness, and softly said, but I don't have a dowry. Aha! Who? Again? Jiang Han just felt like she was losing her breath. Shangguan Yu's slender hand hooked the bridge of Jiang Han's nose, her forehead pressed against her forehead, and she spoke out in a coaxing tone. My lord, I will go and redeem myself for you, and tomorrow we will have a wedding. Miss Yue. Aha. Jiang Han was gently carried to the bed. After this 3 times to tease, he also felt hot inside. He couldn't tell whether it was because of love or because of that great lust harmony pill. It didn't matter. He didn't want to split hairs. Shangguan Yu's eyes were full of thirst for him, and her hands kept trying to gently caress over. Ginger Han didn't move. There was no resistance other than the occasional shudder brought on by the pain. If fate is meant to be, then all that can be done is to accept it. He still reached out and gently wrapped his hand around Shangguan Yu's neck, his 4 eyes facing each other. Shangguan Yue touched Jiang Han's wrist with affection, and said under her breath, Sir, that night when we first met, you took a liking to this hanging jade red rope, and now you're still wearing it. Do you really like it that much? Jiang Han was slightly stunned. In fact, it wasn't that he liked the hand rope. He was looking at the lanterns at the time, and this hand rope just happened to be in the line of sight, but he couldn't say it out loud at this moment, and could only nod lightly. Well, after all, it was given to me by Miss Yue. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yu's heart warmed. With a husband like this, what more could a wife ask for? Slowly, Miss Yue. Jiang Han suddenly let out a soft cry, and Shangguan Yue hastily stopped her hand, although she could also use force. What is it, my lord? Pull down the bed curtains first, okay? The bed curtains were drawn down, blocking out the gentle breeze as well as the obscure heavenly gaze. Chapter 33, Is Beauty Jiang so easy to feed? Wah wah awa. Shangguan Yu's cries rang out inside the building, frightening Shangguan Lian, who hurriedly pulled the door shut and slapped Shangguan Yu's butt hard. Shangguan Lian snapped. I told you not to cry inside the building. You don't listen, do you? Shangguan Yue didn't stop crying and continued to cry. But Ama, you said that when I passed my 12th birthday, you'd find a good husband for me. Oho. Disobedience. Disobedience. How dare you disobey? Shangguan Yue jumped when she was slapped, and only then did she show some restraint. Shangguan Yue said fiercely. Humph. Ama, you don't count your words. Nonsense. Where have I ever talked out of my ass? Then why did you agree with sister? It's obvious that I was the one who had my eye on brother Jiang first. Why? Because she threw dozens of bottles of elixir over Ah. Besides, why not ease the ninny's relationship with herself with just a nod? Of course, I can't say these things to Shangguan Yue in the open. She frowned and gently patted her back as she mouthed. That means I want to find you a good husband. That's why I don't leave that Jiang kid with you. Think about it. That Jiang kid has no father, no mother, no meritorious achievements. How can he be worthy of my good daughter? Humph. According to you, is he worthy of sister again? Ah, that sister of yours had to make a fool of herself. How could your AMA care? Obviously Ama is biased too. Ha, no more good with Ama. Shangguan Lian had a helpless face and kept coaxing her, but couldn't get it right. In the end she got annoyed with herself, and there was another commotion at the door at that moment. It was the little herald outside who said, Master of the building, there is a guest who looks like he has a lot of money coming. Shangguan Lian also didn't care about her, simply left her alone to cry here and hurried out the door. Aowa, even Ama won't help me. Shangguan Yu's small face turned red with anger and stomped her feet. Humph, brother Jiang can only be mine. I was the one who looked at brother Jiang first. She jumped onto the desk, and pressed down towards the inkstone on the desk, actually pressing a button. Suddenly, a drawer popped out of the iron cabinet behind him, and Shangguan Yue moved a stool over and stepped on it to pat his feet to get it. She had found out before when she secretly hid here that Ama would hide all her important things in this cabinet. She opened the cabinet and saw that there were all kinds of elixirs and all kinds of talismanic paper deeds neatly placed inside. She took the talisman paper and finally found it, and sure enough there was one on it that was none other than Jiang Han's Heavenly Dao Talisman Deed. Heavenly Dao rune deeds, as the name implies, are used to conclude Heavenly Dao contracts. This is the Heavenly Dao rune deed of selling, which means that with this deed, one can control the person contracted with this deed. This kind of contract was worth a lot of money, so it was also properly kept here by Shangguan Lian. It's just a pity that it's hard to prevent house thieves day and night, and Shangguan Yue easily got his hands on the talismanic deed. Scrambling, he put the talismanic deed away and pushed the drawer back. A hint of ruthlessness wiped across Shangguan Yu's watery eyes. No, 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 even if you are a sister, you can't take away brother Jiang. Ginger boy, I'm here. Sorry to keep the guest waiting. Jiang Han sensibly lowered his head respectfully. Shangguan Lian is what goods he is also clear, since he is going to be ransomed by the you-girl words. Before that, will certainly be more from him to squeeze more oil water, but he wasn't annoyed. After all, that's all the time one can be squeezed. Ginger beauty, keep your head up. Yes. Jiang Han raised his head slightly noisily and fixed both eyes when he saw the face of his guest. It's you. The visitor was gorgeously dressed in pale purple, and although his head was veiled, the figure was familiar to him. He had seen this person before. That day when he and Shangguan Yue were eating out after being annoyed. This was the person who came to his table and even paid for her meal. What? Is the ginger beauty unhappy to see me? Nope. How come? Then how come you can't speak once you see me? What's the matter? You think I took advantage of you that day? These words drew an outcry as a crowd of gazes looked on. What? Who the hell is that? How dare you take advantage of BeautyCon? Bold. Brush eyes look. Jung Han, subject to this misunderstood eyes, swept around only to feel more and more ashamed. Hastily said, No. Which is the guest taking advantage of me? However, that flashy woman just let out a contemptuous laugh, reached out towards Jung Han's arm and yanked it in front of her. Her eyes widened as she looked. Are you really not counting? Guest, what should I be counting on? You just resent me eating your freeload. How? What's going on? Guest, don't tug. Ginger Han hastily guarded her shoulder straps, which kept her from falling down. He was pulled over to a table that had been slowly set up with lots of good food. I asked to return a meal to you today. How about you eat some with me and I won't bother with you? This way. Jung Han was slightly stunned and secretly let out a sigh of relief. What? Is it not possible for the ginger beauty to show her face? No. How could it be? Ha ha ha. Jung Han accompanied the smile and sat down right across the table. Move the chopsticks. Yes. Jung Han lifted her chopsticks, but she was embarrassed. How to say it? The first time I ate in plain sight, I was rather shy. Jung Han clamped the chopped spirit fruit in a bowl and gently brought it to his mouth. The women present looked over in unison. They were curious, just to see what this yukai looked like when she was eating. Daddy, that little mouth is moist and so damn tight. Little goblin, how can you get full from eating fruit? Come and eat your sisters. Dads, what if I get mesmerized watching people eat at a greenhouse? Many of the nasty words were just a low hush, but Ginger Han had always had a good sense of hearing, and soon her face was red with shame. The gorgeous woman with a pale purple body raised her eyebrows and spoke. Why isn't Beauty Jung eating? Guest, am I full? Just a little piece and you're full? Jung Han lightly nodded her head and voiced out, I can't eat anymore. What? Is the ginger beauty so easy to feed? It's obvious that you resent me. No, it's not like that. Jung Han explained in a panic. Why? You've disliked me 3 times, obviously because you see that I can't pay. You look down on me, don't you? You all are the same. No, how? Jung Han explained with his mouth, but in his heart, he really wanted to curse. What's it got to do with me if you're rich or not? Suddenly, Shangguan Yu's voice came from upstairs. Wait, this guest, I do see that you look somewhat familiar. Chapter 34, Sisters of the Same Family. This leopard smell on Shiruyan is really a bit too heavy. Shangguan Yu hung her head, sizing up the pale purple woman. Her lotus steps moved gently, slowly descending the stairs. Jung Han turned her head, slightly stunned. Then her small hand was pulled straight through by Shangguan Yu. Just like that, Shangguan Yu protected Jung Han behind her as she asked the pale purple woman with an icy face. I wonder, this sister, how come you're free to come to a greenhouse today? What's the matter? Is there not enough to eat at home? This sister is joking. I'm used to eating mountain delicacies and seafood, but I'm not allowed to change my taste? Shiruyan naturally recognized Lingyun, and as Yu Mingyan's senior disciple, she naturally had to give her some face. I don't mind this sister trying new dishes, but don't get your ideas on me. Jung Han was listening to the clouds. Obviously the two of them knew each other. I just don't know what kind of relationship it is. What? This sister is so lonely from practicing her sword on weekdays that she's not choosing her food? Come to this place of wind and splendor to choose a husband. Shangguan Yu's eyes were ice cold like fronts, and she said in a cold voice, what does it have to do with you? Sister, I don't mean anything. Today I just want to take care of your family's business. Here, Beauty Jiang, come and drink with me. The light purple woman's eyes looked like wolves, and Jung Han was so unnaturally toppled. His hand was gripped tightly by Shangguan Yu, and he was actually gripped so tightly that his tiger's mouth was raw and painful. Seeing this, the corners of Shiruyan's mouth rose slightly. Sister takes care of your family's business. Why isn't sister happy? A voice transmission came straight from Shangguan Yu's mouth to Shiruyan. Shiruyan, don't force me to turn the tables on you here. What? What did I do wrong? Sister? I saw that this brother-in-law was pale and bloodless. I think it must be that you didn't take good care of your sister, and I, as a sister, had to take care of the care for you, and instead of thinking of being grateful, you want to be angry at me? Shangguan Yu did not then pay any attention to her, turning her head to Jung Han and whispering, Gonzi, go back to your room first and rest well. Don't listen to Shangguan Lian even if she instructs you. Jung Han gently nodded his head and respectfully said, little Shang's body is not well, so I will go back to my room to rest first. The visiting room was simply redecorated, and tea was being boiled on the case, and after it boiled for a while, Shangguan Yu followed the tea ritual and poured a cup, handing it over towards the woman in front of her. What are you doing here if you're not staying in your Canton palace? Would you believe me when I say that I'm here to chat with you, senior sister? Shangguan Yue snorted coldly and spoke. I have never told you about my origins, so how could you possibly find your way straight here? Shi Ruyan held up her teacup and took a light sip, her eyes containing a smile as she joked. I originally thought that you, senior sister, have been obsessed with the sword path your whole life, and that you couldn't have anything to do with these men in this life. I can't imagine that it's you, senior sister, who is deeply hidden. And today, when my brother-in-law showed his face, he stunned your sister and me. You have your 3,000 harem to pamper, so don't hit on my Jiang Gongzi. I can trade you my harem of 3,000. I don't want the leftovers of your play. Shangguan Yue glanced at her and refilled half a cup of tea for her. Tomorrow I'm going to marry Gongzi for initiation, so if you want to show your appreciation, you can stay for these few days, just as an added color. Shi Ruyan bared her teeth and said, What? Not afraid of sister me stealing your husband again? Sister, I'll be honest with you, if you hadn't come out in time just now, I would have wanted to taste the flavor of beauty Jiang. Behave yourself. Duke Jiang can't stand the tossing and turning of your Dao body. What? You have something good and you don't want to share it with your sister again? Asterisk 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 your father. Why don't you split the throne with your sister? Shangguan Yue lowered her eyes and looked at the rising water mist on the teacup. She had never been able to do anything about this senior sister. Shangguan Yue and Shi Ruyan both entered Lingyun Peak when the 7 stars were falling, but Shi Ruyan was just 1 hour faster than her. Shi Ruyan was born to be favored, has always been pampered. In that Lingyun Peak is to bump into many people. The only person she could talk to was her fellow apprentice sister Shangguan Yue. Although her mouth was unreliable, as a senior sister, Shi Ruyan still took care of Shangguan Yue. Shangguan Yue left home with Shangguan Lian on her back, with no money or silver on her, and until she was able to get the monthly money within the clan, she had relied on Shi Ruyan to succor her. Just like that, the green cloud soared immortal rain dreaming smoke within the Lingyun Peak had such 2 high-ranking disciples. First was Lingyun fairy Shangguan Yue who had inherited the Lingyun mantle inheritance. Then there was that Songyu imperial daughter Shi Ruyan who was going to inherit the position of Songyu heavenly sovereign. Ah, she is now that Songyu heavenly sovereign. Because of the 2 of them, the world exclaimed that if they could set foot on Lingyun Peak and still worship under Yu Mengyin, wouldn't that be a promising future? Ah, rain dream smoke doesn't take on disciples anymore. Bang! Suddenly a loud bang came from downstairs and there was a lot of shrieking and screaming. When the military ladies reached the building, the leader shouted, Where is Shangguan Lian, the owner of the crane tower? I wonder what official business this military sister has. Shangguan Lian was upstairs, leaning against the railing, and the showroom downstairs was already a mess. At the end of the sentence, a woman in official clothes walked in, and as soon as she stepped into the threshold, the military ladies all bowed their heads and respectfully said, Lord City Lord. Feng Chou Kai raised his head to look at it, and snickered on his lips. Shangguan Lu Master, I haven't seen you for the past few days, but you are still as charming as ever. I guess you haven't been moisturized by all these little herdsmen in the building on weekdays. Shangguan Lian tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart, and slowly said under her breath, Phoenix City Lord, I only sent the silver offering to your residence the day before yesterday, and today you brought people here to vandalize it. Is it because my family's silver offering is not enough? What words from the owner? I'm here today. Naturally I'm here in the name of justice. Here, Lord Li, I'll leave it to you next. Liavana came up from the back. Her complexion was unnatural at the moment compared to before. This time, the army was only sent out to eliminate the cold water witch. Afterwards, she let out a long sigh and took out the small heavenly seal high up. By the order of my king, I have come here specially to capture the remaining sins of cold water. Idle people will quickly retreat. Shangguan Lian's fists clenched. Since the destruction of the cold water palace, she dragged her family with her remaining people to recircle the land outside and raise the palace. You need silver to do all those things. Where do you get it? Naturally, it's the crane tower. It is reasonable to say that all channels have long been well organized. How could such a thing happen today? Shangguan Lian kept her face calm and slowly said, Where did Lord Feng City hear the rumor that catching a witch has even caught me at Crane House? Humph. This official wants to come to enforce the law impartially. Do you really think that this official will come to your crane building without evidence? Feng Xiucai clapped his hands. Mr. Morong, please also come over. Chapter 35. How? Is it her? Back to Lord City Lord. This Shangguan Lian is indeed the palace master of the Cold Water Palace. Shangguan Lian frowned and said, Phoenix City Lord, this is just a one-sided story and you believe it? Yi Qingxian Yi walked forward, fanning her folding fan, and opened her mouth. Lord City Lord, the cold water witch has always been good at refining male tripods by various means, so why not capture a famous flower trickster to test it out to convince the crowd? Ah, what scholar Yi said is not unreasonable. Nah, Shangguan building master, call out the store's flower girl. This town hall wants to examine him in public. There was an uproar. Who else but Jiang Han could be the flower girl in the building? Shangguan Lian didn't think anything of it, and pulled her voice, calling out to Jiang Han a few times. Master, I'm not feeling well. Hurry up and come out. It's not like you're being asked to take over. Aha! Jiang Han pushed open the door of the room, a face pale on the face of some sickly red. Yi Qingxian nodded in satisfaction when she saw him in this state. His own sister of that harmony sect didn't fool him this time, and really pinched this mnemonic and was able to mobilize the Great Desire Harmony pill in that Jiang Han's body. Ginger Han's eyes collapsed and her blonde hair was simply brushed back. He played with his arm with one hand, making his body even more delicate and soft, and his white flowery dress was like a fine willow by the river, moving with the wind. Junior Jiang Han, meet you all. A nice touch of golden phantom inside the crane house. The wind seeks wealth to see two eyes straight hook. Before how to focus on convergence of wealth. How did not find in this Shanghai city in such a special thing? Feng Xucai smiled lewdly. Jiang Han is it? Come in front of me. I'm going to use the 8 methods of Qi Men to test your body. Suddenly, there was some noise in the building. Today this crane house really did not come in vain. Can count on having a good taste? What does that mean? Sister, you have little knowledge. You don't know the means in this Chiman Batha palace that specializes in checking the body of a serving monarch. First of all, we have to remove his clothes, point his tongue. In short, it is to check his body, to ensure that there is no hidden weapons. Then on the line that 8 law. First of all, the eyes to see the body, nose smell body, ears to listen to the heart pulse, hand caress. Sister, is what you're describing not a living erotic palace? Your stupid sister. This Chiman 8 method test is to enter the palace of the king, naturally more strict. Later you will watch the show? You might even see Zheng Beauty gasping a few times in the city lord's arms. Jiang Han was originally about to go downstairs when his ears twitched, taking in all these words. What are you fuming about, ginger boy? You go. Me. The gazes of all the people present swept toward Jiang Han, with regret, admiration, longing, and desire. Jiang Han only felt her ears burning, yet she had to go down the stairs one step at a time. Yi Qingxian couldn't help but see him in this manner, and couldn't help but have an evil fire rise in her heart as well. The ghost made a hand seal and pointed remotely. Suddenly, Jiang Han's body seemed to pass through a trace of electric current. His feet stepped on an empty space, and he fell straight down from the stairs, flopping a few times, falling right in front of Feng Xucai. This fall hurt. Jiang Han only felt that his whole body was weak. The heat was extraordinary. 2 hands propped up on the ground, hanging his head and exhaling loudly. The straps slipped off, revealing seductive sliding shoulders. Windseeker Kai hung his head colorfully and ogled, leaning down and ordering under his breath. Jiang Han, raise your head. Jiang Han strained to raise her head, her white cheeks slowly lifting, her broken hair on her forehead blowing in the wind and gently fluttering. It is like the beautiful fairy in the sky who was immaculate but has fallen into the mortal world. Fie, what a lowly goblin. Just now you pretended to fall down just to show this gesture in front of this official? No. Jiang Han bit his lip, his face aggravated, and he didn't know how. But suddenly his body twitched. Feng Xucai snorted coldly, still dared to talk tough. Good, I think you usually have not been less by the witch to teach. You've been taught to be like this. Are you so willing to be the witch's slave? No, it's not. Jiang Han froze, confused. Lord City Lord, you've misunderstood. What was a witch he hadn't even heard of? Jiang Han, this official has always been a clean official who strictly enforces the law. You claim to be mistaken. Then well, this official will also give you a chance to prove your innocence. Remove your clothes, this official is going to examine your body. Jiang Han heard, but really with those booing said, I don't know. No, don't. Don't? Do you even want to be innocent? Or are you not innocent at all? Jiang Han lost his mind, because he's getting married tomorrow. What if he is the only one who suffers? But the husband that Miss Yu was going to marry was standing in front of everyone without an inch of clothing before the wedding. He vaguely remembered what the demoness of the Acacia sect had said, after being hit by the Great Lust Harmony pill. If you don't take it without my clan's unique gong method, you will be provoked by someone in the future and turn into a head of a come hither. All may come wife. Don't. Kaching dash. Wood shavings shattered and flew, and the crowd looked up at the crisp sound, only to see a pale purple woman standing on the railing, looking down from above. She didn't say a word, but a kingly authority spread out. A quarter of an hour ago, Shangguan Yue noticed the movement outside and then observed it. Shi Ruyan was also surprised. Without her order, who could mobilize the Shanghai army lady in non-wartime? Well, until she saw that Dowling Star Lord, she sort of understood the situation. Shangguan Yue originally wanted to let it go. After all, Shangguan Lian's affairs, she has always been lazy to get involved. Usually she did so many things that damaged the merit. Really want her to fish that is completely cannot get back. But, until that wind-seeking Kai wanted to test Zhang Han's body with the 8 methods of Chi-Men, Shangguan Yue felt like she had to hold back. She couldn't wait to immediately draw her sword and chop off that city lord's head and feed it to the dogs. On the contrary, Shi Ruyan pressed her down. If Shangguan Yue was in a hurry to strike, it would not be convenient for her to see the situation below. Aya, what's your hurry? Your sister, I'm here. Can I still let my brother-in-law give someone an advantage? Settle down. I'll make a move. Only then did Shangguan Yue patiently put the long sword into its scabbard. Liavana lifted his head, shivering, cold sweat running down his back, and finally kneeled down respectfully, trembling. Greetings to your majesty. Liavana's behavior. Look shocked how many people present. Feng Kai's face turned pale. Her eyes swept unbelievably over and over that light purple woman. The whole person was frozen in place, and it was only because Yi Qingxian, who had already knelt down beside her, tugged at the corner of her clothes that she came back to her senses and hurriedly knelt down after her. Phoenix City Lord is quite the official. What's the matter? You're not going to do the test? Chapter 36, Pre-Marriage. My humble self is also here for Tsangyu, the remnants of that cold water witch. Then I ask you, where are the remnants of that cold water? Murongfan takes a head kick and rolls to the front. Shi Ruyan hung her head and looked cold. Morongfeng was so scared that he didn't dare to utter a single breath. Trembling, he said, Your Majesty, the owner of this crane tower, Shangguan Lian, is none other than the palace master of that cold water palace. Oh, you are so sure. Can you have any evidence? Your Majesty, look. Morongfeng pulled out a piece of white jade, kneeled down on both knees, presented the white jade with both hands, and hurriedly said, This is the life jade of the cold water palace. As long as you have this jade, you will be able to seek out the location of the cold water palace lord. Ginger Beauty, help pass the jade, will you? Zhang Han slightly stalled, nodded his head, moved his steps, and walked to Morongfeng's front. Taking the white jade, he went up the stairs, walked over to Shi Ruyan and handed it over. Shi Ruyan couldn't help but take one more look at him. This is so well behaved and cute. It's cheaper for Shangguan Yue. That's sword obsessed. That guy never knows what to do. I don't know how much this beauty is going to suffer in the future. Shi Ruyan took the fate jade and took a closer look at it. It was a real one, as there was another fate jade of cold water in the palace. Only that fate jade had lost its effectiveness long ago, and wasn't as lustrous as this one. What this Mr. Morong presented is a piece of real goods. Shi Ruyan let out a light laugh, then hooked her hand. Who is the owner of the crane tower? Come here. I want to personally test it with this jade. My daughter obeyed. Shangguan Lian walked over. The life jade was in Shi Ruyan's hands, but it was not glowing and shining, as if it was mute. Things have come to this Mr. Morong. What else do you have to say? There was a sigh of relief as Morongfeng looked at the piece of jade with no reaction and was shocked. How is it possible? By the way, Mr. Morong, I have to ask you, where exactly did this life jade come from? The little people took it from home. When Feng Kai heard this, his eyes went wide and he cursed this man for being stupid. But I do remember clearly. I'm afraid that only the elders in those clans would have that piece of life jade like this. Men, escort the remnants of this cold water out and chop them up. Why is His Majesty here? Scholar Yi, you're usually eloquent. Now hurry up and say a few words to His Majesty. Feng Kai hurriedly whispered a tone towards Yi Qingxian, who replied back, Private transfer of military guards. How to plead is a capital offense. Phoenix City Lord, if you still want to keep this little life today, I still have a plan to help you. Feng Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly followed up with, How will you help me? When His Majesty asks you about your crimes later, you'll use your secret technique to kill towards His Majesty. At that time I'll have time to spread the sky covering formation. When the formation is completed, you and I will be able to escape from there. It's just as easy as a slap in the face. But, Feng Kai hesitated. Right now his own crime is probably a sentence of beheading at the waist. But if he were to strike at His Majesty, wouldn't he will be executed? Yi Qingxuan's icy voice seemed like a hammer smashing in. Don't hesitate. If you don't make a move later, I won't take you with me after I pave the formation. After taking care of Morongfeng, Shi Ruyan's words turned to Feng Xucai. Feng Xucai, do you know what crimes you have committed? Your Majesty, I am all for Tsangyu. Mouthing off about being for Tsangyu. What? You came to this greenhouse to molest the flower girl here? Is it also for Tsangyu? Your Majesty, rest your anger. I am aware of my offense. Oh, then tell me what crimes you have committed. Ha. Suddenly, the air inside the building had an extra fishy sweet blood aura, and Feng Kai suddenly laughed strangely, his face hideous. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I'm going to commit regicide. Shangguan Yu's face stared. This aura was familiar to her, and she raised an eyebrow. Tianshan blood demon? Shi Ruiyan heard this and also stared down. Although she was living in Guanghan Palace, she had also heard of this fierce name. Rumor has it that the Tianshan blood devil regards money as his life, and will do anything for money, and he doesn't know how much blood has been on his hands. His fathers, which one of them made this old devil an official? But there was no harm in it. With her cultivation, this Tianshan blood demon was nothing more than a mole cricket. Suddenly, Yi Qingxian stormed up and jumped out from behind, pulling out a brightly shining dagger from somewhere in her hand and running Feng Shucai's neck through in one go. With blood pouring out, Feng Choukai covered his neck incredulously and turned back to Yi Qingxian with a vicious look, but he could not utter a single harsh word. Yi Qingxian icily kicked Feng Shucai to the ground and respectfully said towards Shi Ruiyan, "Your Majesty, the people of Songhai have been poisoned by this old devil for a long time, and even after this old devil took a fancy to the money of this crane house, she went so far as to threaten me and Lord Li to help her. Therefore, Lord Li has privately conspired with me to do this today. We pretend to obey her, and when the right opportunity arises, we will get rid of her. Your Excellency Li, don't you think so?" Seeing this, Liavana responded. Just as Scholar Yi said, the sun was setting in the west, which was logically the time when the doors of the crane house were spacious. It's closed tight at this point, but the building is still lit. But the usual those colorful lamps and satin, but changed a picture of a big red and happy. The geisha were still on top of that stand, except that the person playing the piano was no longer the blonde beauty. From then on, and there won't be that blonde beauty up there playing the piano, because he's getting married tomorrow. Inside the elegant room, Zhang Han sat in front of the mirror and sat upright. That near who followed Shi Ruiyan was combing that soft blonde hair behind his back. A burst of dressing up, instead of just a simple draped bun. I have to say, the people who have stayed in the palace are different. Rouge and thin powder in Nir's hands are simply used out of flowers. Zhang Han looked at himself in the mirror and secretly sighed that the three major evil arts of East Asia simply couldn't move in front of this nymphet's maneuvers. In the mirror, he was originally elegant and dignified, with a beautiful face. After some grooming, it is even more like a shocking, graceful as a swimming dragon. Zhang Han strokes the zither and sings softly. Nell set his face straight and laughed softly, and asked this young groom of tomorrow to smile. Zhang Han revealed his customary smile, and Nir looked at the person in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. "Ah, I've dressed up so many times for those servant-cons on weekdays, and I've seen so many beauties, but nothing compares to the current." Looking at Zhang Han so beautiful after combing her hair, Nir felt like she was old and powerful now. TSK, TSK, TSK. The corners of his eyebrows hide his beauty, and his voice and smile reveal his gentleness. "This sister, can you put your hand down from my face? Otherwise the makeup will smudge." "Ah, sorry." Chapter 37, Pre-Marriage 2. The wind is blowing the window, and the beauty lightly lifts her face, her eyes looking at the distant mountains. It's a beautiful time. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get into someone else's arms, but I'm sure I'll be able to get married. A gust of wind arose and a piece of golden splinter hit him straight in the face. He twisted the flower and threw it casually, and another gust of wind picked up, and the petal flew off to who knows where again. Happy? A little bit, actually. After all, it's also a major event in one's life. It's just the complete opposite of that scene that I fantasized about in my childhood. Lost? A little bit, actually. Exactly what words should I use to get Shangguan Yue to continue teaching myself cultivation? Ginger Han was worried, his eyes dumbfounded, until a warm wet tickle came to his neck and his nose caught some fragrance. "Beauty Jian, don't turn around. I am Shangguan Yue." "Ha, miss you?" Jian Han's body was hot and wanted to turn her head, but she was held fiercely by her waist and could not move. "Miss you, you're getting married tomorrow. Don't kiss there." Jian Han pursed his lips. He felt that today's Shangguan Yue was much rougher. The tongue lights up. Ginger Han was slightly stunned, but opened her mouth and dutifully held it out, her delicate body trembling. Jiang Han couldn't help but shrink her head. Her delicate hands quickly peeled up the shoulder straps, and Jiang Han frowned. It was the first time she had experienced such a rough thirst. He pouted. "It'll break if you stake that hard." Hiss. His waist was wrapped around so tightly. Jiang Han's face showed pain, but the person behind him just buried his head between his neck in a single-minded manner. Suddenly, a chill gradually rose up inside his body and went straight to his heart. How can it be so cold when it's the time for the fall breeze? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Ah, you really can stand it. What's going on?" Jiang Han sobered up a bit and hung his head to look, but he only saw that the hand that was wrapped around him was a light purple color. As if a shocking thunder struck, Jiang Han slowed down, surprised. "Your Majesty, what does Beauty Jiang call me for?" After today's events, Shangguan Yue even introduced Shi Ruiyan to Jiang Han. Jiang Han looked embarrassed. If he remembered correctly, the two of them were senior sisters, right? "Your Majesty, why are you here?" "Let go of aha." Unexpectedly, There really is a man in this world who can withstand my physique. Shi Ruyan murmured softly, letting the beautiful person in her arms struggle to death. She still did not move. She buried her head in the soft hair for a few more sniffs, feeling the soft panting of the beauty in her arms gradually thickening, and was self-conscious that she was a bit smitten, thinking about that year in that Lingyun Peak. In the huge sect, only she and Shangguan Yue were the two who didn't look for a Dao couple. The first thing was that she had a special physique, and an average man would be eroded by the yin and cold power in her body just by touching her, and would soon lose his life. Then there was Shangguan Yue, who was so focused on practicing her sword that she didn't care about men and women. His father's, Shangguan Yue, this good sister at that time with his own mouth said quite good, said what is a good sister together to play a lifetime light hole. How can you turn your eyes to such a beauty? What was even more detestable was that such a beauty happened to seem to have a special physique that could withstand her picking. This beauty was born for her. On weekdays, those servants can only look and touch, but they can't, so it's not easy for them to run into a pretty girl who's 100 times more beautiful than those guys. To think that she, like the Smoke Emperor, is so powerful and famous that she is just short of a Taoist couple that she can pick up in this life. Shangguan Yu's sword idiot knows nothing about men. The big deal is to compensate her for a few other beauties. Beauty Kong. Zhang Han inclined his head and said anxiously, Your Majesty, you're my sister. I'm your brother-in-law. It's better to stop shouting so frivolously. What? Is Beauty Jiang trying to teach me how to do things? Zhang Han was taken aback and her tone was much weaker. Your Majesty, please, the makeup that was just applied, it will blossom. Tomorrow, I still have to get married. The soft wooing sounded even more helpful to Shi Ruyan's excitement. Hiss, this young man is not a vixen. How can he be so seductive? According to what Beauty Jiang said, shouldn't I wait for Beauty Jiang to get married and then come over to look for you? What's going on? How come all the women here are so perverted? Zhang Han was really angry. If your Majesty doesn't let go, I'm going to talk to Miss Yu. What? Are you blackmailing me? Zhang Han trembled with anger and responded loudly. It was His Majesty who bullied first. Shay, this little fox is quite stubborn. Shi Ruyan let out a light laugh. I don't think that if I let you go like this, you won't sue. Zhang Han huffed. A gentleman's word is his bond. I do have another, more trouble-free method. Zhang Han froze slightly and responded softly. What method? I'll do you this time and turn you into my person. After becoming my pillow, naturally, you won't have the chance to go to my sister and tell her off. Don't! Zhang Han lowered his head and bit down hard on that light purple arm. The bite went up to be as soft as his skin, but no matter how hard it was, it just wouldn't break. What? Like the flavor of my body? Why don't you save your strength first, and I'll personally feed you later? Ginger Han was so anxious that a tear dripped out. You let go. Let go? Liberalization is impossible to liberalize. Shi Ruyan used the 8 methods of Qi Men to thoroughly check and double-check that this Zhang Han, with his extraordinary Taoist body, was the most suitable furnace for her. No, it's Di Fu. With this husband in her life, she felt even more hopeful of breaking through to divine harmony. Miss Yu. Shi Ruyan rubbed the beauty's delicate chin and laughed softly. Zhang Beauty, you save your strength to make it later. She has always been unable to drink with me, and has long been poured by me. The words, knock, knock, knock. There was an anxious rapping at the wooden door. Mr. Kong, Miss Yu. Well, Zhang Han was just about to make a sound, but her small mouth was covered tightly. Shi Ruyan was confused. How come this Shangguan Yue woke up so fast today? Could it be that she had used her energy to release the strength of the wine? That's not right. She's still under the influence of the rosemary elixir. Shi Ruyan let go of the yukai in her arms and sighed softly with a resigned heart. It's just the will of heaven. Beauty Jiang, I am being abrupt today, but I can remind you that my good senior sister usually hates to see others touching her things. You weigh my words well. Shi Ruyan gently leaped. Her figure fluttered, and she soon disappeared. The door was twisted open by the key. Shangguan Yue entered the door in a hurry, only to see Zhang Han sitting in front of the window, her eyes vacillating with watery mist, and a pair of small legs were rubbing, as if she was burning with the fire of desire of a small beast. Miss Yu, Nell, hit the road. Your Majesty, aren't we going to stay here for Fairy Lingyun's wedding banquet? No, I'm tired. Chapter 38 Nightmares. On Lingyun Peak, a high cliff, a buxom woman stands with her hands on her back, underneath a white dress. The tantalizingly rounded silhouette could be faintly discerned, completely unable to cover her voluptuous maturity, but the beauty is only second. To stand there, it is quite a bit of raising hands can cut the heaven and earth momentum. Mountain high wind is also fast, the wind howling, blowing the white sword fairy that 3000 green silk, clothing trick fluttering, rain dream smoke, the youngest and strongest sword immortal of the Lingyun sword sect, the first of the 3 swords of the Northern Phoenix, known to outsiders as the Green Lotus sword immortal. cloth shoes on rocky ground. She heard the footsteps, slowly turned half of her face, the years in her face to leave no wrinkles. The face can be described as stunning. A few wisps of gray on the temples not only does not show the old, on the contrary, so that she showed some more mature flavor. You have a sensitive nature and a distracted mind. According to reason, I would not accept you as a disciple. However, seeing that no one took you in before you paid your respects to the sect 3 times, I still moved this mortal distraction and brought you here. Shangguan Yue raised her head with a resolute face. Master, please take me in. From now on I will cultivate well and repay master. A swordsman should harbor the heart of a clear mirror that stops the water. How can you cultivate my 18 swords of Lingyun when you harbor the pain of losing your father? I can do it, but please take it in. Master. If it's just lip service, anyone can do it. Raindream Smoke turned her head back, her eyes looking at the green mountain, and said, but since I have brought you in, there is a beginning and an end. I can gift you the divine stone purple abyss. Wearing it, you will be able to comprehend the sword realm very quickly, but from now on your lust will be suppressed as a result, and you will no longer be able to love mortal men. How? Even so, do you still want to cultivate the sword with me? I cultivate. Please take me in, master. Ha 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 ha, good. Suddenly, the master in front of him laughed wildly, hideously, morosely and horribly. Drink dash. Shangguan Yue opened her eyes, only to find that the scene in front of her had changed. The air became silent once more, and the only thing that came from it was the breath that a beauty makes in her drunken sleep. That dream again. Shangguan Yue covered her forehead and only felt it sinking. For some reason, the dreams have always been weird lately. It always starts out as some snippet of a former memory and ends up being hideous. Is it possible that I myself have strange obsessions? Shangguan Yue couldn't think clearly. She only felt tired and sat on the bed, taking the purple stone pendant between her neck and looking at it. It was still emitting a light purple fluorescence on it as before, but now it looked quite a bit more refuted than before. Sheesh, can't figure it out. Don't want to. There's been a lot of weirdness lately. She had thought that she would be as her master had said, that she would have no lust in her life, and that she would have no connection with men. She turned her head to look, only to see that it was still light outside. Jiang Han hugged her pillow, her white chest slightly undulating, sinking into a deep sleep, emitting a faint breathing sound, every now and then. Somehow she just felt out of control and her hands were much stronger. Whenever she warmed up after having her fun, she realized that there were a few more bright red pinch marks on Jiang Han's white body. I'm sorry for the aggravation, Gongzi. Shangguan Yue retracted back to the nest, reached out to Jiang Han to hold. However, in the arms of the special thing is the body shaking. 2 hands reached out fiercely to grasp tightly, mouth nonstop softly murmuring in a dreamy voice. Miss Yue, be gentle, it hurts. Shangguan Yue blamed herself a little, quietly looking at Jiang Han's face. The makeup in the corner of her eyes was still spent, as if the tears had flowed through and broken some of it up. The bright red vermilion cream on those watery lips was also nearly dissipated. Yesterday, I let the palace maid put on makeup, almost all for nothing. With some guilt inside her, she kissed gently on top of those lips. After the wedding, let's take your son back to Lingyun Peak to see master. Perhaps master teacher has a way to heal Gongzi's damaged Dao body, and can enable him to cultivate at an early date. Miss Yue. Jiang Han raised his head and took a few deep breaths. You're awake, Mr. Kong? Aha. Jiang Han nodded in a daze, wiping away the crystal saliva from the side of her mouth, and gently complained, you pried my teeth open, can I not wake up? Small hands rubbed one eye, a yawn, a slouch, tantalizingly stretching her white and delicate body. Jiang Han turned her head and looked out the window, his face darkened. It's not even dawn yet. With his slender hand propped up next to his head, Jiang Han turned his head and found that Shangguan Yue had already climbed on top of him, looking straight ahead. Miss Yue, I remember when you said that it was the last time. Shangguan Yue hung his head down and looked down at the beauty underneath him, only to see Jiang Han hastily pulling up the quilt to cover her face, her ears reddening. Those brilliant gold eyes were watery, their long lashes blinking. The blonde hair was in curls, and a few strands were still sticky with her inky hair. She reached over to the edge of the quilt that Jiang Han was clutching and gently lifted it downward, only to see that the lovely face had indeed turned a bright red. Really, you can't get enough of this little face, you can't pinch it enough. Her conviction moved and she put more force into her hands. Jiang Han ate the pain, but pursed her lips tightly and suffered silently. Shangguan Yue was somewhat displeased. If it wasn't for this slender willow body trembling, I would have thought that this Jiang Gongzi didn't know pain. If you're being bullied, you have to say something. Why don't you cry out in pain, my lord? Because you pinched me harder when I cried out in pain, so I didn't dare to cry out. Of course, Jiang Han didn't dare to say, just pursed her lips. If Miss Yue likes to hear it, I can shout instead. Shangguan Yue was dumbfounded and let go of her hand. Looking at the moving face that had been seized, There was quite a strange feeling. Yes, Shangguan Yue realized that it seemed like she just wanted to hear Jiang Han cry out in pain, because it would give her that, a sense of conquest? Of course some words were not yet due, and she opened her mouth now with a movement of faith. Do you still call me Miss You now? Well, Ginger Han blushed a little more. Here, call the wife and master. But, Miss You, we have yet to pay our respects. Let's hear a couple of screens ahead of time. Being watched by Shangguan Yue like this, Jiang Han still adjusted his mind, then weakly uttered, wife master, call the wife lord, wife sama. Shangguan Yue only felt satisfied, and her sense of conquest was simply at its peak. Scream well, and now let the lord wife reward you for being such a little goblin. With a puzzled look on his face, Jiang Han voiced out, shouldn't you call me husband would be better. Yee, didn't I say it for the last time? Shangguan Yue smiled warmly, didn't I already let you rest just now? She lowered her head, and the faint scent of roses remained on the fair swan neck of the beauty beneath her. She opened her mouth gently and bit down on the slightly raised pink knot of her throat. Chapter 39, The Wedding One. Shangguan Yue reconfirmed, sir, is it enough to have this? Ah yes, little sister, you've done well, Mr. Teaching once again looked at the heavenly Dao rune deed in his hand, and his eyes were overjoyed. He handed over a bottle of white jade and repeatedly instructed the maid in front of him to splash it around the building. This is the heavenly illusion scatter. Rather you just need to throw it that way. No one can stop you from reclaiming your brother Jiang. Really? The corners of Shangguan Yu's mouth simply couldn't be suppressed, and he took the jade bottle steadily, fearing that it would fall apart. Go quickly little girl, any later and your brother Jiang will have paid his respects. Ah well, thank you sir, I'm going. Shangguan Yue ran out of the teaching master's mansion in a flash. At this point, the corners of that pedagogue's mouth finally couldn't be suppressed, and he looked up to the sky and laughed until he couldn't close his mouth and laughed until he broken face. When the face broke, he simply tore off the whole skin together. Once that middle-aged man's facade went, that cold face finally breathed through. Yi Qingxian walked out from behind the door, frowning slightly. Sister, you still shouldn't be too happy too soon. Yi Min waved his hand. Don't say these spoiler words, just rest assured. And also, did you send that what's-his-name Dowling Star Sovereign back? Aha. Yi Qingxian nodded. Since your Acacia sect wants to make a move, I naturally won't keep her here. You guys should try your best to hurry up, or else when the newly transferred city lord arrives, I'm afraid it won't be easy to make a move. On this matter, just leave it to your sister and rest assured. Humph, this time I'm going to let that Lingyan taste the pain as well. Yemin finally felt like she was able to toe the line for once. Earlier, Yi Qingxian informed her that Shangguan Yu's sister had withdrawn from her academy. Yemin she then felt the time had come. The disciples of the Acacia sect all practiced a skin-changing technique in order to hunt for sex. As the holy daughter of the Acacia sect, the sect disciple most favored by the patriarch, she naturally practiced all the strange arts that she could cultivate, that is, cultivate without the use of a furnace, to perfection. Shangguan Yu's quick wit is not easy to fool, but how can that little nymph Shangguan Yu not be fooled? Jia, comb your hair and curl it. Jiang Han recalled that courtesan's technique to reapply her makeup. One could only say that it was worthy of having spent time in the palace. This makeup application was just better than the self-taught one he had done before. He wasn't in the best of spirits, as he'd hardly slept. It was good to see that he didn't seem to have dark circles under his eyes no matter how late he stayed up. I wondered if it was caused by being transmuted through the fetal light before. He nodded slightly at the mirror, once again confirming with a smile that he was exactly at his best before he headed out the door. Salutes were fired and flowers were scattered in the sky. The usual colorful floats became red-hot wedding cars. It had to be said that Shangguan Lian was still very attached to her eldest daughter's marriage. Anyway, she didn't pay for it. Will hubs gurgling and turning, the car circled once and twice, but also declared that this Shanghai first beauty, to have a belonging. From time to time, Jiang Han would feel like he was in a trance, staggering, and every time the car lurched a little, he felt like he was going to fall. Good thing Shangguan Yue has been holding his hand tightly. This declaration of rights also fell, holding on until the big red flower car drove back to the crane building. Shangguan Yue held Jiang Han's hand and said guiltily, Sir, I have not purchased a mansion in Shanghai, so today I am condemning you to get married with me in Crane Tower, and after a few days, I will take you back to Lingyun Peak, and make up for it there again. Ha, that won't be necessary. Jiang Han smiled bitterly, only feeling that today's round was going to wear him out like a dog. One more round, it's gonna kill me. Jiang Han got out of the car, and suddenly, a petite figure darted onto him. Sister Rain, be good. Be good, what good? I was just too good, so I let brother Jiang get hooked by sister. Bad man, bad man, bad man. Bad brother. Humph. Shangguan Yue let go of her hand, her eyes red. Shangguan Yue was stunned. She was still thinking that this niece would more or less mess around for a while longer. Fortunately, This interlude did not have much effect on the atmosphere, and in the eyes of outsiders, it was also Shangguan Yue, who had grown up to be elegant and immortal, that was more compatible with Zhang Han. Shangguan Yue sniffed, frowned slightly and asked Shangguan Lian, "You specially threw incense today?" Shangguan Lian was confused, then nodded lightly, "Yes, Tian Yun Xiang, TSK. Shangguan Yue frowned and did not speak again. Poor indeed is the sky cloud incense. This incense is very intoxicating. Smelling is easy to let a person cannot move. Linger, is often smoked in the crane building incense. But today the flavor of this heavenly cloud incense seems to be a bit stronger than before." She felt that the small hand holding on her arm made a lot heavier, and turned her head to look, only to see that Zhang Han had leaned her entire body against hers, dazzled and winking. "Husband, hold on just a little longer. We'll pull the curtains and rest after we thank the guests later, okay?" Zhang Han gently nodded his head as he took that hand and turned his head, only to see the small herdsman who normally waited on guests in the building arrive at the door to keep track of the accounts. "The Hu House in the south of the city congratulates the Silver 500. Then the mouth shouted, "Family master who has arrived. This way please." The last time there was this much activity in the crane tower, or the last time, it was the last time Kong Han fought. Guests were pouring in and soon the spacious building was packed. On weekdays Shangguan Lian hadn't made a lot of connections, and when it came to this kind of joyous occasion, there would be no shortage of guests coming. The congratulatory gifts are many and varied, with food and fun. There are poems and paintings and guqin. Poetry aside, everyone knows that Zhang Han is a poetic beauty. No one comes over to make a public spectacle of herself, so the painting was presented and unfolded in public. Above the painting is exactly what Zhang Han looks like. Is painted. This look is not really complimentary. Is simply deliberately painting ugly? Shangguan Yue took a look and her joints creaked in her grip. The one who offered the painting was a regular customer in the store, and Zhang Han did see that she looked familiar for a few moments. "Beauty Jiang, I have pursued you painstakingly many times yet you continue to turn a blind eye to me. Today you have married someone. I am pained, but still present a scroll of paintings. After today, I'm afraid I won't be able to listen to your zither anymore. How is it? Do you like it?" She is a woman in the north of the city, and she is usually very proud of herself, and she is a good painter. At this time, many people began to verbally attack. There are also many people with the mindset of watching the fun scenes, wanted to see what kind of ugliness Zhang Han would reveal. "Oh, offering this painting, isn't that purely disgusting?" Zhang Han pressed on Shangguan Yu's hand and shouted, "Can you please pass the pen?" A short while later, a flower kabuki handed over a drawing tray. Anyway, the guests had not yet come to the full. Zhang Han had time to raise his pen. Nah. This perspective relationship of yours is not right. Eyes, this color also can't catch well. To take this color off." There was a lot of finger pointing, followed by an uproar. Chapter 40, The Wedding 2. The craftsmanship of his own meal was being pointed out by a young herdsman in a greenhouse. Sun Yang's face was a blush. He turned away in indignation. "Wait, the painting stays." Shangguan Yue went up and snatched the painting. Though the painted Zhang Han's eyebrows were not evocative enough, her body was not delicate enough, and she was much smaller there. But she wouldn't allow those horny beautiful pigs to think ill of her husband. Guests were in abundance and the building was festive. Shangguan Lian accepted one gift after another, smiling from ear to ear. Cup after cup of wine toward Zhang Han handed. Everyone also wanna see more Zhang Han drunk face slightly drunk look. Zhang Han couldn't push back and drank a few cups. He was already a bit dizzy, but this time he was even more unsteady on his feet. One stumbled into Shangguan Yu's arms, panting slightly, but before it was time to break up the banquet, Shangguan Yue then pinched Zhang Han's chin and pressed her lips over. Zhang Han's body trembled, only to feel that his spirit was fuller after that source of tire light crossed over. The Li family from the east of the city has arrived. The Han family has arrived in the west of the city. South of the city, the guests had arrived and the flowers were scattered upstairs. The ceremony has arrived and it is time for the couple to pay their respects. Puff, flop flop, what's going on? Flop, flop, flop. The people seemed to be drunk, and each of them fell to the ground as if they had lost their strings. Shangguan Yue also felt dizzy and heavy. Originally she thought it was caused by Tian Yun Xiang. She didn't pay much attention to it, but the more that aroma built up inside her, the more she felt out of place, which is some kind of heavenly cloud incense. This is heavenly illusion sand. This is a kind of smell to the body will be soft all over the body of the incense. The effect is very slow, but if this kind of thing is inexperienced, even after fainting and then woke up, but also do not know that is hit by this heavenly illusion of dispersal. Shangguan Lian, she panicked and ran her spiritual energy to drain the medicinal power from her body, only to hear a chirping cry come from her. Fairy Lingyun, we're sort of old friends. What? It's time for your big wedding. Yet you didn't send anyone to invite me? Shangguan Yue drew her long sword and shielded Zhang Han behind her as she probed to see. The visitor is not only Yi Min. The scenery outside the building is bleak, but the bleak is not the day, but the sky that the black pressure of a large number of people suspended in the air, obscuring the sky. Minner, there's that furnace pot you were talking about right here? An old woman stood out, rubbed her cloudy eyes, swept, and fixed her gaze on Jiang Han, who had grabbed Shangguan Yu's clothes and hid behind them. Good, it really is a body without leakage. I dare not hide from the patriarch. That blonde beauty named Jiang Han, after receiving the Great Desire Harmony pill that I put down, remained sane and awake for a long time without being eroded by that medicinal power. I'm afraid that it's rash to describe it with that leakless body alone. Oh, a leakless body that is almost impervious to the erosion of love incense. That's at least an immortal furnace. At once, those cloudy eyes narrowed into a slit, smiled lewdly, and rubbed his fists together. Well done. With this furnace pot for our entire clan disciples to feed on, I'm afraid that before long, we'll be able to beat that Lingyun sword peak. Yi Min was stunned and hurriedly said, Patriarch, didn't you say that if a disciple can meet a furnace pot that suits me, that pot is exclusively for me to harvest? Hey, the words can't be said like that. Minner, as the holy daughter of our clan, you naturally have to think about our entire clan. You have to know that the first elder and second elder are in seclusion to step through the return to void, and your master, me, is gradually touching that immortalization bottleneck. Master, there's no need to say much. You've done well this time. When we return to the sect, I will order the elders to incline more other resources to you. Disciple understands. Shangguan Yue frowned tightly. This group of demonesses from the Acacia sect were gossiping there one by one, clearly not putting her in their eyes. This heavenly mirage scatter was indeed overbearing, and Shangguan Yue had not completely unraveled it for a while. She looked back sadly, but only to see that Jiang Han was also only slightly drunk and shaken, not falling asleep like the others. Ah, didn't I say it was my ginger brother? Let go of me, Suddenly, a cry came from Shangguan Yue, but only to see her being thrown towards Shangguan Yue by a Harmony sect disciple carrying her collar. Shangguan Yue wanted to pick it up, but realized that she could not move a single step. Bang! Shangguan Yue fell to the ground, his head broken and bleeding, no longer crying. Rain! It wasn't just Shangguan Yue who was furious, but suddenly a heartbreaking cry resounded through the building. Shangguan Lian panicked and ran over, looking anxious, picking up Shangguan Yue and loudly calling out, but couldn't conjure up any movement. Ah, it's the Shangguan Palace Master. I haven't seen you for a few decades since we parted ways on the southern mountain. You sorceresses are just well maintained. I'm obviously the same age as you, but you still look this dainty. Huang Ying, our cold water palace has always been in a well of water with your Acacia sect. Why do you? I'll kill you dash. He, Shangguan Lian, your nature is still so stinky. Old acquaintances meet to engage in a killing aura so heavy. It's no wonder that your cold water palace has been lifted out of its nest. She was in a rage, running the few mobilizable spiritual powers in her body and about to charge, but she found a small white hand reaching out, blood dripping from her fingers. Shangguan Lian turned her head to see that it was none other than Jiang Han. At this moment, he was shaking and pale as he spoke out, "Let me do it." Since before Jiang Han crossed over, he had discovered that his blood was miraculous, and as long as people weren't crushed into mush, they were able to heal their flesh through his blood. He knew that he had this strange feature, but he didn't dare to make a sound about it because he was afraid that he would be arrested and dissected for research. The only place I've ever profited with this effect was when I helped a dying man and then used the man's thank you money to buy the folk guitar that accompanied him. Pit bulls are not guilty. Jiang Han naturally knows that his own blood, even if he puts it on this ground, is not encountered for 10,000 years. That Huang Ying took a look, came to his senses, and pressed the disciple under him. She was curious as to what kind of secrets were still on this immortal furnace cauldron. As the blood flowed into Shangguan Yu's mouth, then there was actually a sucking sound coming from her. As her body twitched, the blood stopped, her pale little face gradually reddened, her pulse began to beat, and her breathing became steady. The sight is nothing short of miraculous. Not only the Acacia sect's disciples, but even Huang Ying watched with jaws agape. Is there such a cauldron in this world? Ginger Han withdrew her hand and shrank back. It was a pity that his blood could only heal his flesh and could not dispel the medicine. Therefore Shangguan Yue was still groggy and didn't wake up. Shangguan Lian wiped away her tears and tightly hugged Shangguan Yue into her arms. Rain's okay? It's okay. Shangguan Yue hurriedly helped up the staggering Jiang Han, touching his pale cheeks, heartbroken, wanting to ferry some more tire light for him, but Jiang Han pushed it away and refused. Gongzi, you listen. Wife master, why are you still calling Gongzi? Jiang Han raised his head and tenderly lifted his hand, touching that cheek of Shangguan Yue. You can barely stand yourself. If you continue to ferry me through the tire light, I'm afraid you'll collapse. He smiled, sweet and warm. Huang Ying rubbed his hand, looking at the delicate person in Shangguan Yu's arms. The evil fire in his belly had long been unable to be suppressed. She rubbed her hand excitedly, Fairy Lingyun has found a good husband. When I have leveled this crane tower, I will make this little husband of yours into a furnace, and then I will let you serve at the side, which is not a bad idea. Chapter 41, The Visitor from Heaven. The sword light was dazzling, and the sharp sword chi echoed and reverberated. Sword, repair sword as repair heart. Practice should be like a mirror. Immersed in the realization of the sword realm, when wielding the sword, it should be emotionless, no desire. The sword has no eyes. Out of the killing move, the hand rises up and swings the sword, gently vibrating, spilling blood all over the earth. What a Lingyun 18 swords. Obviously having been hit by the heavenly illusion dispersion, it still exerts such power. Huang Ying's mouth was murmuring, but suddenly her pupils shrunk, only to see Shangguan Yu's figure swept towards her. Panicking, he exerted the protective Taoist art cloud scale armor. His body retreated violently, and with a wave of his hand, it was the soul-snatching needle. Needle body is black, with the blood and flesh of the child sacrificed and refined. Powerful. Can be compared to that obsidian made of weapons? Can only wear body protection astral energy. The life-threatening needle was shot out, but only Shangguan Yu's figure did not pause for a moment. The needle went straight through. No blood was seen to come out. Instead, the figure dissipated like a ghost. A coldness then rose from within, and without turning his head, he already felt the monstrous killing intent coming from behind him. Fortunately, a black lightning quickly swept in, and in the midst of the lightning, the sound of crisp gold and iron clashing was unceasing, echoing in the crane tower. Shangguan Yue, you Lingyun sword immortal are so moralistic on the surface, but your next move is all underhanded. Yi Min's forehead broke out in cold sweat. The hand maintaining the spirit shield trembled slightly, and his face was pale. If she couldn't get her hands on the sword, she would lose a great opportunity. Shangguan Yue put away her sword, lightly clicked her feet, passed through the heavy encirclement, casually waved her hand, chopped off 2 Acacia sect disciples who dared to come near the booth, lightly clicked her toes, and landed on top of the booth. Why are the Tsunhai defenders late? Even with Shangguan Yu's determination, the hand holding the sword was now trembling slightly. Being hit by the heavenly mirage scatter and forcibly executing the 9 swords of Lingyun piercing clouds had already caused Shangguan Yue to run out of gas. The green silk was sticky, and the sweat dampened the red brocade on his body. Lingyun, you killed so many of my clan disciples. When I capture you all today, I will remove your limbs and let you watch your little groom be refined into a tie dog furnace. Patriarch, Shangguan Yue is a high disciple under Yu Mingyan's door. If we don't kill her on the spot today, if that Lingyun sword blades people come to our door, what are you afraid of? After capturing that immortal stovepot, my old body will immediately close the door to harvest. After residing in the immortalized immortal, that old woman Lingfrost won't dare to move me easily. Yes, master. A pair of pink eyes turned towards the blonde Yukai on that booth. Yi Min's jade fist in her hand clenched slightly, a trace of cold air hissing out from her teeth. Her face was all helpless. Shangguan Yue sensed the densely surrounded aura outside the building, and without thinking, the Acacia sect had almost come out in full force this time, surrounding this place. Ahem. She couldn't help but cough as a pain rose within her body, and she actually spat out a mouthful of blood. It had to be said that the medicinal power of heavenly illusion scatter was really overbearing. Dragging this broken body to meet the battle, it was impossible to not touch a single leaf. Suddenly, a white forefinger to her lips. Forefinger is seeping blood. A few drops of blood into the body. The body is slowly rising a stream of warmth. The body's dark wounds actually subside a lot. As the index finger was withdrawn, Jiang Han's body shook more and more. Her watery peach lips were gasping for air with wide openings, and her breasts were rising and falling violently. Shangguan Yue turned her head to look and saw Jiang Han in this state. Her heart ached. Mr. Kong, change your tone, wife master. Ginger Han barely managed to squeeze out a hint of his usual smile. As the wind blew, the original exquisitely combed head of blonde hair was scattered in knots, as if a golden waterfall was hanging freely. The tips of her hair were sticky. Jiao Jiao was panting roughly, and it was unknown whether it was teardrops or fragrant sweat that was running down her cheeks, and her pretty face was like a pink peach wrapped in morning dew. Fairy Lingyun, I know what you're waiting for, but I'm afraid that the Tsunhai guards won't be able to come. An elder of the Acacia sect flashed out a golden guard order. Long before that, the disciples of the Acacia sect had long ago fought their way into the Tsunhai guard. Now that barracks is a hell on earth. It was done so quickly and so well that no one could detect it for a short time. In the past, the Acacia sect was so bold as to dare trample on the dignity of the Tsunyu imperial family. Now it was different. As long as we shoveled this crane building, then we could let Yi Qin Xian identify the remaining witch of the Cold Water Palace as the demon. With just a few words, they might even be able to make that Tsunyu heavenly father owe them a favor from the Acacia sect. At that time, if the people from Lingyun Sword Peak wanted to move them, they would even have to think twice. All witches listened to the order, formed the cold water formation. With a cold shout, The usual good number of female workers in the building jumped out, their hands forming seals. Huang Ying's pupils widened in disbelief. How can this old woman, Shangguan Lian, still move? Sovereign. It seems that the heavenly illusion scatter was first refined by the witch of the cold water palace. Clouds drifted and two figures stood in the air. From a distance, it was a man and a demon. Chinese dress fluttering, a phoenix gold purple crown, a head of heavenly fairy bun, a pair of red gold phoenix eyes cold as a blade. Tushan Yushue glanced at the woman in the Chinese dress, who was still in that ice-colored appearance. She, Gu Puyin, of ancient phoenix blood, of the obsidian golden phoenix body, had lived for millions of years as an old thing, just that the ancient phoenix clan has been living in their blessed cave, usually never come out of the world. The outside world knows almost nothing about their things. Following the astrological guidance, Tushan Yushue awakened those ancient phoenixes, and in return, the female phoenix sent out the great phoenix maiden within her family, promising to accomplish 3 things for her. In this Tushan Yushue has long since regained Daxia, and early on he drew up a letter for someone to send at Song Yu's Guanghan Palace. The Daxia dynasty rejoined the Tushan royal lineage, and this time, Tushan Yushue can so easily cross the border to come here, thanks to that Shiruyan is still in the dark. Vermilion lips lightly opened. That icy woman coldly said, Arisu, that's the second thing. The other woman beside her, the snow-white fox ears on her head shaking, crossed her arms and casually said, well my grand master, just 3 things to do. Gu Puyin lightly nodded her head. Good, then I'll just clean up that crowd down there for you. Hey, they're fighting. Tushan Yushue only felt her scalp tingling. Obviously the fight was going on down there and she could pick up a leak. She was about to go to erasure, but Gu Puyin had long since stepped in, and with a virtual grip of her hand, a phoenix-winged violet gold spear appeared out of thin air in her hand. The body of the gun was cast by the mother of all metaphysical iron, but it was still danced in those hands. Then, the head of the gun was turned around, and a powerful spiritual force was shot straight into that gorgeous greenhouse. Boom! A blasting sound was deafening, and the tall crane tower collapsed. You don't! Tushan Yushue angrily rebuked. Said I'm here to find someone. What if you miss and kill someone? Gu Puin's shoulders shrugged and said faintly, oh, then this matter doesn't count. Chapter 42 The Lost Caged Sparrow. 800 miles away from that dustless, on Taihua South Mountain, there was an additional courtyard. As fall turns to winter, snow falls outside. The snow drifted on the leaves, melted into water, and a few drops fell down the branches, landing in a jade bowl. Shangguan Yue hurriedly held the bowl up and, with small legs, ran to the yard. Shangguan Lian took the bowl and poured it into the pot of medicine. Ama, when will my sister wake up? Shangguan Lian held her forehead and comforted. Don't cry. Your sister is blessed with a great life. Nothing can happen. On her lips, however, Shangguan Yue laid down for 3 months. On that day, Shangguan Yue almost used the Lingyun sword technique to overdraw her life, and by all rights, she should have died and her soul dissipated long ago. Or perhaps the Jiang kid's essence blood does have a wonderful use, hooking the soul back, and even the Taoist body is not damaged, and there seems to be signs of a breakthrough. But a breakthrough, that would have to come after the person woke up. Shangguan Yu's physical signs are stable, but she does not know how long it will take to make up for the lack of fetal light. Ama, what's wrong? If sister wakes up and asks where brother Jiang is, what should I tell her? Just let me speak when the time comes. Shangguan Lian gently stroked Shangguan Yu's head, but she heard a few more sobs from her. It's all my fault though. If it wasn't for me, sister wouldn't be unconscious. And brother Jiang, woo, no talent, crying over a man. The slap fell, but Shangguan Yue still couldn't stop her tears. Her last impression of Konghan rested on the warm fingers she held in her mouth. After a long time of crying, the tears finally stopped. She picked up the 6-string zither under the 1,000-year-old sycamore, which was called an acoustic guitar after what brother Jiang had called it. The petite frame picked up this lyre, which was almost as big as she was, and from memory, twisted the knobs, cupping the strings in her left hand and hooking them in her right. Hiss! Shangguan Yue covered his hand in pain. His finger broke the skin again. As the snow drifts, so do the plums. The cage broke and the canary in the cage flew off somewhere. Yi Min lost her mind as she looked at the empty birdcage, then sighed softly. This sigh was a bit of resignation, but also a bit of relief. If Beauty Zheng fell into the hands of the patriarch, she was afraid that it would never be her turn to get her hands on her again. Over and over again they were perfunctory. Over and over again they were exasperated by other disciples who were like pigs. Why did you have a brain fart in the first place, and came to this acacia sect, and became some kind of holy maiden? Lord Holy Maiden, we have captured a golden jade immortal wind body, and this time, we have yet to report it to the elders. This fellow, he might be worthy of you. There's no need. Bring it to the Grand Elder. She's lacking these things in her seclusion. Well, we'll leave you alone then. Well, there you go. Yimin turned his head and looked at the heavenly Dao rune deed on the table. The talisman paper was draped with a layer of faint spiritual light, and it had Zhang Han's handprints on it. Within the pink eyes, a spiritual light flowed. Staring at that handprint for a long time, lost in thought, my sister killed that blood demon, left Songhai, and was promoted to an official position with a bright future. She, the so-called holy maiden of the Acacia sect, was still here, fretting over a bunch of spells that she couldn't cultivate. Her mind drifted to the blonde figure. With another soft sigh, she went to the window and whistled. A spirit sparrow flew in, chirping and repeating one of the few words it could say. Master, master, where am I going to fly to this time? Yimin rolled the talismanic deed and tied it to the bird's foot of the spirit sparrow. Go on, send it to Taihua Divine Mountain. I'm going to Taihua Divine Mountain. I'm going to Taihua Divine Mountain. The bird twittered and flew out the window and disappeared into the blanket of snow. Chapter 1, Dasha Empress Tushan Yue. Are you telling the truth, big sister? Truly, there is a beautiful human being locked away in that side hall. Geez, even if you bluffed me this time, sister, I wouldn't buy you a drink. Believe it or not. I'm telling you, he looks like. When the words were spoken, the courtesan was dumbfounded and, tell me what he looks like. That courtesan felt like her head was going to burn because she had exhausted all her life's learning and didn't know how to depict that guy. Simply tie and excessive. I think it must be Song Yu's. After all, there are many good-looking petite males on Song Yu's side. Really? What gives the palace the right to have an extra Song Yu's? Enough of your nonsense, sister. I'm going to deliver the soup. Sister, be careful on the road. Don't spill. Got it. That courtesan's heart thumped as she walked quickly to come to the side hall. She pushed the door open and she gingerly lit the scented candle, which allowed her to look inside. Inside, the layout and furnishings are incomparably luxurious. 100 phoenixes and phoenixes behind the screen is silver silk snow gauze 3000 amon. Hanging amon under the round bed and large and soft. The elegance of the place seemed just right for the tasty human in that bed. His eyes were closed, his nose high under his long, slender lashes, his immensely moist lips pursed, and he didn't know what kind of nightmare he was having. A head of silky blonde hair was pressed under a soft white body, her chest was heaving, and iron cables were cuffed to her white wrists, locking the yukai to the bed. Suddenly, an order came from behind him, put the bowl down and then retire. She hurriedly put down the bowl and respectfully turned around. Your Majesty. Then the slave girl will retire first. The courtesan quickly retreated, only to be called back. I've told you before, haven't I, that this matter cannot be told to outsiders. Upon hearing this, the palace maid was so frightened that her body went limp and she hurriedly knelt down, saying loudly, Your Majesty, forgive me. Your Majesty, forgive. Shut up. Tushan Yue frowned. If you disturb the purity of this, I will send you on your way. Your Majesty, the slave girl knows she's wrong. This matter is currently not spread. I will not kill you this time. You pack up and go out of the palace. What? Or do you want to stay here? Yes, the slave girl will go back to pack her bags and leave the palace. Tushan Arisu closed the door and held the bowl to the bed, dropping his eyes to look at the eureka on the bed. His heart had long been a little pressed. If it is not the current bed, this guy is very weak, for fear of not being able to withstand the complimentary, or she would have eaten it dry wipe clean. There's no hurry. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You've got the throne in your hands. Can't you resist a mere beauty? So comforting herself, she scooped up a spoonful and blew on it gently, wanting to deliver the spirit soup into the beauty's mouth as she had done in the past. Well, with a tantalizingly soft wail, that slender willow body rolled over. He rubbed his eyes and opened them in a daze. And you, mother? Seeing the person in front of the bed, Zhang Han couldn't help but be startled and tried to shrink back a bit, but he found a chain firmly locking his hand. The more I struggled, the more my wrist hurt. Tushan Yue glanced at him and said with some displeasure, You're awake? You're that big liar. Bang! The bowl was placed heavily on the nightstand, followed by a leap and a hungry fox pounce as she pounced. Tushan Arisu ruthlessly pinched the fair face of the beauty underneath her, pinching the little face. I've been kind enough to give you food and sleep, treating you like a child, and this is how you repay me? Ooh-hoo! Little mouths beeped, unable to speak. Tushan Yue raised an eyebrow, loosened his hand. It's okay, the beauty of the strong nature of the play is strong enough. She thought for a moment and ghosted in. Come, call out to me as mama, and I'll forgive you for your transgression just now. However, underneath her body, Zhang Han just tilted her head and didn't say a word. Hey, you're a stubborn little goblin. Well, I don't believe it. You're harder than the throne of this great Xia. She removed the bowl and left a message. You'll starve if you don't call. Tushan Arisu exited the door and walked down the marble pathway alone, then launched into a worrying fit. Dasha changed hands. It is the turbulence. Good in Tushan royal family can be a lot of people. that the golden palace within the important things to do not turn her to do. It's just that she kind of can't explain why there's just one more human in this palace. It's crazy to think that at that time, for that engagement, after seizing the throne, he brought along the Grand Master Gu Puyin to quietly come to Songhai and take someone captive to the palace. This was a crazy move. If the clan knew that she, the Empress of Daxia, had left the palace without permission, and had taken the Grand Master with her to that Shirian guy's territory, it's not about anything else. It's still just robbing a man. I can't explain it to the Queen Mother at all. It's just a matter of time. It'll be alright when we get there. She went to the Purification Palace, repicked a palace maid who had just taken the purification pills, and told her to go and serve the side hall in secret, and repeatedly instructed, when you confirm that that guy is willing to want to eat, come and shout at me. Got it? Is it necessary to alarm His Majesty if it's just food? It's not easy to explain to you. In any case, he wants to eat something is not to feed him directly. Call me over, that is. Slave. Got it. Remember, this must not be mentioned to anyone else. Here. That maid went out of the Purification Palace, and suddenly, a voice shouted, Arisu, what are you doing here? Tushan Yushue winced, turned around, and respectfully said, Mother, I walked all the way here. I saw you talking to that courtesan just now. These human courtesans were clumsy, and the child reprimanded them a little longer. She looked up, only to see the fox demon in front of her nodding lightly, and no other doubts. She let out a light breath. Her mother was the Grand Matriarch of the Tushan clan, Tushan Yue. It is also good to have her as the Empress Dowager in, that the Golden Palace cannot go wrong. She, the Empress of Daxia, also did not have to listen to politics in the palace, and small matters and chores were not under her control. Her mother had done her best for her and the Tushan clan, and Tushan Yushue was unwilling to disobey her own mother. Tushan Yue took the imperial staff in her hand and tapped Tushan Yushue's forehead. Although you have reclaimed the Daxia Empire, you must not be arrogant and complacent. These humans are stupid, yes, but be gentle and patient when treating them. Tushan Yushue's ears bent down in aggravation, and that large tail wagged. Yes, child knows. What's the use of saying you know? Don't follow the example of the previous tyrant of Daxia, and I'll tell you once again to think twice about what you do in the future. The tail wagged more vigorously. Chapter 2 Mother, I want to eat. East, West, Sir, do you really not want me to go in and rub your back? Across a screen, the courtesan opened her mouth to ask. A few unnamed petals floated on the wide tub and steam rose, an entire soft body soaked in it, blonde hair floating, a brilliant golden flower on the surface of the water. No need. Junhan was slightly opening one eye, looking at the floating petals. So hungry. Can I eat this flower? But that's bitter. Junhan spat out the flower crumbs, and his entire body went limp and weak again. Seems like there's nothing wrong with being here, not having to put up with all the visual and verbal rape, but having someone who can serve you. That being said, he kind of missed Shangguan Yue. He wants to repair the sword. There was a great deal of ill will towards men in this world, practicing the idea that a man's lack of talent was a virtue. I'm afraid that only Shangguan Yue would teach herself to cultivate. Puff dash. The sound of falling water startled Jiang Han, and her body flinched slightly. The originally wide tub was made narrow by the addition of another person, causing it to stick together with the slightest movement. Jiang Han looked back before realizing that it was Tushan Yushue. With a slight shudder, the slender willow body shrank back in fear and curled up in the corner of the barrel, vacating a large spot. Yet the fox crawled back over. Tushan Yushue bent her head down and looked at the shy appearance of Jiang Han underneath her, who desperately used her hands to cover her body, as if she was a frightened little beast. That's what makes it so cute. It's not worth it that I came in so gently. Ginger Han, look up. The body shrank, and Jiang Han's entire head sank below the surface, leaving only a pair of eyes raised to watch. What are you afraid of? We don't eat people. Tushan Yushue only felt amused. His hands reached underwater, dragging the beauty's arms, and as he raised the surface of the water, he said, You've washed long enough. It's time to get up and scrub your body. I'll do it myself. Jiang Han was breathless and his voice was like a mosquito. As if she hadn't heard, Tushan Arisu covered the clean wrap and rubbed her hands together vigorously, first over her head, then over her chest. Wipe it away through the wrap, from top to bottom and back again. You little goblin, dare to bite me. Tushan Yushue was furious and threw it with his hand, so Jiang Han felt his body lighten and dazzled. After a moment of dizziness, he found himself sinking deep into the soft round bed. The body hadn't been scrubbed dry enough, and the blonde hair was still wet, sticking together and dripping down. Only then did he roll up the cloth on his body and dry himself off again. With a turn of his eyes, he only saw Tushan Yushue turn into a snow-white fox, his whole body shaking rapidly, his wet fur instantly being shaken clean and becoming fluffy and soft. Shake the body, and changed back. Bright jade body has no droplets of water. Puff dash. Push. Cannot be pushed. E.g. by a lever. Goo. So hungry. Tushan Yushua poked the soft belly underneath her and let out a light laugh. What? Still unwilling to eat? It's not like you're giving me food. Be a good boy. Call your mommy and eat whatever you like. Oh. Crunch. Jade fists clenched. Tushan Yushua clenched her hands. Her hand joints were clenched to the point of cackling. You're stubborn, little goblin. You don't even eat your meals. Let's see if you have the strength to beg for mercy later. The jade hand reached out and patted. The soft body seemed to be electrified and stiffened. Jianghan was so angry that she clenched her teeth, but she was too hungry to say anything, and at the moment, only those spiteful little eyes looked over. Call mommy. No. TSK. Tushan Yushua glanced at him. She couldn't really starve him to death. That's just it. So let's feed you some first, and if you try to use the bite later, I'll whip you to death. Is that clear? Jianghan was confused, but the next moment when the twin peaks brushed his face he understood. Demons, unlike humans, can secrete offspring even if they don't conceive. Thinking that the great desire harmony pill in her body was vaguely seizing up, Jianghan's heart was in a hurry, biting her lip and softly shouting, asterisk asterisk. The sound was like Ling Long, and Tushan Yushue heard the whole fox body steeply crisping. It's a nice name, isn't it? She sat up triumphantly and smiled evilly. What did you say just now? The voice was too low. I didn't hear it. Jianghan only felt straight hot. The slender arm shyly covered his eyes. Once again gently enunciated. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Tushan Yushue's heart was sweet, and at this time, she really felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with being a dim king who indulged in beauty. But she still maintained her outward smoothness and said faintly, still haven't heard. Aha, you big liar. You clearly had your tail wagging and said you didn't hear it. Jianghan only felt that his ears were practically burning and took a deep breath. The white Yukai climbed on the bed and slowly crawled to Tushan Arizu's heel. Tushan Arizu was bewildered, her fox eyes wide and alert. Moist lips came up to her earlobe, and with a breath that almost went up, she finally gave a feeble whisper. Asterisk asterisk I want to eat. East, west, the sound is small, but it sounds like a lark's chirp when it comes to the ear. Into the ears and into the body. Crispy, sweet and soft. Ah, leprechaun. I'm going to have a blast when I get you in shape. Tushan Yushue couldn't help but embrace the beautiful person into his arms and placed a kiss on those moist lips. So soft. One more kiss. It smells so good. One more kiss. Ah shucks. There's hair. One more kiss. Well, I don't eat saliva. I want to eat delicious food. Jianghan hung her head and said weakly, wait little husband, I'll bring you a spoonful of food. At 3 o'clock under the moon, Gu Puyin, as usual, stood on the highest palace instead of sleeping. She sat down and pulled out a not too big, not too small, just right rowdy cock. The phoenixes are naturally good at rituals and music, song and dance. They respect the nature of heaven and earth the most, and often meet friends with songs. Born with a good voice, they are musically gifted beyond all imagination. They have an excellent sense of tone and can master a variety of instruments in just a short time. When the reed pipe is blown, the sound floats with the wind, like high mountains and flowing water, like the echo of the empty valley. After blowing for a long time, the thin willow and thick tongue branches fluttered, and the wind blew the grass and fragrant flowers. Song after song, no one listens to the solo under the moon, and in the end, it's just a lonely blow. She put away the reed pipe and took another instrument. Not long ago, went to Kang and brought it back from there. It's a strange 6-stringed lute, said to be an imitation, first brought in by a greenhorn herald. Everyone said it was an instrument that could be held and played and sung, so Gu Puyin quietly took one as he passed by. Ahem, she didn't think it was entirely her fault. She had been living in a blessed cave for a long time. Where did she get the immortal silver from this outside world? Clang. Shameful. Chapter 3, Strolling. It was dawn, and the courtesans had to get up early. Gong Hongi, do you still have the pure body pill here to eat? Arashur, didn't I give you food yesterday? Red glanced at. There seems to be something wrong with that one. It's not potent enough. Arashur sighed and shook her head. She hadn't slept well all last night. Her mind was full of that blonde teenager. Red Clothes glanced at her and half-heartedly took out another one. You can't eat too much of this. It will affect your hair in the future. Well, I understand. Arashur nodded, yet somewhat helplessly. After she took the purifying elixir, she respectfully retreated and quickly walked to the kitchen room. At dawn, the cooking fires were up in the kitchen. She scrambled through her meal and held up a tray with a bowl of bubbling spirit soup. This kind of spirit soup is a great tonic. It is real good for the human body. It will be absorbed completely and effectively. It is a rare ingredient. Her steps were much slower as she held the tray. After all, this one bowl was worth a month's worth of her monthly money. Couldn't afford to pay for it. she skillfully knocked on the bedchamber and gently placed the tray on the nightstand. My lord, breakfast is served. The soft body rolled on the bed and stretched. Zhang Han hugged over the big fluffy pillow and lay on his back, sinking half his head into it and muffled. I'm not hungry yet, my lord. His Majesty has commanded me that if you don't eat more, you won't get well. Zhang Han lowered her eyes and whispered, but I don't want to eat. If you eat it, your body will get better. And if your body gets better, you will be set. Ah! The thought of those fox eyes last night that were so eager they could be described as perverted. He shivered straight away. Good boy, Gongzi, how nice to be able to go out for air when you're well. I don't. Ginger Han buried her head, a little deflated. Then after thinking about it, she sat on her knees on the bed, revealing a resigned look. Sister Erishur, can you take me out? My lord, Her Majesty has instructed me not to take you out without her orders. Zhang Han tugged on the iron cable in his hand. But I want to eat something else. You take me out of the palace. You'd better die of this. Speaking of which, Erishur felt that she couldn't look towards this teenager anymore, or else that pure body pill would be wasted again. Well, sighing softly, Zhang Han sat back down in front of the window, holding a book placed on the bed, reading to relieve her boredom. Erishur couldn't find anything else to do until the spoon was fed. Her brow furrowed as she glanced out the window. It was October when the fall winds were howling, and on Marble Road, there wasn't a single pedestrian. Arashi's heart widened as she mysteriously walked over to Kong Han's side, whispered, Gonzi, good boy, after you finish your soup, I'll secretly take you for a stroll around the palace, okay? Zhang Han suddenly became interested and his eyes lit up. Sister Erishur, is that true? Seriously, but if your Majesty knew, she's out of the palace today and won't be back until the 11th hour. Later, I'll change you into our palace maid's clothes, and you'll hold my hand while I show you around. Good. A bun of hair, a powdered coat, and a face lightly made up. Arashi's eyes lit up. Originally this male was already born with a beautiful and attractive posture, and after some dressing up, he was even more beautiful like a heavenly fairy. Taking a closer look at this courtesan's clothes, it was a bit unworthy of him, but Zhang Han wasn't picky either. He felt how it was better than the previous white dress. Push open the door and hold hands. Erishur just felt like she was holding a moving little sister. Walk through the lotus pond and pass by the hundreds of flowers. Explore the grass garden in the east and see the rockery in the west. Erishur only felt that this Duke Zhang Han was well behaved and didn't make a scene outside. He would only firmly grasp her hand and follow her without saying a word. The two brilliant gold pupils kept looking around, and that curious and contented look caused sweetness to rise in Arashi's heart. Sir, does it look good here? Good looking. Erishur only saw Zhang Han smiling, as if a warm spring breeze had driven away the coldness of autumn. Bam! Hiss! So harsh. Zhang Han had been struggling to recognize the road, in case he found a chance to escape one day, so he wouldn't be like a headless fly. A strange noise came as he was excitedly recognizing the road. It's awful. Seeing Zhang Han's ugly face, Erishur hurriedly explained. Recently, the Grand Master has become enamored with a new musical instrument, and is practicing around here on weekdays. Guitar? Zhang Han frowned. The tone was completely the untuned kind. Before the words were out of his mouth, Gu Pui Pui jumped in front of Erishur. Erishur, you're just in time. Fetch me a new string. Here. Then, Sister Han, just wait here for now, and I'll proceed to familiarize you with the environment later on. Ah, good. Ginger Han nodded curtly. Gu Puiyin turned his head and glanced at the guy suspiciously, only to find something familiar, but he couldn't name it. And no, it didn't matter. She was familiar with a lot of things, and she couldn't remember anything about people she'd only met once or twice. New? Aha. Ginger Han nodded like garlic. Play the piano? Zhang Han was slightly stunned, realizing that those phoenix eyes were sweeping his hand. Ah, a connoisseur. People who practice the piano have these thin calluses on their hands. Seeing that he was recognized at a glance, Zhang Han simply nodded and softly said, a little bit. Okay, then teach me. I can't figure out your human instruments. Is there a problem? Zhang Han thought about it, and was just about to politely decline, saying that he didn't know anything about this instrument either. Ah, so there's still a string tuning. I said how the strings are all hooked off and the sound is not accurate. Oops. Touching the guitar and unconsciously turning the knobs to tune the strings. Ah, there seems to be no reason to refuse. It was just as well that Erishur had taken the strings. Empress Dowager, you'd better rest more. His Majesty has already run to South Mountain to fetch Lingji for you. Reclaiming the throne is just when the dynasty is busy. Just when you need to contribute. I'll leave those to Lord Sikong. Her Majesty said that she must show you around the palace, or she'll reward me with a whip again. Fear not. If that ninny of hers dares to bully you guys, you can just say that I covered her. But Empress Dowager, you just come out and take a stroll. Just take it as a slave girl begging you. Okay? Okay. Under both soft and hard pressure, Shangguan Yue was still pulled out of the golden palace. The palace is beautiful, and the gardening is done just right, but she couldn't fight the urge to look at it. I've lived for so many years, what kind of beauty haven't I seen before? It's better to hang out than to work. Of course, that's what one thinks. After really relaxing, she felt a surge of laziness and didn't really want to go back to work again. It is really easy to go from hard work to laziness, but hard to go from laziness to hard work. In a trance, a little song came on. Chapter 4, Thank you, Empress Dowager, for rewarding me with food. On the bench, the teenager cradles the 6-string zither, pressing down with his left hand and plucking with his right. In October, the autumn wind picked up, and the blonde broken hair fluttered in front of her forehead. When are teenagers the most seductive? Teenagers who are single-mindedly focused on the matter at hand are the most seductive. Watching the teenager play the zither, Gu Puyin gradually lost her concentration. If Huangzi had not been lost, probably now also have this person in front of him so big, also can play a handful of good qin. Alas, ever since the loss of the Phoenix Sun, when he was mentioned, the head of the family would wash his face in tears. After the music, Jiang Han handed over his guitar and owed it. I'm sorry for the dedication. Gu Puyin waved her hand. There is no need to be courteous, and State Master is just a title they give me. From now on I am your sister Pui Pui. If you are bullied, you come to me. Anyway, after doing 3 things for Arisu, she went back. The name of this national master is just a virtual void. It's not fun here. Most of the people can't play the piano or dance, and they can't even cut it if they want to. Jiang Han said thank you and was about to leave when another voice came. It's playing well. Why don't you keep playing? The visitor was tall, dressed in a Yanghua dress, with a beautiful and voluptuous body, and the same snow-white fluffy tail showing behind her. It looked similar to Shangguan Yue, only with more beauty given by the years. Jiang Han was startled and thought he was seeing Shangguan Yue, yet Erasure gently stepped on his foot. In a low voice, he said, "This is Shangguan Yue, our imperial empress." Jiang Han hurriedly followed Lan and respectfully said, "Greetings, Empress Dowager. Level off." Shangguan Yue glanced at Jiang Han, her fox eyes puzzled, and asked, "Who are you, and how come I've never seen you before?" Lan took over, reporting back to the Empress Dowager. Sister Jiang Han is new to the palace and hasn't had time to report with the Empress Dowager. I'm taking her to familiarize herself with the environment. Oh, really? Shangguan Yue gave Jiang Han a complicated look and waved her hand. All of you go down. I want to talk to this new palace maid. Empress Dowager. Sister Han was too late to learn the court etiquette, so I'm afraid that her words and actions will be offensive. Shangguan Yue waved her hand and said, "Hey, I'm not the kind of old woman who cares about these mundane rituals, so you guys can just go down for now." Arashi's face darkened, and she could only follow Gu Puyin, along with the other courtesans, out of this grass garden. Flowers and green grass swayed gently with the wind, and a few fallen leaves were picked up by Shangguan Yue from the benches. She took the lead and sat up, then patted the seat beside her. "Jiang Han, sister is it? You come over and sit down." "Yes." Another white fox, Ginger Han sat up in a wary, formal manner. Splendid gold eyes were half-lidded, not daring to turn their heads to meet his gaze. "Your zither skills are good. Why did you think of coming into the palace?" "I didn't want to come either." Jiang Han stammered, and when Shangguan Yue saw this, she didn't follow up with questions, just ghostly stretched out his hand, and when Jiang Han came back to his senses, his fingers had already hooked onto his neck. To be more precise, it was hooking onto the slightly raised knot of his throat. Jiang Han trembled in shock and turned his head to look in horror, but he only saw Shangguan Yue looking over with a gentle glance, withdrawing his hand and patting his shoulder. Shangguan Yue said gently, "A fine skin and tender flesh, and a good hand of zither. I think once the family is good, is a young master." Jiang Han froze, and when Shangguan Yue saw that he had relaxed his guard, he continued, "I think it must be that the family has fallen. Life is forced. You will disguise yourself as a woman, mixed into the palace. I am not one of those old women who don't know what's going on, and it's not impossible for men like you who are naturally delicate to try to get into the palace through this kind of behavior to beg for a meal. Fear not, I will not say anything to others. This Empress Dowager, you have a point, but it seems that as a male in the harem, you get more monthly money. Of course, this is only in the mind." Jiang Han gratefully said, "Thank you, Empress Dowager, for rewarding me with a meal. Take off your hair bun and let me see it." Jiang Han hesitated for a moment, cupped his hand around the bun root, and gently drew it out. All of a sudden, 3,000 golden threads went straight down 3,000 feet. "It's still more handsome to look like this. I don't know if you have a marriage partner." "Jiang Han?" Jiang Han thought carefully. The previous wedding was interrupted before the worship, but he had called someone's wife Lord. Roughly, probably, should count as a marriage? Before the words were finished, Shangguan Yue had already put her hand on his forehead. It seems that no marriage contract has been made yet. Shangguan Yue, she has her own means of verification. In her eyes, all marriages not bound with the heavenly Daorun deed were considered as not yet married. Jiang Han had no choice but to nod his head straight. Shangguan Yue nodded with satisfaction, pondered for a moment, and said, although I won't tell others that you are a male body, but if I really throw you into that palace maiden's bedchamber to sleep in a big bunk with them, it will really make me feel uneasy. Let's do it this way. From now on, you'll sleep in the side hall next to the emperor's bedchamber, which is not yet occupied. I'll ask Lan to clean it up for you later. Ha! Jiang Han had the sense to kneel and accept the favor. Although he was the one sleeping in the side hall right now, your fine skin and tender flesh doing odd jobs is also a waste. In a few days, I'll have someone personally teach you the dance in the palace. You learn it well, and then I'll have Gong Hongi give you some more monthly money. Ah, it doesn't have to be such a bother. Hey, new here not long ago, and you're disobeying an old woman like me, aren't you? Be good, be obedient. Yes. As the sun set in the west, Shangguan Yue returned to the palace. After nodding to a few palace maids who greeted her, she walked quickly towards the Empress Dowager's chambers. Mother, I've already had someone take the lingji and refine it, so don't forget to drink it when it's delivered later. After saying that, she hurriedly walked on her feet and was about to leave. It's been a long day out there, and there's a leprechaun lying in the side hall. It tickled so much that she thought she was suffering from a terminal case of going crazy if she didn't hear her yell for mama for a day. Arisu, you acted in haste. What are you going to do again? You are now the great summer empress, not just our Tushan's great miss anymore. Act with more care and be more composed. Mother's lesson is right. The child is excused. Hey, don't rush off. Shangguan Yue turned her head with a puzzled expression. Is there anything else mother wants? Is that a good reason for a mother to want to talk to her daughter? Mama is here again. So annoying. Tushan Arisu propped her head on one hand as her thoughts drifted to the side hall. At this time, Kanhan is probably taking a bath. At this time of the year, you can obviously take a bath together. Fragrant, smooth, soft, tender, watery. There's snow. Do you hear me? Heard that. Completely unheard. But Tushan Arisu still nodded her head. Very well. In any case, you have nothing to do in idleness, and you don't need to be in charge of the palace politics. On weekdays, after you finish your cultivation, go to the side hall and teach people to dance. Hear that? Well, Chapter 5 Women's Baths. Sister Erishur, do we really have to wash it here? Jiang Han was draped in a cotton towel, her eyes looking at the large pool of water that was steaming in front of her. Gulp! In the pool of water, there were several fox demons taking a dip in it, their big fluffy tails making a pontoon boat. Clearly, they were all fox demons in the prime of their youth. And of course, there were a few courtesans, but relatively speaking, they were much more restrained. Within this great summer palace, there are 3 baths, one for the kings in waiting, one here, and one for His Majesty. Kanhan couldn't figure out why he didn't go back to wash, or perhaps it would be better to go to the baths of the retainers. The Empress Dowager saw that you are a newcomer and wanted you to show more in front of the others. Chant na. Wrapped your hair for you. You go down. Wrapped in a towel. Jiang Han sat on the edge of the pool, her small white feet gently probing downward. Slightly hot, but it's okay. What? I think I touched something. Yikes. Put. A fox demon suddenly emerged from the water and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Sister Erishur, you've been shocked this time. You owe a drink. In the palace, there is this unwritten rule. The court ladies or ministers who were frightened had to drink all the wine in their cups. This has been passed down from the fox demons of Mount Tu. And thanks to these quirky rules, the fox demons have a very harmonious relationship with each other. The fox demon looked up, only to realize that Erishur was still at the edge of the pool. Erishur chided, Your Highness Aramengu, you'd better stop being a demon and fish the man out. Tushan Yumaman froze slightly and searched the water with the tail that had just yanked the man under, followed by a gentle lift. Phew, ahem, choking on the water. Kanghan held onto the bank and coughed a few times. Seeing that it was a newcomer, Tushan had a dream and sniffed vigilantly, realizing that the guy in front of him smelled so much like a gardenia, with a light fragrance. The blonde hair was wet, and a few drops of water hung on her white, snowy skin, clad in a towel, but a glimpse of for a courtesan, this one was born nice and dainty. Tushan Arimeng liked to play with women the most on weekdays, so she hit it off with the court ladies. Seeing that it was a new sister, she felt oddly embarrassed by the gesture and swam over to the man, patting him gently on the back. Erishur, why didn't you bring her here earlier? Tushan Yumeng chided Erishur for a few moments, then turned her head and asked thoughtfully, How is it? Did you fall anywhere? Just now it was my sister's fault. Ahem, I'm fine. Jiang Han turned his head, wet and sticky hair stained with blown skin, small face pink, lips moist, a pair of curved eyebrows, a pair of charming pupils. Goo. Tushan Arimeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. How can there be such a charming woman in the whole world? Eee. Tushan Yumeng tightly pasted in. Zhang Han couldn't help but try to shrink back in fear. But behind him was the shore. He couldn't shrink to the shore. Your Highness with a dream. Zhang Han followed Arashi's call and called softly. A pair of fox eyes gleamed and stared straight at them. The slender hand hooked on Zhang Han's chin and gently lifted it. From now on, you can just call me Sister Arigato. What's the name of this sister of yours? Eyes full of desire. Zhang Han's eyes averted as she said in a thin voice. Just call me Zhang Han. Rather a name a beauty should have. Unconsciously rubbing. Arigato-sama. Don't you think you're scaring your new sister? Ah, sorry about this sister. It's okay. Zhang Han saw Tushan Arimeng's eyes gradually sweeping downward, from face to shoulder, and he couldn't help but wrap the bath towel around him. Put. Seeing Jiang Han's behavior, Tushan Yumeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. The guys here have all this meat on their bodies. What are you so shy about doing? Sister Han, take off the towel and come play with everyone. Ah. Zhang Han turned his head to look, only to see that on the large pool next to him, two other teams were shooting balls in the bath. The delicate hand reaches out, throws the ball, leaps gently, and taps. A pair of milky white balls bobbing and swaying. No need. Zhang Han refused without thinking. Tushan Arimeng was slightly embarrassed by the rejection, but he knew that he was the one who had made a fool of the others first. Sister Han, don't be angry with you for having a dream sister, okay? After taking a bath in a while, I'll take you to the kitchen room to eat something delicious. Zhang Han politely refused. I've already eaten tonight. TSK. This Han sister is completely angry. Really careful. Throughout all the people in the palace, she had only ever been so kind and vocal to her royal sister, Tushan Yue, as well as her mother, Tushan Yuehua. You cheeky dead girl. Ha, ya. The delicate hand quickly reached over, and before Zhang Han had time to react, the pair of delicate hands explored within the bath towel. Frightened, Ginger Han sat down in the water, which gurgled and bubbled. Reflecting on that tender and smooth touch just now, Tushan Arimeng laughed even louder. She fished Zhang Han out from underwater again and comforted. It's okay, Han sister. It's not your fault to grow flat. Let sister help you rub more in the future. I can't say you'll be bigger in the future. Then it's better not to bother Sister Aramu. How can I say laborious? Although it's very flat, but it feels very good and comfortable. It's fine. You have a dream sister technique is professional. Zhang Han stopped paying attention to her and just raised her head and said to Arashur, Sister Arashur, I'm done washing. Let's go back. Okay, Sister Han, you take my hand. Tushan Yumaman was slightly stunned. She felt that she should have just acted already very kind, right? Could it be that Zhang Han's sister was angry again because she called her small? Arigato-sama. Cyan is tired of playing. Do you want to come and take her place? I'll. Fu Zhang Han looked into the front of the mirror and brushed her hair. The blonde hair is waist length and actually quite a lot of work to take care of. After several passes of the comb, the frizzy blonde hair was finally straightened. Arashur had been called away to do chores, and the daunting task of combing his hair was left to him. Good thing we only had to go to that bath once too. Next time I'll soak my whole head in water and wonder how much effort it will take to comb it clean again. Suddenly a hand grabbed the blonde hair and yanked it hard. Zhang Han ate the pain, and only then did he realize that Tushan Yushua was looking over with a displeased face. Zhang Han, you are so bold. I am not told you, not allowed to go out of this side hall half a step? Speak. Well, Tushan Yushua realized that the hand she had on her throat seemed to have exerted a little too much force, which loosened it slightly. With a gentle push, Zhang Han fell to the ground. Zhang Han propped one hand on the ground and gasped for air, her small face turning red from lack of oxygen. Chapter 6, The Man Who Couldn't Sleep. Zhang Han caught his breath and his head lifted up, and he was looking right at Tushan Yushue. Tushan Arisu raised her eyebrows lightly. Yo ho ho, who is this sultry little look posed for? Get up for me. Zhang Han covered her neck, slowly stood up, and did not care about Tushan Yushue, but just held her arm in her hand, and inclined her head in silence. Good, I only went out for a trip, and you little goblins don't even put me in your eyes anymore. Tushan Arisu only felt annoyed now. When she went to the South Mountain today, she was already feeling annoyed, and when she came back and found out that this little goblin had been exposed, she was even more annoyed. And now this little goblin wasn't giving her a good face, so she was annoyed on top of annoyed. That stubborn little goblin. Father, I'll lasso you to death. Not caring that Zhang Han's body had yet to fully heal, Tushan Yushua now only wanted to let this seductive little goblin know how much it would cost to disobey her. Zhang Han was hugged over the waist and roughly carried to the case table, and bottles and cans fell all over the place. Tushan Arisu buried her head into his neck, and in no time there was a wet and hot touch coming from his neck. Yuko, I know you're in there. Open the door. Mother? Tushan Yushua's movements had to stop. Looking at Jiang Han's indifferent appearance, she felt even more angry. That's all. There's plenty of time to take your time. Tushan Yue carried Jiang Han down and went forward to open the door. Sure enough, Tushan Yue was standing in front of the door. Arisu, are you bullying the palace again? Mother, my child would not dare. Don't dare? Tushan Yue's eyes glanced towards the shards of bottles and cans on the ground, and reached out her hand to slap Tushan Yue's head. Mother, you should be less agitated. Don't get your body angry. You are filial at this time. Tushan Yue glanced at him without any good humor and walked into the house. Seeing Jiang Han sitting on the bed in disheveled clothes, with fresh red marks still remaining on her snow-white swan neck, Tushan Yue felt so heartbroken that she hurriedly sat down next to Jiang Han, as if she was cradling a child, and wrapped Jiang Han into her arms. Ginger Han, you say, were you bullied just now? Mother, Tushan Yue glared fiercely at her own daughter. Don't you say it. I want to listen to Jiang Han. I wasn't bullied. Jiang Han could only say so. After all, his own little life was actually mainly clutched in the hands of Tushan Yue. Don't be afraid. You have me to protect you. Don't worry and speak boldly. I'll do it for you. Ah, it's so warm. This Dasha Empress Dowager's arms are so warm. Not only is my body warm, but my heart is warm too. What is this? A mother's love? Jiang Han pursed her lips slightly, her eyes flashing. If motherly love had a name, perhaps it would be called Tushan Yue. But what's the point of saying it? Tushan Yue was Tushan Yue's daughter, and when she said it, at most, she would only be blamed a few more times. Jiang Han lifted her head and revealed a smile that she had practiced countless times. I'm really fine. Tushan Yue sighed lightly and stroked Jiang Han's head. This doll was a bit too obedient and understanding. I don't know how many times she was bullied by others in her day to end up like this. No fear, no fear. Tushan Yue hugged Jiang Han tightly and gently patted his hand on his back. Mother, I'm your daughter, right? Tushan Yue had a head full of black lines and gave a look to the palace maids waiting outside, and the palace maids trembled and walked in, cleaning up the mess on the floor. Tushan Yue then commanded, it's getting late. You guys help the Empress Dowager back to rest. Here. Tushan Yue waved her hand at the palace maid. No need. I'm not too old to walk. You guys go back by yourselves first. The palace maid looked helplessly towards Tushan Yue, and Tushan Yue could only say helplessly, then you guys can go back first, and bring the door with you when you go out. Here, in the side hall, only the mother and daughter and Jiang Han remained. The scented candles swayed, and the light veil was lifted by the October-autumn wind that blew in. Ah, I say mother, how long are you going to hug that little goblin? Tushan Yue sipped her tea while sitting at the desk without saying a word as she looked at those two on the bed. Tushan Yue was still hugging him with a loving face, and as if he had sensed Tushan Arizu's unkind gaze, he quietly turned his head. The ghost then stuck his tongue out at her, before turning his head and rubbing it against Tushan Yue's arms. Although it didn't make a sound, Tushan Yuki could already hear that slightly excessive. Tushan Yue pressed down her anger and opened her mouth. Mother, don't you have to get up early tomorrow? If you don't rest early, child is worried. Tushan Yue didn't heed the words, but instead said, I told you before to be more patient and gentle with humans. Something like that. So annoying. Mother, you hurry up and finish your lecture. Little leprechaun. When mother goes back later, you'll be waiting tonight. Enough with the shouting. Words finally finished training. Tushan Yue has felt that has long been unable to endure, must immediately inhumane diarrhea. Tushan Yue took off her heels and hugged Jiang Han onto the bed. Okay, then I'll sleep here tonight. Mother, you. Tushan Yue faintly said, if I leave, you guys will definitely bully again, so I'll stay here tonight, can't I? Yuko, bring the door with you when you go out later. It's getting late. You should rest early too. Mother, I want to sleep with you tonight too. Tushan Yue pretended to squirm and said, ever since I got out of the Taihua Divine Mountain, I haven't slept with mother. Well then, you come along and pull the lights up. Yes, mother. The autumn wind was blowing tightly outside, yet Jiang Han felt hot. I have to say, the fox demon's body is really warm. He originally wanted to sleep on one side of the bed. However, after Tushan Yue requested so, Mother, I'm not small anymore. You'd better hold him and sleep. So Ginger Han slept in the middle. Tushan Yue was indeed plowing through politics on weekdays, and she soon fell asleep with Jiang Han in her arms. Jiang Han was too hot to sleep. Turning around, he realized that Tushan Yue wasn't sleeping either. It hurts. Tushan Yue reached over and squeezed her hand on her leg, and Jiang Han wanted to cry out in pain, but her vermilion lips pressed over her mouth. Soon he went from one woman's arms to another. It went from a gentle hug to a hug so rough it was suffocating. Tushan Arisu had been angry all day, and now all she wanted to do was let off steam. If you make a sound that wakes my mother, I'll kill you. a delicate hand wrapped around the back of his head, and soon a faint scent of love filled his nose. There are those who sleep deeply tonight, but there are also those who can't. Chapter 7 Dance Practice. Mother, let me help you. Tushan Yumeng picked up the stack of scrolls in front of Tushan Yuehua and sat to the side. Tushan Yuehua is the mother of a clan, but there are only two blood relations, one with snow and one with dreams. Tushan Yuehua's husband died early and raised them alone. Weekdays as a father and a mother, it is considered to be a lifetime of labor. Fortunately, the two daughters were well behaved and filial, and Tushan Yushue worked hard to cultivate and lived up to the expectations of the clan, reclaiming the Daxia Empire and expelling the Su clan from Daxia. And Tushan Yumeng is good at talking, although not as diligent as Tushan Yashue's cultivation, but also inherited her mother's mind, and will come over to help when she has time on weekdays. Manger, have you finished practicing today? Cultivation is too boring, I can't sit still. So you're sitting tight here again? Tushan Yumeng attentively poured a cup of water. It's not the same when you're with mother. Tushan Yuehua scraped her little nose, dotingly said, you all have something to ask me again. Say it, what is it? As expected, I still can't hide it from the Empress Mother. Tushan Yumeng smiled embarrassedly and squirmed. Empress Mother, I've recently taken a liking to someone, and I'd like to ask you to establish a line. Oh, which squire has Dreamer's Eye on? Bring him to me and I'll take a look at him, and if I see nothing wrong with him, I'll be gracious enough to allow you to do so. Ama, you also know that I don't like men. Tushan Arimeng hesitated a bit, but still said it out. I have my eyes on a palace maid. Tushan Yuehua only felt a big head. It's true that every family has its own problems. She had already spent a lot of effort to persuade Arimeng before, hoping to change her phoenixine fetish. How is it that you just can't change it? You have a dream, you'd better come to be less angry with me. Your mother is at this age and is still being angry with your two sisters every day. Do you think it's like that? Well, hey, AMA, I'm going to practice. Hey, this girl just said she'd come over to help. The movements are wrong. The feet aren't lifted high enough. Inside the side hall, an open space was packed away. Tushan Yushue crossed her arms and reprimanded Jiang Han, said the feet weren't lifted high enough. Higher, can't lift it. Ginger Han struggled to lift her legs high, yet it took a lot of effort, her skin oozing with fragrant sweat as she panted lightly. But what should be lifted is not lifted. The white tender jade foot that was stretched out in midair wobbled. He completely lost his strength and wanted to put it down, but Tushan Yushue pressed down on the ankle and lifted it upward with all his might. Tushan Yushue suddenly pasted in, and Jiang Han was unsteady on his feet, jumping and skipping to the wall. The leg was lifted up high by the force. Jiang Han ate the pain and hurriedly said, gently, gently, it hurts. Tushan Yushue glanced at him coldly and scoffed, you can't even do this. Are you still a man or not? Who says a man has to know this? Jiang Han gritted her teeth, unwilling, and retorted in a petulant voice, who says men should know this? It's hard. Okay, but you are my man, then you have to know this. Tushan Yushue raised 1 foot high, a beautiful leg resting straight on the wall next to Jiang Han. The two of them were extremely close. Jiang Han was not too tall, and through the empire skirt that was lifted up by the high raised leg, he saw the cotton white. Seeing Jiang Han's face brush up and blush, Tushan Yushue was suddenly interested. When she was in that greenhouse, she had enjoyed seeing Jiang Han's reaction to feeling shame. It's just that last night this little goblin was dead stubborn, and there was the mother next to her, so she hadn't had time to do some more coaching and teasing. She was in a good mood and her mouth teased. What? That's how much you like to look there? Unwomanly goblin. You're simply a hooligan. Jiang Han raised her foot to kick, only to be grabbed by the ankle again in the process, forcing her leg high. The root of his leg barely rested on Tushan Arizu's shoulder. Jiang Han was so regretful. There was not much energy left, so being grasped by the ankle, the body that was already injured was already shivering with fatigue, and the fragrant sweat was coming out drop by drop, especially when the sunlight came. The beads of sweat on the white calves were like small bright pearls under the light. Ha! Ha! Jiang Han was sweating and panting and shivering, yet Tushan Yushue just watched. She scoffed again. What? That won't work? I can't. Weren't you stubborn yesterday? Ha! Do you still dare to disobey me? Answer me. You let me go. I'm really going to die. Answer me. I don't dare to. Oh. Jiang Han was really in a bit of a hurry. His leg being violently pulled up high was already hurting like hell, and as his strength dissipated, he felt at any moment that he was going to fall the next second. Is it true that you don't dare anymore, or is it a lie? Really don't dare. Put me down. Put me down. Tushan Yushue's hand but used more force. Jiang Han's leg was almost broken into a one. A wave of pain came along with the dark wounds in his body, and Jiang Han held his hands on the wall. Dizzy. Boom. Toussaint Arisu let go, and the blonde Yukai in front of her went completely limp and curled up on the floor. She didn't have the heart to help. she just squatted down and looked at Zhang Han, who could only keep gasping for air and couldn't speak even after being bullied. With a burst of crispness, "That's what happens when you disobey her. Sister? Sister?" Tushan Yushue was thinking about what to teach the dance next, when Tushan Yuming's voice rang out from outside. "You catch a break. I'll come back later and continue teaching you," leaving behind a sentence. Tushan Yushue left this side hall. Zhang Han was so angry that her teeth were chattering, and her small pink fists were clenched tightly. Well, clenched, not tight. Really no strength at all. After resting for a while, Zhang Han then staggered up, took off this sweat-soaked white dress on his body, and changed into the courtesan's clothes. After all, he had nothing else to wear. Wet clothes are not clean to wear, and if you don't wash them quickly you won't have a change of clothes. Tushan Arisu, this big ruthless liar, didn't even prepare a few more pieces of clothes to come over. He pushed the door open and was just about to walk to the laundry room to scrub, only for Tushan Arisu to return just then. "How are you going to practice dancing in those clothes? Take it off." Zhang Han clenched her teeth in anger and said in a cold voice, "The one just now is soaked through, and I don't have any other clothes to wear. Get out of the way. I'm going to go wash my clothes. This is not something I consider." Tushan Yushue blocked in front of Zhang Han and closed the door. "Keep practicing. No one is allowed to go out until you finish." Zhang Han was anxious and hurriedly said, "Big liar, don't force me to tell on your mother. How dare you threaten me? It's mother who asked me to come over and teach you. How I teach is my business. Keep practicing. Hurry up or you won't be allowed to eat." Dumbfounded and helpless, Ginger Han returns to the wall and poses. Tushan Yushue didn't continue to guide, but grabbed Zhang Han's clothes and reprimanded, said, "You can't dance in these clothes. Are you deaf? I told you I don't have anything else to wear. Then don't wear it. Fade out and keep practicing." When Zhang Han heard this, his little face blushed as if it was a ripe apple. He wanted to say something but was glared back by Tushan Yushue's gaze. Yes, a scant sound rang out in the side hall. Chapter 8, Interlude in the Palace. A few minutes ago, Tushan Arimeng searched the palace for a while, and finally heard Erasure say His Majesty is teaching dance practice in the side hall, and she ran for it. On weekdays she has a very good relationship with Yushue. The mother is not willing to take the line for her. There is also a sister. Her sister, Tushan Yushue, was the Empress of Great Xia, although not usually in charge. The weight of the words was definitely enough. "Sister, my sister can't see you for almost 2 hours. Really miss my sister me Arimeng, have you finished practicing today?" Tushan Yushue gave her a suspicious look. Tushan Yumeng shook her head in embarrassment. "No, then why did you come out?" Tushan Arisu hurriedly pushed her away, and there was a dream in her heart that opened the door. "Sister, don't kick me out. You have to think of your good sister's life's work." Tushan Yushue frowned and said doubtfully, "Wouldn't it be fine for you to look for mother in this matter? But you know, that old woman is usually so annoying that when I ask her for a woman, she scolds me." Tushan Arisu was familiar with this point about this sister of hers. When she was a child she could vaguely feel this sister's gaze when she was bathing. It's just a family thing, so let's watch it. There were always dreams that didn't have the guts to push her down as a sister. At first she was a little sad, but then she looked away. Fox life is in a hurry, so let's go with her nature. Tushan Yushue deliberately distanced herself from Tushan Yumeng and said hopelessly, "So tell me, which sister do you want to ho-ho again? Don't get mad at me for what I told you." "Sister," Tushan Yushue urged, "just hurry up and say it. I still have matters at hand. That person is in the palace, a new palace maid. You don't dislike people's low status and poor status, do you? No matter, it's fine if you like it. When the time comes, you'll go and tell Gong Hongyi that I'm the one who made that person your attendant. It's true that my sister still loves me." Upon hearing this, Tushan Yumon was overjoyed and reached out his hand to hug. Seeing this, Tushan Yushue hastily dodged sideways, allowing her to pounce. She sighed softly and barked, "Don't be such a monkey when you get there. You'll scare people away, and I can't personally go and chase them back for you." "Sister, aha, I'll listen to sister." Tushan Yushue was touched and nodded her head straight. "Then I'm going to look for big red clothes. I'll see you later, sister." Achoo! Ginger Han sneezed and walked slowly to the bath alone. Because he was wearing a courtesan's uniform, he could only go to the women's bath. Wrapped in a towel as usual, he tested the temperature of the water and got out of the bath. It came just at the right time, with freshly changed water and no other people. Zhang Han dragged his tired and sore body down to the water, as if a section of fine willow had fallen into the river. Interjection of surprise. Zhang Han felt that the large bath was for him alone at the moment. He soaked down as much of his body as he could. Would love to just stay like this all day. Ginger Han began to relax, forcing herself not to reminisce about what had just happened. Still trying to remember. How can that fox be so bad? The thought of being naked in front of that fox slag just now, subjected to her various commands to pose in various ways, made him. If one day the knife is in my hand, I will cut down all the negative dogs in the world. Ah no, negative fox. He couldn't help but think of Shangguan Yue's figure in his mind. He wanted to cultivate again. But nay, he didn't have a sword on hand either. He lifted his left hand and looked at the red bad hanging jade on his wrist, a little lost in thought. This piece of jade above was given to him by Shangguan Yue, and was later refined into a life jade and used as a token. He could then rely on this to judge Shangguan Yue's life and death. The jade is currently still radiating light. Jiang Han was mesmerized looking at jade until a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Yee! A slight tremor ran through his soft body, and he hurriedly looked back, only to see that Gu Puyin had appeared behind him at some point. Gu Puyin, his face impassive, opened his mouth. I've been looking for you. I couldn't find you in the courtesan's bedchamber. Where on earth do you sleep? There's no room for me there. The empress arranged for me to go to the side hall. Oh, Gu Puyin nodded and sat down on the bank. Her index finger made a slit in the air. An acoustic guitar was then removed when you reached into the crevice and pulled it out. Sister Han, teach me to play the 6-string zither. Jiang Han looked at the guitar momentarily dumbfounded. He didn't really want to move too much. It was nice to soak in the pool. Stare. Well, I'll just teach you. Ginger Han couldn't take the guy's icy gaze anymore and got out of the pool wrapped in a towel. Sitting on the shore, Ginger Han took the guitar and skillfully twisted the knobs. Sister Pui, haven't you noticed that your tone is muffled? When I tried to tune it myself at the time, I couldn't get it back to the state you helped me with in the first place. After giving Gu Puyin some instruction, Jiang Han felt that he was quite talented in the area of being a teacher. In no time at all, Gu Puyin was fully initiated, and everything was fine except for the pressure position, which needed some practice. Compared to that, Tushan Arisu was a F***king teacher. What kind of teacher lets her students strip naked? Gu Puyin suddenly spoke up. Sister Han, is there something wrong with my playing? Ah, no. I saw you lowered your face just now. If there is something wrong somewhere when you played just now, you don't have to worry about it, and please correct it. I was just thinking about my teacher just now. No need to be concerned. Is Sister Han's teacher? Gu Puyin suddenly became interested. I guess he must be a high-ranking person, to be able to teach Sister Han so well. She's just a scum. These words couldn't help but come out of his mouth. And then Jiang Han couldn't help but regret a little. What's wrong with you? Before, when I was in Crane Tower, I couldn't even get upset by all the dirty talk. Now I've become a person who's ready to curse at the drop of a hat. Ah damn Tushan Yuko, why couldn't something accidentally happen to make her die a death? It's okay Sister Han, it's all in the past. Inexplicably, the sudden comfort made Jiang Han a bit overwhelmed. He gently nodded and answered, thank you. Gu Puyin proceeded to play the zither, and as Kang Han listened to the sound of the zither, he couldn't help but think of the days when he had played music in the showroom as well as on the float. He curled up and hugged his legs, trying to hold himself for comfort. Splendid golden pupils lost their minds as they looked at the bath that was extremely rippled by pieces of leaves from time to time. The wind drifted and the sycamore dropped its leaves. The fingertips plucked and the sound of the piano was pleasant and echoed for a long time. Chapter 9, Sister, I'll feed you. Open your mouth. Smoke curls up from the fire rising from the stove in the kitchen room. Before noon, Tushan Yue was going to go to enlightenment, so there was nothing for Jiang Han to do at this time. Erasure then dragged him to the kitchen room. Ever since Tushan Yue reclaimed the imperial throne, Tushan Yuehua had made drastic reforms, including the 3,000 harem. A host of class officials were all sent home, leaving many buildings empty and saving much monthly money. Tushan Foxdemon has always been extremely conscientious about food, and the immortal silver saved from those 3,000 harems is used in ingredients rich in spirit. In addition to being particular about what you eat, you are also very particular about when you eat it, down to the exact hour and minute. So at this time of year, the courtesans come to the kitchen to help. Ginger Han stayed still in front of the pot. What was boiled inside was also an unnamed spirit soup that took quite a bit of time. There are still dark wounds in his body, and yesterday and last night he was severely tortured by Tushan Yue. His calves were weak and he had to crouch down. Brilliant gold pupils mapped the tongue of the fire in the stove, which was at its peak, and every now and then some sparks would rise. This is the last bowl. Sister Han, take this to His Highness Arimang. Jiang Han nodded her head obediently and stood up, taking the tray handed to her by a courtesan sister with both hands. The soup and food on the tray was steaming hot, and there was an unknown ingredient floating on the bowl, which actually had a spiritual light lingering on it. Out of the kitchen room, walking through the marble path, from time to time, a few palace maids greeted Jiang Han. Ginger Han's look was very inviting, even under her courtesan's costume. Of course, there's liking, and naturally there's jealousy. Yikes! Tripping over something under her feet, Jiang Han fell straight forward when her center of gravity was unsteady. Fortunately, the fall was not too bad, and there were no more wounds on his body. Zhang Han stood up with the tray, but the spirit soup spilled half of the bowl. A large courtesan smiled and said, "Yada yada yada. Why are you so careless, Han sister? Risky." Zhang Han pursed her lips slightly, looking at the spilled half bowl of spirit soup and panicking a bit. Fox demons are good eaters, and in order to limit these greedy foxes, Shangguan Yue's share of food per person per day was fixed. Shangguan Arimeng spilled half of his breakfast bowl. Then there's only half a bowl left to serve her. Ah, this is snow lotus soup. It's His Highness Arimeng's food, isn't it? And you dare to spill that highness's food when you're serving it? Don't you know she's always been a big fan of food? The last sister who spilled her food seemed to have been whipped. Sister Qing, you don't say anything. Zhang Han only felt annoyed. This Qing stayed in the palace for a long time. He likes to rely on the old. These days 3 times explicitly and implicitly targeting him, not once or twice. Ugh. It's just that he was so focused on the road under his feet that he didn't realize there was a green on the road trying to trip him up. What a forest full of birds. He thought such disgusting people only existed in books. Qing had finished his chores, but he had half a day to spare. At this moment, simply on the sidelines, constantly talking in tongues, saying something like, "The younger generation ought to be like the old-timers," and so on. Zhang Han ignored her and just hesitated to take the breakfast back to the kitchen room to see if there were any extra fresh ingredients for a new serving. When Cheng saw that Zhang Han was ignoring her, she felt even more that this junior was not putting her in her eyes. "Yeah, let's see what I can do." As Qing was pondering how to proceed to trip up this unintelligent junior more, he suddenly saw Shangguan Arimeng walking towards the area. She was delighted in her heart and hurriedly walked forward with a fawning face. "Your Highness Arimeng, Sister Qing greets you." Shangguan Arimeng frowned. "I told you guys before, there's no need to be so polite to me, right? Is this sister's ear for show?" She had repeatedly emphasized to the screen so many times that she should not use honorifics in general. She lowered her eyes, but only to see that the floor was already a mess, and her frown deepened. "What's going on here?" Your Highness Arimeng, you don't know that our newest sister Han is just so clumsy and adventurous. She's been reminded so many times during the day and she still." Shangguan Arimeng looked at the blonde-haired courtesan who was carrying a tray and walking away with her back especially familiar, and came over to pat her shoulder. The blonde figure stopped and slowly turned his head. The beauty turned back lightly. Her eyes seemed to contain golden autumn water, gorgeous and soft. Zhang Han saw that it was Shangguan Yumeng tapping his shoulder. He turned around and bowed his head in embarrassment. "Your Highness Yumeng, Your Highness, Sister Han." Shangguan Yumeng saw that Zhang Han's eyes were already full of watery mist, and just as he was about to reach out and scrape away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Qing's voice came from behind him. It's this sister who took the liberty of spilling your breakfast. Your Highness, she doesn't listen to all the scoldings she receives from you. Your Highness, you'll have to punish her yourself later, so she'll learn her lesson." "Qing, you shut up." Shangguan Arimeng had an impatient face and glanced icily at Qing. Qing retreated half a step at this glance, only to see Shangguan Arimeng gently lifting Zhang Han's chin with one hand and making a sound. "Sister Han, it's not burning, is it?" "No, I'm sorry Sister Arimeng, I spilled your spirit soup." Shangguan Yaman was worried about how to get closer to Zhang Han. "This can be a godsend at this point. Why bother talking to me about it? Come, let me see if it burns your hand." Shangguan Yumeng obediently grabbed Zhang Han's hand and scrutinized it. Hands like catkins, fingers like slender onions. Touch in the hand only feel smooth and tender. Only in that fingertips, there is so a layer of gently thin callus. Kitsune's body temperature is so hot. Zhang Han let Shangguan Yumeng scrutinize that hand of his. She only felt her hand getting hotter and hotter from being touched. It was no longer as simple as looking at the hand at all. Aramado was completely playing with the hand. Zhang Han frowned slightly and said softly, "Sister Arimeng, I'm going to lose the end of one hand." Only then did Shangguan Arimeng release that hand, and Zhang Han hurriedly carried the wobbly tray with both hands. Seeing this, Shangguan Yameng only thought that Zhang Han's serious look was cute, and the act of protecting her spoon food also warmed her heart. This Han sister is well behaved. She took the spirit soup, gently blew away the heat, and brought the half bowl to Zhang Han's mouth. "Sister Han, you drink it." That Arisher guy usually works in an upright and dead-eyed manner. "You follow her. I'm sure it's too late to have your breakfast." Zhang Han hesitated. "But Sister Yumeng hasn't had her meal yet." How can this Han be so delightfully well behaved? There was a dream and did not say anything more. Taking Zhang Han to find a pavilion nearby and sit down, she held the bowl over and took a light sip, then passed it over to Zhang Han's table. "I've had my meal. You eat some too. What's going on?" Zhang Han looked at the spirit soup that had been held by Shangguan Yumeng to take a sip, and said in a thin voice, "But this is His Highness's morning meal. This is not a spoon?" You right over the mouth. I do not want to eat." "What? Sister Han dislikes my sister's meal?" "No. Here, sis, I'll feed you. Open your mouth." Shangguan Yumeng scooped up a spoonful and brought it to Zhang Han's mouth. The soup and food were rising hot, and the heat hit the Jiang Han's delicate face, which was quite hazy and beautiful. Ginger Han opened her mouth. Chapter 10, I want you to help me cultivate. Qing looked dumbfounded. It was logical that Tushan Arimeng usually craved this bite the most. After Jiang Han took a bite, that little face was slightly red, covered her mouth, and softly said, I don't want to eat it. Tushan Yumeng then stopped, turning his head. He said, Qing, you clean up this place. I'm going to take Jiang Han on a trip to your big red coat. No. Qing was happy in his heart and said, that's the right thing to do. You deserve to eat spoon food? You deserve to eat Big Red's whip. Jia jia jia. When this ninny eats the whip, she's going to personally go to the medicine. As a senior, naturally, you have to take good care of the stupid junior jia jia jia. Through the corridors, passing by several halls, to this East Palace. On the walls of the East Palace hung the name tags of the palace maids, which corresponded to their respective jobs during the various hours. Ginger Han had not yet made a definite arrangement, so his name tag sat quietly in a small corner. Gong Ming, bother you. Gong Ming de Rouge saw that a rare guest had come, and hurriedly got up and bowed, respectfully saying, Your Highness is so respectful. But the younger sister I was startled. How? What's the matter with Your Highness coming to the Eastern Palace? Your Majesty said for me to come over and pick out a maid to accompany me, so I brought someone over. Nah, Sister Han, you've been following Erasure all this time, so you haven't seen your big red coat, have you? Jiang Han, who was following behind Arimeng, stepped out and respectfully said, Jiang Han has met the great red cloth. Why do you need to be polite? After entering the palace, then we are all sisters. Just call me Sister Gong from now on. Good. Meet Sister Gong. Gong Ming nodded in satisfaction. This guy was watery and well-behaved. She glanced at Jiang Han and kind of knew why the fox had come over to beg. She has been in this palace long enough, and has heard some gossip that this Tushan Yumeng specializes in women's sexuality, and I'm afraid she has a phoenixine fetish. If such a well-behaved sister were to be handed over, she'd be tossed around a lot. This Sister Jiang is new to the palace. I'm afraid she won't be able to serve His Highness Arimeng well. Hey, everyone learns from ignorance. I can teach her slowly. I've already said hello on your sire's side. I just came over to ask you for her name tag. Alright, then I'll trouble you, Your Highness, to personally temper Sister Jiang. Gong Ming had just removed his name tag when Tushan Arimeng took it. There is a dream also do not stay here more. Turned around and pulled Jiang Han's hand out of the East Palace. A cup of tea did not drink. Jiang Han suddenly felt that being in the palace wasn't very good anymore. Tushan has a dream and Tushan has Snow each get half a day off. Nowadays, in the morning, she had to follow Tushan Yumeng, and after lunchtime, she had to practice dancing in the side hall with Tushan Yushue. They each had half a day to spare, and he himself seemed to have even less time to spare than he did in the crane tower. Here, sister, this is my bedchamber, and from now on, every day when you get up, you will come over the same way you just did. Jiang Han nodded in response and followed Tushan Yumeng into her chambers. This bedchamber was not small, only 2 screens less than Tushan Yushue's imperial bedchamber. Arimeng pulled Jiang Han to introduce the contraptions in the house, and did not mention to do something. Jiang Han slightly stunned, froze, did not hear what he was going to do. He interjected with some embarrassment and said timidly, Sister Arimeng, you don't seem to have said what I'm going to do. Doing what? Tushan Arimeng was dumbfounded. If I have to say that I pulled Jiang Han here to do what? Then of course, it was in order to temper Jiang Han properly, and then take a bite to savor the flavor. But it can't be said so bluntly. There was a dream biting her thumb, drooping in thought for a moment, and coughed lightly. Ahem, sister, I want you to come. There is indeed something I want you to do. It's just that it will be a bit tiring. I don't know if you can do it? Jiang Han didn't think much about it. After all, he was in this palace. Only the 3 people, Tushan Yushue, Tushan Yuehua, and Erasure, knew that he was a male. Tushan Yumaman couldn't lay a hand on him, could he? Say it straight, Sister Arimeng, and I'll do my best to do it. Good answer, Sister Han. Tushan Yumeng nodded in satisfaction. I want you to help me cultivate. When Jiang Han heard this, he only felt a little curious. He didn't have any cultivation, so what could he do to help? He turned his eyes, but noticed that the corners of Tushan Arimeng's mouth were curled up so high that he couldn't even suppress it. A bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. Cultivation? Exactly. There's no time to lose. It's no good practicing afternoon. Let's start now. Ah, good. The Tushan imperial clan has survived several wars and still stubbornly survived for 1,000 years, since it has a strong heritage. One of the underpinnings was a powerful set of heart techniques. The 8 desolate 6 yin yang skill technique, 1 set of xian yin and 1 set of xian yang. Tushan Yushue was gifted and tolerant of loneliness, and the one she had chosen to study was the xian yin decision. As for Tushan Yuehua and Tushan Yumeng, they cultivated the Xianyang decision. Xianyang was a little less difficult compared to Xianying, but the threshold for cultivation was different. The Xianyang technique could also be practiced by one person, but it would be rather boring and tedious, so it was usually practiced by two people together. Previously, when he was still in the southern mountain of that Taihua divine mountain, whenever Yuehua was free, he would cultivate that Xianyang technique together with Tushan Yumeng. But since entering this great summer palace, Tushan Yuehua couldn't spare that much time, so she was letting Tushan Yumeng cultivate on her own. And she was the kind of woman who rather suffered from loneliness and whose mind was set on having fun. Therefore, when Tushan Yushue, who was at the same starting line as her, had long since stepped through the return to void and straight into the realm of transformation immortality, Tushan Yumeng was still lingering in the return to void realm. Sister? What's wrong, Sister Han? Don't touch. Ginger Han curled up in the corner, hugging herself anxiously, out of breath. Why does hopping cultivation of this Xianyang decree have to fade the skirt? But we foxes, we usually cultivate like this? Tushan Yumeng perked up. Wearing these cloths will affect the flow of spiritual qi in our bodies, and cultivating will be half the effort with twice the effort, which is not worth it. Ginger Han froze slightly, his mind drifting back to two snow-white foxes, sitting face to face. Ah, that's true. This is a fox demon's technique after all. Fox demons naturally don't need to take shape to get along with each other, and they don't need to take shape to cultivate. Without having to take shape, then naturally they didn't have to consider the hindrance of clothing, so the gong methods they studied were naturally practiced under that circumstance. Tushan Yumeng came over and grasped Zhang Han's collar, frightening the body of the beauty underneath to shrink straight back, and a few drops of tears were scared out of her eyes. I'm not practicing. What did you say? Didn't you just say that you'd do your best? Sister Arigato, I really can't. What's wrong with that? What's there to be ashamed of? Hiss dash. Palace dress cracked a few pieces of rags. Zhang Han only felt a cool body. Through those gaps, can vaguely peep inside the ice muscle jade bone. Tushan Yumeng is considered a half-baked person when it comes to practicing, and he doesn't have a good grasp of the force on weekdays. I'm really not practicing anymore. Ohu. Sister, you were faking that obedient look in front of me earlier, weren't you? No, it's not. Then help me cultivate. Hurry up and unload. Zhang Han pursed her lips, her two watery pupils blinking, and the hand protecting her body gradually loosened. Chapter 11. Come on, let's start with the first pose. Clothes scattered, soft beauty dainty, eyes with autumn dew, face stained with frost, with one hand holding the arm, the other small hand anxiously and quietly clenched, tightly juxtaposed on the calf is the water snake waist, half tilting her head. The frosted face was also stained with some pink. Male. Tushan Yumeng looked incredulously at the yukai in front of him, looking mesmerized, but unaware that his own face was also burning tightly. After so many years of merging with Mother didn't say how to merge with a man? She incredulously examined it again, looking at it carefully and thoroughly, the yokai's face blushing even more at the sight, her body curling up a little tighter, from eyes to lips, from neck to collarbone, all the way down. Brother Han? Zhang Han's blushing little face drooped even lower, and a cool breeze blew in, her delicate body shaking gently. Yes, it is October day, the autumn wind is soughing, without a peace for human beings. It is indeed so cool. The beauty's voice was like a stream, low and slow, dripping on the heart one at a time. Whoa. Tushan Arimeng ghostly came closer, and the two of them stared at each other silently, not saying a word. Men, it seems to be better instead? So hungry. Having only taken a small bite of her breakfast, she was now feeling a bit peckish. With some curiosity, with some tentativeness, Aramato's index finger gently poked on that tender skin. The beauty's brows lightly knitted, could see that she was restraining herself, but she still couldn't help but let out a soft wooing cry. Why is that? Jiang Hanton felt that his body and mind were different. Suddenly, he remembered the words left behind by the demoness of the Acacia sect at that time, having been hit by our Acacia sect's great lust Acacia pill. If it is not nourished with our special techniques, it will one day turn into a man's wife. No, don't. Obviously, Tushan Yuko didn't feel this way when she taught him how to practice dance from almost zero distance. I don't have the strength. Your Highness, I'll accompany you in your cultivation tomorrow. Zhang Han's hand reached out to the tattered palace skirt on the side, but before it could be touched, the palace skirt was thrown aside by Tushan Yumeng with one hand. Wait, you ate half of my bowl of spirit soup, and now sister I'm still hungry? What? You mustn't take responsibility and help sister fill her stomach? I don't have any food on me. Zhang Han gently raised her head, but saw those hungry fox eyes looking hungrily towards herself. That's why I asked you to help me cultivate. By the way, Erasure had a casual conversation with him about it. Legend has it that the Tushan Fox Demon clan was first conceived in a spirit egg, and that the spirit light in the three lights, Tire light, spirit light, and essence light, was naturally full. Therefore, the Fox Demon clan was born with a higher thirst for aura. The more prevalent the aura is, the more it attracts them, and the more it tempts their hunger. The Fox Demon's bowl of spirit soup was not actually filling their stomachs. After all, they had long been powerful enough to dispel the grain. That bowl of spirit soup, rich in spirit chi, filled their endless thirst for spirit chi. If you don't eat the spirit soup, then you need to hurry up your cultivation and make up the aura elsewhere. He was swaying when a hand was placed on his body. Brother Han, what are you shaking? I'm cold. Your Highness, can I put my clothes back on? No need. It'll be hot when we refine the Xianyang technique later. Let's start with the first style. Come, Guanyin sitting lotus. Zhang Han sighed softly and kept up with the cultivation. It is noon. The golden palace is also empty. Above only a fox sitting. Tushan Yuehua flipped through the volume, fully concentrating. Before noon, both of her own daughters had to cultivate. These chores would have to be done by her along with the palace's grand secretary, Empress Dowager. You should rest. Sikong carried away the dossier in front of Tushan Yuehua, which caused the aging head of a clan to gently raise her head. Put it down and I'll rest when Aramon comes over to relieve me. It's almost time for her to finish practicing. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Tushan Yumeng walked into the hall and shouted, Mother, I've come to help you. Only now did Tushan Yuehua not say anything else, allowing the Grand Master to take away the dossier. Yuehua looked at Tushan Yumeng. Seeing the smile on her face, she was also somewhat infected and laughed. Why are you so happy today, Manger? Before the words left her mouth, she saw Zhang Han silently following behind, and then bowed and saluted when he arrived in front of her. This doll is still so good, but why is this dress torn? Ah, I haven't had time to tell mother. This is Zhang Han. Tushan Yumeng suddenly approached Tushan Yuehua's ear and whispered, Mother, my Xianyang technique has gone up another level. Let me see. Tushan Yuehua grabbed Arameng's wrist and probed it with a frown. This niece has always been not love cultivation. Things are also a little hasty. This time so quickly have a new understanding. Afraid to take a fork in the road. But after some probing, Tushan Yuehua's furrowed brows gradually eased. The spiritual energy in Arameng's body was filling up. It wasn't refuted at all, and there was no sign of it going off the rails. On the contrary, it was quite strong. Yo, this niece has really changed her nature? She's so obsessed with cultivation. She gently tapped Tushan Aramengu's forehead and did not praise it, but only admonished it. If you had, you wouldn't have been so far behind your sister. Tushan Yumeng was knocked on the head and was not annoyed. It just hugged Yuehua's arm and pouted. I'm not my sister. Sister is so focused on cultivation. Don't you think her brain is all broken? You see, I'm still the most fed up with mother. Tushan Yuehua let out a soft laugh after a long time. Don't let your sister hear this, or else if she wants to beat you, I won't be able to stop her. If I don't say it, sister won't know it. Tushan Yumeng suddenly remembered that Zhang Han was also following her, so she suddenly turned her head again and barked at Zhang Han. And you're not allowed to say it. Yes, Tushan has a dreamy mood. Well, you're a good brother to me. You're a good boy. The Empress Dowager has labored all morning, so take her for a break, and just come back to me tomorrow at the agreed upon time. Ginger Han nodded lightly. Surprisingly to Tushan Arimeng, the Mother Superior didn't push back either. She just stood up and left behind a sentence. Then I'll leave this place to Dreamer. Just hold Zhang Han's hand out of this golden palace. Hey, shouldn't it usually be the Queen Mother who first excuses herself and then stays here with her and Sikong and the others to proceed with the work? Your Highness Arimeng, I'll take the trouble of reviewing these. Siku held a new pile. Oh, Tushan Arameng's pair of fox ears suddenly disheveled and loosened up. Chapter 12, Tafus Conditioning 1. Tushan Yuehua often soaked in the Golden Palace, so even out of that Golden Palace, Zhang Han can vaguely smell the residual burning incense on her body. Or maybe it's like sandalwood again? Empress Dowager, you're finally ready to take a break? Let's take a bath together. You guys go ahead and be careful not to soak for too long. Zhang Han watched as Tushan Yuehua waved her hand toward the group of fox demons with a kind face. The great master of the Tushan clan is a very amiable person now. No, it's important to hold on to that leg firmly. Zhang Han opened his mouth. Empress Dowager, that string you're wearing on your hand, is it white jade? Tushan Yuehua froze slightly and raised her right hand. The round beads on her wrist looked as if they were pearls, but instead of luster, they were a dull pale color. Did you say the string? Aha. Ginger Han nodded. It's hard to really go into detail, so show yourself. She took off her hand ring and handed it to Zhang Han. Jiang Han discreetly cupped the bracelet in both hands, only to feel that when the bracelet reached his hands, it suddenly emitted a morose chill. Fix your eyes on. Tushan Yue took it back and put it back on. Seeing Jiang Han suddenly startled, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looks like you guessed what it's made of. Yes, Jiang Han weakly responded, not yet having slowed down. Those so-called white orbs, on closer inspection, were actually a hideous skull. Tushan Yue clearly looked motherly and amiable on the outside. It doesn't match the eerie bracelet at all. Tushan Yue proceeded to walk, and Jiang Han proceeded to follow silently. The two were silent as they walked through the long corridor and entered the flower garden. Jiang Han had an impression of this as well. He heard Erasure say that before the Tushan clan took over, there was no such garden here. The garden has a variety of flowers and plants, and when the wind blows, the tall grass roots bend over, revealing a beautiful purple and red color. When Tushan Yue got free, he liked to come and stay here. Still the same big tree in the sky. Tushan Yue stopped. After Jiang Han numbly spread the blanket, Tushan Yue pulled him to sit down with him, blowing in the cool breeze and listening to the birds chattering. The fatigue of the body dissipated a lot. The wind is blowing again. In addition to bringing a few pieces of flying flowers and broken leaves, vaguely some good smell of flowers. It was strange to say that while the grass was fragrant here, the mountain in the distance was white with snow. Tushan Sukiakari looked out over the place, silently. That was the southern mountain of the Taihua Divine Mountain, and that was the place of origin of the Tushan Imperial clan. Maybe it's really old. Tushan Yue thought so and felt that she was no longer as decisive as she was when she was young, gradually retiring to this day and becoming the sentimental old woman she is today. A pair of hands pressed forcefully into her shoulders, small hands but pressing in just the right places. Soon the stiff body went limp. She looked back, only to see Jiang Han standing behind her, pressing hard with both hands. I thought you were intimidated by an old woman like me, Jiang Han said softly. The Empress Dowager is not old and looks good. It's genuine. Only the strands of frosty sideburns on her forehead proved that she was indeed not young. If I had to say what the years had brought her, it would be the mature flavor that the year's 0 months had left on her. Tushan Yue couldn't help but smile. You, talking is sweeter than Menger. The humans in the palace couldn't let go in front of her and acted in a respectful manner. Instead, it was this timid-looking Jiang Han that she liked the most. But Sister Arimeng is very filial. She came over to help you after she finished practicing. Jiang Han knew his way around the world well, and he quickly said the words that would make Tushan Yue feel happiest. Yes, when one reaches a certain age, it's always better to hear people praising their children than herself. But Tushan Yue was also an old fox after all. The wide fox tail behind her moved and firmly circled around Jiang Han's waist. Ginger Han didn't resist, letting her tail drag her there. With the lightness of his body, he arrived in Tushan Yue's arms. Tushan Yue looked down at the teenager in her arms. A few silver hairs in front of her forehead hitting that delicate cheek, making her feel an itch on her nose. Ginger Han turned her head in embarrassment and sneezed. Tushan Yue looked at the shy and well-behaved appearance of Jiang Han, nodding her head while looking at her, obviously satisfied. Good girl, Jiang Han. Good girl. It'll be a passable little groom. Why is your palace skirt torn? Tushan Yue noticed this and asked so. Certainly scratched by your daughter. Jiang Han let Tushan Yue caress the broken palace dress on her body, and after thinking about it, she still answered, I accidentally scuffed it. Oh, you don't seem like such a daredevil. Honestly, did Dreamer scratch it? Exactly. Not surprising then. I'm entrusting you to accompany her in her cultivation. The Empress Dowager speaks highly. Hey, don't be so polite to this old lady of mine. You hear me? Ginger Han nodded her head obediently. I hear you. So good. So soft. It smells so good. Ah, it's about time. Jiang Han had long since seen who spoke the truth in this royal palace. It must also be possible to ask for a little something from Tushan Yue, as long as you win her favor. After all, she was so kind, so amiable, so understanding. She must surely agree to let him out of the palace, right? Jiang Han gathered his courage and was just about to open his mouth when Tushan Yue opened his mouth first. Ginger Han, can I ask you one more thing? Ginger Han swallowed back his words for the time being. You won't even let me be polite to you, Empress Dowager. So why should you be polite to me again? I'll do it right. In the end, it's me, the old woman, who has seen the light instead. Tushan Yue scraped the bridge of Jiang Han's nose and continued. Then this matter can be left to you. Please give it to Ginger Han. Jiang Han, in the future, when you take a lunch break, come over here and rub my shoulders by pressing on them. Well, Jiang Han's original intention to bring up the palace was suddenly unspeakable. To say this out loud at this time, wouldn't it be a sign of disliking Tushan Yue? Okay, I'll leave it to you then. I've been sedentary and my shoulders and back are sore. Tushan Yue's entire body was lying on the blanket, and Zhang Han had to kneel aside, rubbing his hands over the acupuncture points and pressing them down. After pressing for quite a while, Tushan Yue's body also gradually loosened up all the way, and the originally cocked loose fluffy tail feebly softened on the ground. Ginger Han, can your hand be a little harder? I try. Zhang Han exerted more force, but he who hadn't eaten much at breakfast and had been tossed around by Tushan Yumeng for a good while, his strength was obviously much weaker. The spirit is willing but the flesh is weak. After rubbing and pressing for a while, Tushan Yue still felt that the strength was slightly smaller. Exactly, just a little bit smaller. Ginger Han, remove my shirt for me. It'll be easier for you to make strength this way. Ah, good. Chapter 13 ongoing 2, overhauled. Boom. A pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, and moments later, dark clouds filled the sky and thunder roared. Before long, it was raining, and the rain got heavier and heavier, hitting the ground with a ticking sound. Daxia is different from Yue, and in the fall, it doesn't rain this much. Rumble. Resounding thunder exploded. The silver serpent twisted and moved between the dark clouds. The sound was great, and the thunder and lightning split straight toward that light pillar. After half an hour, the rain finally fell, and in that huge pillar of light, a fox-like figure swept out like lightning and leapt down. A pair of imperial robes, a pair of demonic fox eyes, and those brightly colored, blood-like, watery vermilion lips slightly opening and closing. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Tushan Yue turned his head to Gu Puyin, who was on the sidelines, and asked, Great Master, how is this? Gu Puyin's hand that was playing the 6-string zither stopped, looked up at Tushan Yue, and surveyed her for a while, then faintly said, Not bad. It's not easy to get a compliment from the Grand Master. Tushan Yue didn't think much of it, but just took the spirit liquid that had long been prepared beside her and drank it in one gulp. This time, the Xianin technique had also been cultivated to its great completion, and her strength had been refined even further. Gu Puyin began to play the 6-string zither again. That's nothing to brag about. Arisu, you've worked hard to cultivate the Xianin technique to its great fulfillment. Isn't it just for that? Tushan Yue's eyes dodged as she put the cup back down. I'm in a hurry to raise my strength, only because I'm afraid that Su Lan will make a comeback. Gu Puyin said with a wry smile. Oh, then if Su really comes, wouldn't it be better to send me to finish her off? That won't be necessary. I can't afford to waste the last of this power of the State Master on that. Fine, do as you please. Nah, take it. Gu Puyin took out a jade bottle and placed it on the table. Introducing it, this jade bottle contains the heavenly spirit seed, and the spirit seed produces some heavenly spirit liquid out every day. You're quite knowledgeable, Arisu, so I don't need to introduce the effects of this heavenly yang liquid with you again. Tushan Yue was slightly stunned. How could she not know what this heavenly spirit liquid was? The heavenly spirit liquid was a spirit liquid that could quickly nourish the body, and its effect was so swift that with just one drop, it could immediately bring one's energy to life. Although it is presented as such outside, it is actually used exclusively for men. It was said that acacia sect had been looking around for the heavenly sun liquid. It seems like that old demoness, Huan Ying, procured the heavenly spirit liquid from outside at a purchase price of 100 immortal silver a drop, right? And this heavenly spirit seed can produce heavenly spirit liquid continuously? Tushan Yue half-heartedly opened the cork of the bottle and brought it up to her nose to take a gentle sniff. Confirmed. It's true. Ahem. Grand Master, as I said earlier, how could I cultivate this hard for that superficial purpose? If you don't want it, Arisu, then return it. Before the words fell, Tushan Yue had already turned her head and left. Gu Puyin's hand, which had been outstretched to beg for it, just froze and snorted. Well, not for that superficial purpose. She wasn't annoyed and lowered her head, her fingers proceeding to pluck the strings. This time, it was no longer the same magical sound as at the beginning. She's getting better at playing. Cough cough dash. In the side hall, Zhang Han was shivering. Erishur handed over a bowl of ginger soup, gently blew on it, scooped up a spoonful and brought it to Zhang Han's lips. Zhang Han hesitated for a moment, gently opening her lips and letting that soup spoon reach in. Ginger soup down. The body chills. This only drove a few points. Thank you, Sister Erishur. It's okay, if you still want to drink, you can talk to your sister. Aha. Ginger Han nodded her head in a moved manner. Ever since he entered this Daxia royal palace, the one who took the most considerate care of him was still Erishur. After seeing the rain, Erishur thought he knew that Zhang Han was still outside without an umbrella, so he went to the kitchen room to have a bowl of ginger soup made. After drinking the ginger soup, Zhang Han was still cold because he had no clothes to change into. A good day. For some reason, without warning, a heavy rainstorm fell, wetting his palace clothes, and the white dress that hung outside was also redrenched. Crunch! The door of the temple was pushed open, and the two turned their heads to look. It was Tushan Yushue who pushed the door open. Erishur placed the ginger soup on the table and bowed respectfully, and Tushan Yushue gently waved her hand and said, "Retire." Here, the door opened and closed once again, leaving only two people in the hall. Zhang Han didn't really want to talk to Tushan Yushue and pursed his lips to keep silent, but the chill still remained on his body and he couldn't help but cough lightly again. Tushan Yushue let out a light laugh, sat down at the table, and faintly said, "What? You don't know how to take off your clothes when they're wet? A 3-year-old knows to go home to his ama to change his clothes." Zhang Han couldn't bear it anymore and shouted in a delicate voice, "Then you big liar, give me clothes to change." Sheesh, still not listening. A few days ago for a few mouthfuls of rice, obviously still convinced the soft. A few days to get a bargain. Do not know where to drift to? This little leprechaun who doesn't know about male virtue is so indebted? She reached out. The palace dress on Zhang Han was already a bit tattered, and now it was even more unbearable. Obviously drenched into a drowned chicken, but not the slightest bit of that drowned chicken's down and out aura. The soft Yukai sneezed, but still had this stubborn look. Tushan Yuming slightly raised his eyebrows. Can't this man ever be soft? Why don't you say something nice? Zhang Han pushed hard on Tushan Yushue with a pair of small hands, but was still pushed backhanded. After Tushan Yushue launched her hand, she had some regrets. Because she had newly advanced to the realm, she had yet to fully internalize her spiritual energy. This gently pushed, Zhang Han will flop a heavy fall on the bed. Luckily, the bed was also sturdy enough, so there wasn't much else going on except for a little more movement. Zhang Han only felt pain all over his body from the fall, and felt that some of the dark wounds that had not easily healed in the past few days had become a little more serious. Zhang Han coughed lightly, puffed up small fists to be whacked forward, but the fists hit the emperor's robe. Body was soft, just whacked out some folds of clothing. Tushan Yushue was angry at his head. Originally, this time he came here, he wanted to use that spiritual liquid to repair his body, but the little goblin repeatedly did not know how to behave. Jade Hand roughly swept over the water snake waist of the YouTuber in front of him, and did not care that he was hurt in his body, and the force was not any lighter. Zhang Han withdrew her hand in pain, dropping tears straight down. A 3-year-old child will call for his mommy when he eats pain. Are you even worse than a child, Beauty Jian? Zhang Han was sweating in pain, and her sweat mixed with the rain. It seemed that there were also a few drops of crystalline tears coming up. Tushan Yushue eased her temper, forcing herself to coax, "Scream nicely, and I'll spare you." There was no movement, and all that came in response was a soft sob. "You won't learn if you don't get hurt, will you? I don't believe you can't scream a few times." With a push from his jade hand, Zhang Han fell into the soft round bed. A tremor shook the veil from the bed, obscuring the two. Chapter 14. Do you owe women so much? The moon climbed the mountain, and the sky went into the cool. It's wet and cold outside and people don't want to roam around. On weekdays, some of the cacophony from outside could still be heard from inside the side hall, but now the only sound was the wind blowing. Candle flames flickered in front of the bed, and Erishur thoughtfully put medicine on Zhang Han and covered him with a quilt. "I've asked Big Red for a few days off for you, so just rest for a few days. Don't get up if you're fine, and when I come over, I'll help you clean up, okay?" Ginger covered the quilt and said a soft thank you. His head was foggy and he just felt his forehead burning. There was a vague pain in his body, and just moving a bit vaguely caused a few ripping pains. Erishur waved her hand, then glanced back warily, relieved, and quietly pulled a wrapped rice cake out of her arms. "I got it for you from the kitchen room. Eat it and go back to sleep. You'll feel better." Tushan Yushue gave an injunction that Zhang Han could not eat a single thing without her permission. Zhang Han was a bit hesitant and worried. "Sister Erishur, you weren't discovered, were you? It's okay, I usually have more food. Those people can't find out." Zhang Han was afraid that Erishur would be punished, but he did have an empty belly and was a little hungry. "Take it and eat it. I'll bring you more later." "Thanks. What are you talking about? You've called me sister. Can I still bear to see you starve? Hurry up and take it." "Aha." Ginger Han made herself sit up and held it in her hands, though he knew it was bad to eat in bed. He wasn't wearing anything right now. Erishur saw a few more new bruises on her body. Without saying anything more, he just gently combed Zhang Han's hair. Zhang Han ate quickly. After all, after that Tushan Yushue had used the meal, I'm afraid that he would have to come back again. After all, it was her favorite time to pinch herself to come to this point in her shower. Soon the small mouth was stuffed to the point of bulging, and when he saw that Zhang Han was in a hurry to eat, Erishur handed over a cup of water. After taking good care of him, Erishur double-checked that Zhang Han didn't have any other needs, and then exited the hall. Without Erishur, the only thing accompanying him now was the sound of the wind. The wind was blowing quite happily outside, perhaps this great summer, when autumn is supposed to be short, and the north wind was blowing early. Zhang Han just sat quietly in front of the bed, picking up a few strands of blonde broken hair that had fallen aside. blowing lightly and the broken hair flew outside the bed. After eating that rice cake, he couldn't sleep again for a while. I don't want to go to bed, but that fox will probably come over. The door was pushed open, bringing a gust of wind that blew the soft blonde hair. Those who came purposely stopped at the door, expecting to be greeted by the dainty one who lived in this side hall. Not being greeted, she had to reach out and look, only to see the beauty on the bed not moving, not turning her head, just looking down at his hand, not knowing what she was thinking. It would be that looking down at the bracelet on his wrist. To be exact, the visitor was not annoyed, but just sat down in front of the bed and gently patted on top of that white tender fragrant shoulder. Why is Brother Han ignoring me? Have a dream, Your Highness. Jiang Han then realized that the one who came was not Tushan Yushue, but Tushan Yameng. How did you know I was staying here? That erasure spoke to me when I went to find you in the courtesan's bedchamber. Oh, so, Jiang Han hurriedly wanted to get out of bed to greet him, but then remembered that he was naked, and had to settle down on the bed again, squeezing out a smile on his face. I'm sorry, my clothes are all wet and I can't get out of bed to greet His Highness. Told you, call me sister when it's just the two of us. Okay sis. Today it was raining and no one was playing waterball in the bathtub. Tushan Yumeng had nothing to do, so he got up the idea of looking for Jiang Han to enhance his feelings. After a bout of posting, after a bout of joint cultivation, more and more forget the smell of this Han brother's body. Goo. Tushan Arimeng couldn't help but look at it a few more times, and her hand couldn't help but reach out. Hiss. With just the slightest touch, the body shrank, and Ginger Han let out a hiss as a result. Seeing that Jiang Han reacted so violently, Tushan Yameng ruffled Jiang Han's blonde hair in a headlong rush. Only then did she see bruise after bruise underneath his alluring swan neck. Brother Han, what are you? Tada! The sound of golden boots on marble did not escape Jiang Han's keen hearing. Jiang Han gently raised his head, and saw Tushan Yushue resting her hands on her chest, quietly leaning against the door, looking toward them. Those ice-cold fox eyes looked as if they were sending a blast of icy killing intent. It rained today. The ground is slippery. I accidentally fell by myself. Jiang Han inclined her head and said so softly. Why so careless? Tushan Yumeng held Jiang Han's hand painfully, the fox's tail behind him wagging and wagging. Why have you come to this side hall as well? Sister? I saw this door open, so I came over to check it out. Oh, Tushan Yameng didn't suspect anything, then excitedly took Jiang Han's hand and introduced him to Tushan Yushue. Sister, do you remember when I told you I had my eye on a courtesan? Of course I remember. Nah, that courtesan is him. How about it? You think it looks good too? Hey, I'm telling you, he looks even better when he's dressed up. I can't imagine that he is a male body. Really? Tushan Arisu let out a light laugh and just sat on the bed, quietly kneading that calf through the bedding. Tushan Yumeng suddenly felt Jiang Han's delicate body beside her suddenly tremble, and she curiously turned her head back. Brother Han, what's wrong with you? It's okay. You sound weird. I caught some wind chill. Nah, then lay down and rest. Ginger Han hastily shrunk under the covers. Just now. Sister, you haven't finished. Why? Sister, are you suddenly interested in men again? Yeah. At that time, before Brother Han took off his clothes, I always thought I wouldn't like men. Sister, you also think Brother Han is cute, right? Kind of cute. Toyama Arisu nodded. Tushan Yomeng's desire to share was bursting at the seams, still gushing. Hey, sister, you're just over-cultivating. I'll tell you, I practiced the Xian Yang skill with Brother Han, and guess what? Sister Arimeng, I'm a bit sleepy. Can you go back first? It's also true that Brother Han is suffering from an illness. Well then, I'll come back to see you later. Sister, let's go out and talk. Another time, go back and rest. I have some other things to do later. Well, it's certainly not a good night for conversation. Tushan Arimeng left, and Arisu walked to the door, closing it gently and bolting it. This little leprechaun is quite the seducer. Jiang Beauty not Jiang Beauty, usually pretends to be dignified, but is just a watery sweep or, do you owe women that much? Chapter 15 The Phoenix Difficulty. After an angry rebuke, Jiang Han looked over angrily. Owed to, oh a woman? From the time this guy took the 500 centuries of immortal silver she used to ransom herself, not only did she not show any semblance of apology, but instead, she gradually destroyed all of his life step by step. He had rarely moved in anger in this world, and the last time he had gotten angry, it seemed like this fox had bullied him too much, forcing him to swear angrily. How far is this from Kang? How far is this from Shangguan Yue? How far is this from a normal, non-bullying life later in his complaints, resentments, and the resentment that has been building up for a long time? Oh, your mom. An angry curse. Even if it's an angry curse that exhausts your whole body and roars out in a hissing manner. Yet after cursing, it still sounded so sticky and soft to others. It was as if a weak fledgling was barking impotently. he himself curses fiercely, but in the ears of others, it only increases their desire to humiliate him. Little, how dare you scold me? The jade hand reached out like lightning, and in the next instant it was cupped on the white swan neck. She couldn't believe that this seductive couldn't call out for a mommy tonight. The hand curled into a claw and squeezed tightly around the neck. The hand curved into a claw, a firm, suffocating grip. A force was held in her hand, just a little loose. This moving special thing in front of her would only gradually turn into a temperatureless corpse in the next moment. A few drops of hot tears came from the corner of Jiang Han's eyes, crossed her white cheeks, and dripped onto the hand that was pinched at her throat. There wasn't even much of a sob coming out in response, only reddened eyes. Disobedience. I'll make you disobedience. She let go, and Ginger Han's entire body fell onto the bed, letting out a series of sharp, light coughs. The naked Jiang Han's jade body was spread out and gradually curled up, and when Tushan Yushue saw that he was still eyeing the string of red ropes on his wrist until now, he inexplicably became even more angry. She snatched the string of dangling jade red ropes and pressed her body down. I am the Empress of Daxia, and I'm just a herdsman in a greenhouse. I can play whatever I want? Within the Emperor's chambers, Tushan Yushue was sitting in front of the bed, one hand cupping the string of hand ropes and constantly surveying it. Since taking the hand rope, that was the most fierce resistance that the ginger beauty had ever put up. It's ridiculous and infuriating when you're obviously so badly injured. Just, Tushan Yuko muttered as she put the red rope on. When did I become this kind of mind? I don't know how many curses I've carried along the way, so how could I be angry with a young girl from a greenhouse? Bastard. It comes down to one conclusion. I am not wrong, cultivating diligently every day. Even after she became the Empress of the Grand Xia, she still didn't slack off. The road to becoming an emperor was not easy. She had seized countless opportunities, handily killed countless enemies, and with great difficulty, she had brought the Tushan clan back to Daxia twice. Among the Tushan fox demons, although her achievements did not dare to compare with her predecessors, she could definitely also pass down a good story in the future. Can't you enjoy yourself after all this hard work? But it's just a greenhouse herdsman. Not to say serious. This guy is not worthy of me. Do you know how hard it was for me to bring you back to a palace? Now the master of state owes himself just one favor. Do you know how much fame I'll lose if I marry you? In the future, I may have to be pointed at by the mother of his nose scolded. You have snow you good luck married a flower as a husband I'm not even going to bother about why I threw away the protective restraints I left on you. Why don't you give in and make me happy? Yes, I am right. The only one at fault is that ginger beauty. I'm the Empress of Xia. Why would I be angry with a mere brothel maid? Just as he was thinking this, his mind couldn't help but recall the situation where Tushan Yumeng and Jian Han were sticking together to cultivate. The more I think about it, the more bored I feel. She got out of bed, and without changing out of the bedclothes she was wearing, she just went out of her chambers. The moon is curved tonight. What a waste of the cloudless night sky. It's a good thing that there are quite a few stars dotting the night sky, so it's not so monotonous. After playing with that Jiang Han's whole body, the pleasure after that bout of cloud and rain didn't last long. Instead, it is now quite a bit lonesome. Walking down the stone path, there was a man sitting there in the pavilion long ago. Then the only one who stayed up most of the night was Gupui. The state master was still pondering over the 6-string zither, and it seemed to have been pondered over in this hearing. On the 6 strings, I listened to the cold autumn wind. This heavenly voice was a taste of sadness to the ears. Arisu demanded. This one's no good. Change it. No, I think it's just right. Change it to some other cheerful tune. And I'm afraid the visitor won't be able to sleep after hearing it. Tushan Yushue didn't ask for more, but just sat on the tea table and quietly watched Gupuyin pluck the strings of the zither. Play whatever you want. Gupuyin stopped for the moment and snickered. What? Tired of playing with men so soon? I am not that shallow. Whatever you say, just don't come over and beg me for one more of his heavenly sun seed at that time. The sound has risen again. The sound of the xylophone is like a crack. The tone is handsome and the words are intestinal. What's this song? The Phoenix difficulty. In a blessed cave where one could not see the head at a glance, the heavenly light was brilliant and colorful, and from time to time, there were a few colorful phoenixes heckling. Off to the side sat a towering 10-story tower. The 9 heavenly phoenix mother gave birth to a total of 8 daughters and 1 son. If you want to get real and do the math, the entire phoenix clan, with the phoenix mother, is now only a mere 9 divine phoenixes. But even though there are only 9 of them, each one of them is not a powerful existence that destroys the heavens and destroys the earth outside of this cavernous sky. 8 daughters and 1 mother, each with a floor of residence in that tower. From the outside, that glazed tower of each layer is just that big, but if you are lucky to be able to personally explore one of the layer, you will find that inside is another world. Each layer of space in that tower was all transformed into a different small world, but only that highest layer was empty and devoid of any semblance of life. That floor, it's the phoenixes. I don't know if it was 1,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago, but in any case, a long time has passed. That world-destroying demoness poisoned the world. The living beings were devastated. The 9 states were in danger, and countless great powers directly fell. In that time of danger, the benevolent phoenix sun with the most dazzling and most lofty posture of the 9 heavenly divine phoenix, and that extermination of the demoness to die. The good thing was that after being strong to a certain extent, the divine soul would only be immortal and would not truly perish. That phoenix into that reincarnation, counting the days, should always come back is, I don't know how many years ago. Mother Phoenix has been guarding that highest floor, eyeing that empty space for I don't know how many years, strumming the lute song over and over again. Phoenix difficulty. Chapter 16, Tofu Heart. After some time, the wind outside became more and more boisterous. The day is gradually cool. The leaves outside are more than ever, which can be bitter sweeping duty of the palace maids. Erishur didn't show up today. I don't know if she was scheduled to sweep the leaves. Ginger Han sat in front of the window, craning her head to look out until a yellow leaf drifted in. He doesn't want to sit still anymore. Jung Han put back on the white dress, although it was still not completely dry, but he really did not want to be naked and alone in bed all day. After all, there wasn't something to relieve the boredom in this side hall. Well, Ginger Han bit her lip tightly, and when she got out of bed, she felt a good tearing sensation. Carefully and slowly moving to the dresser, he picked up the comb. It's not right to ask Erishur to dress up for you every time. After combing his hair over and over again, it was good to see that his hair was in good condition. Still so silky after all the fuss. Just use less force to comb it straight. Putting down his comb, he looked at himself in the mirror. It's the same look as before. The same white dress as before. The skin was still as white as ever. And I wondered if it was because she was getting younger. Even the bruises on it were now so thin that they were almost invisible. It was as if he hadn't changed much since he came to this palace. The only thing that had changed somewhat was his own hand, which was missing the string of hanging jade red rope. Ahem. And maybe a little more sick. Looking at her smooth wrist, her small hand clenched slightly. Still, it was a long breath, and it was just as well, as he had just arrived here without that in his hand. So hungry. Erishur didn't show up, so he had to go find something to eat. Pushing open the door to the temple, the wind was definitely much more boisterous than before. The white dress on his body was rather thin. This caused him to recall what seemed to be in that crane tower's elegant room. There were still a few pieces of autumn clothes that Shangguan Yue had acquired for herself. He hung his head, took a step toward the kitchen room, and pushed open the door there. Crunch! It was mealtime, and most of the palace ladies were quite surprised to see Jung Han appear here. They had never seen Jung Han in this outfit before. The dainty little face was pink and tinged with some sickly red. The watery lips opened and closed slightly, and the exhaled breath soon became a hazy mist of water. The straps on the white dress just hung over that soft, smooth shoulder, and the slender, moving arm lightly held the other. It seemed to be cold and was shivering gently. One of the palace maids couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Han, sister? On the side, Senior Cheng knocked on that junior's head. Are you blind? This is Brother Han. Ooh-hoo. Sorry. Jung Han was a bit puzzled, although he was a male, but then again, he had worked with them himself. But now none of the courtesans in this kitchen room came up to her of their own accord to strike up a conversation. Jung Han's eyes searched among them, but he was slow to see Sister Arashi's figure. A little worried, he opened his mouth and asked, Where's Sister Erishur? More silence. After a while, only Ching stepped out from between them, yanked over one of Jung Han's hands, and yanked it hard within the corner. Ching pulled down his face and said icily, Jung Han, how dare you have the face to ask this? Jung Han was stunned. Then a bad premonition arose from the bottom of his heart. The little beauty panicked and opened her mouth anxiously. Elder Chang, what happened to Sister Lan? Ching glanced at Jung Han's appearance, and some vicious words in his mouth were blocked in his throat, and finally had to be transformed into a sentence. That's just it. It's not all your fault. She's the one who insisted on bringing you food, and we're to blame for not persuading her. Splendid gold pupils plummeted, and soon a mist of water clouded over them. Jung Han hurriedly yanked Chang, who wanted to turn away, looking even more anxious. Elder Chang, what happened to Sister Erishur? TSK. Ching's eyelids twitched, looking impatient as he ruthlessly pushed Jung Han away. It was just that she hadn't expected that Jung Han would be weak to this extent. Obviously, she had also purposely withdrawn some of her hands, but Jung Han was still thrown to sit against the wall in one go. The delicately coiffed blonde hair was just a few strands disheveled and scattered across her forehead. Ching took a few cursory glances and figured out, roughly, why Narashi had insisted on bringing him something to eat. That small white hand fiercely clasped on the stone brick on the ground, and I don't know where the strength came from, but it gently pried out a little bit of that stone brick. A voice came, with these sobs, with these sadness, maybe even tears. I could tell it was the best he could do. Elder Chang, Please, tell me. Green's frown deepened. Gee, men are a pain in the ass. Especially good-looking men. She ate 60 lashes and is in her bedchamber still unconscious. Whether she will come back to life is another matter. Thanks. Ginger Han got up shakily. His voice was trembling. Sister Erasure ate the whip because of him. It was because of his willfulness. Because he couldn't possibly submit. Obviously, if he had only given in at that time, he wouldn't have been fasted. And Sister Erasure wouldn't have been. Hey, where are you running? I'm going to see Arashi's sister. TCH, don't you think you've caused enough trouble? Cheng hurriedly pulled back Jiang Han, who wanted to run away. A water-dripping sound came, and when he looked closely, it was a tear dripping on the ground. The scattered blonde hair in front of that forehead half covered that long reddened eye. Ching gritted her teeth and angrily bellowed. You stand here first. Don't you even listen to the words of your senior? Jiang Han stalled slightly, and his entire body stopped. Ching turned around, took a piece of sticky rice cake wrapped in a lotus leaf from his meal, and quickly ran back. Her Majesty has ordered that without her permission, none of us can give you anything to eat. As soon as the words left her mouth, she only saw the glutinous rice cake fall from her hand to the ground. Green then turned back to his previous table. Jiang Han tremblingly picked up the rice cake on the ground and murmured, Sister Chang, I'm not worth having you call out to your sister. I didn't give you anything to eat. I know. Still nodding gratefully, Jiang Han took the rice cake and turned around to walk out of the kitchen room. The kitchen room was again left to a group of courtesans, and there was a bit of a boil. Whoa. How can that Kong Han be so beautiful? I had some suspicions that there was something wrong with that guy before. After all, he was always wrapped in a towel in the bath. Then you didn't warn me. The courtesans were talking and discussing, and only Ching sat alone. She was bad-tempered, relied on her old age, had a frame of mind, and was never liked by the other court ladies. She used the meal in front of her alone and in silence, until a few palace maids took their seats beside her. Ching frowned tightly and said coldly to them, What for? If you want to snitch on me to His Majesty then go ahead. I won't stop you guys. Elder Chang, don't pretend to sympathize with me here. It's no use pretending to be pathetic with me. You have to do what you have to do to live. Well, Chapter 17, Dress. There were 2 or 3 bedrooms for the courtesans, so it wasn't hard to find them. Jiang Han hurriedly pushed open that sleeping room, and in that corner, he really saw Erasure lying there, motionless. It was good to see that her chest still rose and fell slightly, and that she was breathing lightly. Ginger Han took off her shoes and gently moved to Arashi's body. Without hesitation, her small hand gently cupped on Arashi's tightly closed jaw. Well, biting his index finger, Jiang Han forced blood into Arashi's slightly open mouth. I can't speak for anything else, but he's always been confident in his blood. Before he came here, his guitar was a gift from a researcher he had rescued. A human body that has suffered the scourge of nuclear radiation can recover. A human body that has suffered from whiplash must be fine. Ginger Han looked at Erasure with anticipation. After a moment, 2 moments of silence, Erasure didn't move half as much. Jiang Han was lost in thought. It was only logical that the effects would be seen quickly. Is it hard to be useless? He took another drop of blood and his face became as pale as paper and his head became groggy. No movement, breathing as shallow as ever. Why is it not useful at all? Jiang Han deflated, and all of her aggrieved tears let out at this point. Obviously Erasure has done so much for herself, but she can't help at all. The door of the bedchamber was pushed open. Jiang Han was startled and quickly turned his head, only to see Tushan Yushue already standing in front of the door, a pair of fox eyes looking coldly. I couldn't see you in the side hall, so I'm sure you ran here. What's the matter? Is Beauty Jian that resistant to loneliness? In order to see this woman, you had to come even though you were dragging all your injuries. Tushan Yushue walked over, only to see Jiang Han's much paler face that was shedding tears. Must be hungry. Jiang Han raised his head to meet her eyes, no longer having that obstinate look from before. The jade face is lonely and tears are dry. The pear blossom is in spring with rain. Do you know what happens when you defy me? Jiang Han weakly uttered. No. Tushan Yushue was quite surprised, and a satisfied smile surfaced on her face. She leaned down, away from Kong Han, who was sitting on her knees, almost on her face. The long, soft razor lifted the beauty's jaw, and when he touched it, the creature shivered lightly and closed her eyes. No, eyes closed. Look at me. Yes. Jiang Han once again opened his eyes, because he raised his head. That silent overflow of tears stayed in that eye socket spinning. That pair of brilliant gold pupils brightly flashed with waves of light. So beautiful. Isn't it possible to become obedient? Tushan Arisu hurriedly pressed down the desire within herself and her face came over. How close the two were. The beauty's scented breath just called out. Since you know you're wrong, what should you call me now? Wifey. Ah, how nice. Tushan Yushue couldn't help it and immediately wanted to press away. But Jiang Han softly spoke out first. Wifey. You wait for me to unload first, river crab passing by. Becoming much more understanding. Tushan Arisu was patient, and she soon realized that there was another new fun. She took the beauty by the waist and pressed his lips. Wifey, lighter. Whether it is light or not is a matter for me to grasp. The injury was not fully healed, and even though Jiang Han was extremely patient, he could not help but cry out a few times in pain. Your Majesty, heal Sister Erishur. Will you? What? Want me to let go of this who helped you go out and flaunt your ass? Please. Ginger Han whimpered and pleaded. Wait until I'm done. Your Highness Arimeng, why have you returned from outside the palace? I took a stroll out of the palace by myself. You came at the right time. Come and give me a hand. Tushan Yumeng carried several packages, large and small, into the palace. It was not easy to go out, so naturally she bought a lot of things in that folks' neighborhood. She found a booth and sat down. Mountains of packages piled on the table. Nah, this hair bun is for the Empress Dowager, and this folding fan is for the Empress Dowager. This is food for the sisters, so take it down and divide it among yourselves when the time comes. The courtesan's eyes blossomed as she watched, and she hurriedly answered all of them. Tushan had a dream of carrying a package away by himself. Inside is none other than a fall dress woven of fine warm silk. Han's younger brother is more petite and is just the right size to wear these. Just as he was thinking this, Tushan Arameng's footsteps were much more cheerful, the fox's tail behind him following with a wag. He soon arrived at the side hall, only to see his sister, Tushan Yushue, walk out from inside at this time. From a long distance away, Tushan Yumeng waved her hand. Sister, I'm back. Tushan Yushue's fox ears perked up as she turned her head to look at him. Puzzled, you came back from outside this time? Isn't it because I miss you and Alma so much? I've brought back all the accompanying gifts, and by this time those palace maids should be taking them to your bedchamber door. Oh, what's the good stuff? Tushan Arimeng smiled and narrowed her eyes, her index finger up to her lips. Oops, I'm not talking to you now. You'll see it later when you go back. I won't talk to you first. I'm busy handing out things to everyone. Good, then I will go back first. Tushan Arisu smiled and nodded, her mood looking soothing. When Arisu turned around and went back to the imperial bedchamber, Arimeng pushed open the side hall. She didn't knock on the door, just to surprise Ginger Han. The door of the temple was gently pushed open, and Tushan Arimeng gently walked in and gently closed the door. Only the beauty's back was turned to him, and on the bed he tossed his head, the loose blonde hair falling neatly after it had fluttered, a skin like sheep's fat, blowing. Jiang Han took the dress aside and was about to wear it when suddenly a pair of hands covered his eyes from behind. Guess who I am? Sister Arigato? Ah, worthy of being my brother Han? So smart nah. Tushan Yumeng smiled and gave him a hug on his back. Jiang Han blushed and said in a delicate voice, Sister Arigato, wait a moment. Ah, that white dress is too lightweight, don't wear it anymore. With a wave of Tushan Yumeng's hand, the dress next to Jiang Han was thrown to the ground. Jiang Han blushed and pouted. Sister, don't tease me, how can I wear that? Here, try these on. Several gorgeous dresses and skirts were thus brought to Jiang Han. Jiang Han was stunned and reached out to touch it. The fabric on the dress was soft yet warm. With just one touch, he could roughly guess that these good-looking skirts would cost at least hundreds of immortal silver. There are also two bodices with some snow-white cashmere added to the collars. Nah, hurry up and try it on. Let me see what it looks like. These are too expensive. Are you forgetting something, Brother Han? What? You're my valet and you're not allowed to disobey me. Quickly, try on these dresses. Jiang Han's small hand gripping that bodice tightened a bit more, hesitated for a moment, and gently opened her mouth. I know. Tushan has dreams of suddenly discovering one of the great joys of fox life, watching a pinkish-white lotus in all its beauty spinning in circles in front of you. Why is it not a beautiful thing? Chapter 18, The Queen Mother at Ease. Brother Han, keep up, now it's practice to upside down. Yes, this style is called Spring Breeze and Rain. I'm keeping up. Here we go. Next up, the daisy cart. What? Keep up. Yes. After a tossing and turning, Jiang Han was covered in fragrant sweat and gasping for breath. Come. I'll channel some aura for you and then proceed to practice. No, I can't. Ginger Han wiped the fragrant sweat off her forehead and reached for her clothes. No grabbing clothes. Keep practicing. You hear me? Going to disobey your sister again? I listen. Jiang Han hurriedly responded, allowing Tushan Yumeng to carry herself there in fairy in the spiritual light. The way of transmitting spirit light and transmitting fetal light couldn't be said to be exactly the same, but they were 8 or 9 times alike. Tushan Yumeng smiled and loosened his lips, only to see that the beautiful person in his arms had pale eyebrows like autumn water, and jade muscles accompanied by a light breeze. Dang! The bell rang and it was finally noon. Jiang Han quickly pulled herself out of Tushan Yumeng's arms and went to grab the dress. Tushan Yumeng immediately reprimanded. Slow down. How can you get dressed when you're covered in sweat? You say, Is there any sense in my sister's admonishment? Jiang Han was stunned and nodded her head. Sister, you trained me. He reached for the towel, but the slender hand grabbed it before he could. Here, let me wipe it for you. It's faster that way. Arigato-sama. Put it down and let me do it myself. Toussaint Aramoto grabbed the washcloth and reached over to wipe it off. Jiang Han gradually returned to that busy life at the very beginning, following Yu Meng to practice in the morning, following Yue Hua to enjoy flowers at noon, and following Yu Shui to practice dancing in the afternoon. Ever since Toussaint Yue stopped tossing him around at will, his body quickly healed up. Maybe it's true that you're young, so you get better fast? The bruises faded without even a trace of a scar. The snowy white skin on his body was still a little pink and tender. He couldn't figure out how he'd gotten better so fast. Following Toussaint Yue to the Golden Palace, he was seeing that Erasure had also recovered and was slowly sweeping the door of the palace on duty. It was a pity that it was too late to greet her, but Erasure was pulled along somewhere by Toussaint Yue, so Jiang Han could only pick up the Empress Dowager out of the temple first and go to that flower garden, obviously almost to the time of the season change. This garden is still full of vigor. Flowers in turn bloom more abundant. After being introduced by Toussaint Yue, this garden is actually a small world. The climate is the opposite of the outside. Now Jiang Han sort of understood why the Empress Dowager had urged to bring his white dress over, for the dress he now wore on his body would soon smother him in sweat. Maybe it's the fox demon's perception, or maybe it's something else. The Empress Dowager also seems to enjoy watching him change his clothes. It was good that Jiang Han had already practiced his face thick enough during his cultivation and dance practice to not lose his manners in front of this great master of Mantu. It's the same big tree, the same blanket, the same thousands of flowers and grasses, and the same mountains with snow-capped peaks falling in the distance. The Queen Mother's life didn't seem to have changed much either. As she lay on her back like she always did, Jiang Han was about to reach out his hand to rub the press like before, when the Empress Dowager suddenly yawned, and suddenly a white light emerged from her whole body. After the white light, the tall and plump body of the Empress Dowager actually disappeared. All that was left was the wide frock coat, under which something was being covered. Beneath the skirt of the gown, a broad fox tail stretched out. With a squirm, the fox under the skirt of the robe scurried out and flopped lazily on the blanket, basking in the sunlight and yawning again. That fox opened her mouth towards Jiang Han. I'm so sorry, letting you, Jiang Han, see such a wretched side of this old woman of mine. Ah, no, Empress Dowager, when you're like this, I think it's very cute. Poking fun at me, old lady again. The fox flopped down limply, his fox ears recessed and his large, fluffy tail half curled around himself. This great family of fox demons has been in this world for an unknown number of years, but even so, the transformed prototype remains a furry fox. Jiang Han, I'll trouble you to massage this old woman of mine like you always do. It might be a little harder than before, as those acupuncture points might have changed. Jiang Han nodded. Well, I'll try my best to press on. Empress Dowager, you just rest. What a good boy. Toussaint Yue sighed and closed her eyes. Little hands pressed toward the furry back. To be honest, the location of the points hasn't changed a great deal. They're just smaller, but with his small hands, it was just right. At first I was a bit rusty, but as I pressed, I became more and more skillful. Jiang Han felt as if pressing up was 3 times easier rather than harder than before, because every time he pressed the acupoints and made the Empress Dowager comfortable, that huge tail would soothingly wiggle and wiggle in the air. With this, Jiang Han quickly learned how to massage the fox. Toussaint Yue always felt that time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, both of her daughters were no longer the dolls that needed her blessing back then. In the blink of an eye, she was back here in Daxia. In a flash, another 3 moments past this noon hour. It seemed as if the time had passed like a white horse when it came time to have Ginger Han's massage. Obviously she thought it felt good and wanted to enjoy it more. After a few times of honing, Jiang Han's hand strength was becoming more and more satisfactory to her. With an acidic tingle, she couldn't help but roll over onto all fours. Jiang Han's hand stopped. Empress Dowager, I won't be able to press it if you're like this. Toussaint Yue followed her advice. Try pressing it. You're still young. You need to try many things more often. Then I'll try again. Ginger Han's hand rubbed up towards the fox's stomach. Soft and creamy. The feel is completely different than when you press the back. A little further up. Well, a little further up. Not at the belly button. No, can't get on it again. Jiang Han was a bit hesitant, but still listened to the Empress Dowager's words. Well, the hand could be a little stronger. Ginger Han's face reddened slightly, but she rubbed and pressed on it anyway. The fox's tail wagged again. The more the tail wags, the happier it gets. Not long after, Toussaint Yue seemed to have been poked at her laughing muscles and winced and laughed out. Jiang Han was also infected by the laugh and unintentionally revealed that moving smile. Toussaint Yue's pair of fox eyes swept the smile on the face of the delicate beauty on her body. What a smile! This was born and well-behaved and churlish and should have been smiled at more often. How nice. Shangguan Yue couldn't help but measure the human teenager again. Watching. The more you look, the more you like. Boom. Suddenly an aura flashed and there was a change in the fox's body. Only then did Shangguan Yue realize that she had actually been pressed so comfortably that she hadn't controlled her spiritual energy and had transformed back again. She patted her robe skirt, slightly embarrassed. Jian Han, it's getting late. Change for me and go back. Yes. Jian Han's face turned into a ripe apple in shame.